hey, good morning and welcome to day 2 of coverage of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. My name is Tony Lightfoot and I will be broadcasting to you live from the West Lake here at Trophy Lakes Estates 3 in the beautiful area of Minnesota that is home to a number of great skiers, a number of great skiing communities, and this being one of them, Trophy Lakes Estates 3. Right here in the land of 1,000 lakes, and right here on this location, you can add 2 more to that list, I would guess. We're coming to you live, and we're going to have tricks leading off first in the men's 7, followed by women's 8, and then women's 10. And then after that, then we'll go on to the first of our youth divisions in the tricks event, starting off with girls 3. And then once we get done with girls 3, then we go into the jumping event for men 6, girls 2, girls 3, boys 2, and men's 11, men's 9, men's 10, and that will be pretty much it for the day. There will be about 90 or so skiers on this list. Should take us a little bit of a while to get done, but we'll get it done together. Starting off with men's 7 tricks, working all the way through to men's 8 through 11 jump. So great to have you on board once again. We had a fantastic event yesterday, highlighted by the new pending national jump record by Jane Greenwood yesterday. Although she did tell me afterwards that she jumped around about the same distance at the recent IWWF 035 World Championships, which were held in Calgary recently, and that she'd done it before at another location. But I was purely reading off the printed, the recently published list of national records, and Jane Greenwood managed to usurp Joy Kelly to the tune of 0.1 of a meter. That's all it takes to break a national record. Just a little portion of a meter to set a new mark. So that was the main highlight of yesterday, and then looks like day 2 is shaping up to provide us with a whole bunch of highlights for the day. Namely, the jump event in men's 6, looking at guys like Randy Sturber and Tommy Newman, who got into it a little bit a couple of seasons back, as far as I can tell, well, more than a couple of seasons back in that big scrum towards the national title that didn't end too well from a health standpoint for the likes of Tommy Newman or Randy Sturber, and I hope that the cooler heads will prevail this time around at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, but they will be towards the end of the list in men's 6 jumps, and that will be our lead-off event this morning. So make sure you grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite seat, because in the next few minutes we will throw down. We have got the tricks event to lead off with. The trick-in discipline will lead off our coverage today. And then once we get done with the trick-in after girls 3, then we will go on to men's 6 jump. So that's what we got. Trick for the moment, and then we're going to go into the jump event, starting off with men's 7 tricks. Then we have women's 8 tricks, then women's 10 tricks, and then girls 3 tricks. Then we go into the jumping event, and I'm sure hope that the coverage that we present to you is entertaining, and I hope that the good few people around the world and around the nation get to watch the coverage of this event. Brought to you by a whole number of great sponsors, including Goode, who is our title sponsor for these national championships. We also have the likes of HO Syndicate, D3, Radar and Connolly among our water ski manufacturers. We have Masterline, the official tow rope of the AWSA National Water Ski Championships. And we also have our boat partners. We have Malibu, Mastercraft, and Nautica providing us with vital material support for these national championships in the form of their towboats. So, as I say, grab your favorite chair, grab your favorite beverage. In a few minutes, we will start the day 2 of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, and all that is to come right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right there, welcome back to live coverage, and our first skier on the water is Dirk Britton. 2 ski tricks. Let's see what we've got here. Dirk Britton coming in, opening pass. Let's see what he's got. He's probably gonna do a side slide first. Yes, he does. There's 1, there's 2. There's a back and there's a front. There's an O after the reverse 180s. Oh, and on that second O, coming up a little bit short there, but that's Dirk Britton with an average of 646 points coming into these national championships. Going on 2 skis. So let's have a look at the instant replay. Let's count off the tricks using the trick ski cow cap, which is available on Android and on Apple as well. Doesn't quite pull nearly as hard as he should do for a lot of these tricks. Does the surface O and fell on the regular O, so he did one of them, not quite the other. So 200 points is what he's scored so far on the basis of the tricks that he's performed. Side and reverse, back and front and their reverses, then the O. So 20 points for each 2 ski side slide. 30 points for each back and front. 40 points for producing the O, and he fell on the O afterwards, so he doesn't get anything for that. So grand total, 200 points for starters. We'll see what he can do with the return pass going back to the dock. So glad to have the presence of your company here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Whilst I've got a little bit of time to work with, let me tell you about the new ski launch. Goode has officially unveiled the all-new 2027 XTR Pro here at the National Championships. Completely redesigned for more speed, more control, and more confidence. And if you are on site and you are watching this, do stop by the Goode stand in the Commercial Village to find out more about all of the models under the Goode banner, including the newly launched 2027 XTR Pro from Goode Water Skis. And you can find out more by going to goodeskis.com. Our next skier is Greg Stokes, but before him, we have Dirk Britton. He's on one this time, so switch from 2 skis to 1. A side slide there, and it's reverse. Does he go for the back? Yes, he does, and the front. And he did the back, but unfortunately fell on the front. So a few more points added to his tally there. So a decent amount of points, 200 points on the opening pass, and significantly more for each trick that he performed on this one, because he transferred from 2 onto 1. But falling in on the reverse front, and will not be getting any more points beyond that point. So Greg Stokes is our next competitor to go, and he will be and he'll be taken to the water on 1 ski, and that 1 ski is actually the Goode modified trick ski. It's about 55 inches long. It's built specifically for trick skiers of the skill level and of Greg Stokes and the like in men's 7 and beyond. Greater surface area, greater length, for more stability, and enabling more skiers to continue tricking beyond their youth years, as it were. And there we see another example of one of the towboats from one of our towboat partners, the Mastercraft ProStar Stars and Stripes. We'll try and get you some point scores during the day. But if you want to keep up on the point scores as they are being made available and official, then the site you should go to is Waterski Results. So if you're watching this, I'm sure it's on one tab on your computer. If you're checking in on slalom, it's on another tab, and the third tab on your on the top of your list should be Waterski Results. And the first link at the top of the page on Waterski Results pertains to the National Championships. And there you'll find the running orders. You'll find the latest scores as they become available. All right, so we've got competitive action on the slalom lake. So men's 5 is under progress right now on the East Lake, and that's where you'll find the webcast for that event. But just navigate into the TWBC YouTube channel, and you will get the men's 5 slalom. Also, speaking about the TWBC YouTube channel, subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, and then you'll be informed as to when we go live next time for a tournament. Now, beyond these national championships, the next event that will be going live will be the European U14 and U17 championships, coming to you live from Greece. That will be next week. All right there, so we got Greg Stokes. Little bit of Toby Keith playing in the background. Hopefully that doesn't compromise the webcast. So here we go. This is Greg Stokes. As you can plainly see, he has adaptive needs. And coming into the course, he's going to do some one-ski tricks. Riding that Goode trick ski. There we go. There's the side reverse, back and front, back and front reverse. Going for the 5 back there. 5 back on the surface. Does he go for anything more at this point? It takes a fall on the O. So far on that one ski, he scores 430 points. Now any prognostications I give in that regard with using the Trick Ski Calc app, which is available on Android and Apple. Any prognostications based upon that are purely from me and are not by any way official. Using the app, I was able to score some tricks, some side slides and reverses, a back and a front. And then the reverses of each move. And came up with the current point score of around about 430. So we'll try and get you the official score broadcast here as the event progresses. Taking a bit of a hit there as he worked his way to the front. That is Greg Stokes. Men's 7 tricks continuing on. We've got Gregory Hattaway getting ready to go next behind the Nautique towboat.
We've had some mic problems. We're just getting underway, so I apologize for the delay for all of those of you who have been skiing, and we will get with our program. It's 65 degrees right now, sunny skies. We'll be up to 80.
All right.
85 degrees.
It's a little bit chilly this morning for those of you that aren't used to this kind of weather. If you call 65 degrees Fahrenheit chilly. All right, here we go, Greg Stokes. All going down pretty hard there. That is Greg Stokes. So coming to us from Rocky Mount in North Carolina, that is Greg Stokes.
In the 2026 Goode National Water Ski Championships, the Hanky Panky Man, here with Hall of Famer Paul Chapin.
We're going to get ready for our next competitor. This is Gregory Hattaway.
Of course, what an incredible story this gentleman has. World champion, adaptive world champion, and also competing in our regular tournaments. And just an amazing human being. It's 22 off. Craig Chen. On the water right now on the...
All right, then, coming in, this is Gregory Hattaway. Coming to you from Kinston in Alabama. Here we go. There's the wake front to get things up and running. Now each of our competitors only have 20 seconds from the start of their first trick to right the way to the end They've got to pile on the points very, very quickly indeed. There's an attempt to the 7 to 360-degree turns back to back with no hesitation in the middle. But there we go. That is Gregory Hathaway from Kinston in Alabama, who comes into this event with a best score of 960 points. He skied that over at the Ski Chased Fall Classic of last season. Now any tournament scores that were produced at last year's nationals and beyond that are actually classed as 20 scores for the next season, which in this case, for Gregory Hathaway, one of his best scores was performed in the fall of last calendar year. So far as this season is concerned, the best score that he's been able to muster in this calendar year of 2026 is 940 points. So Greg Hathaway doing his best work out there. Qualified for these national championships by placing, I believe, in the Eastern Regional Championships. Actually, the Southern Regional Championships, where he produced a score of 800 points for second place. Okay, so looking here at Gregory Hathaway, trying to throw some fives into the mix so far as the surface tricks are concerned, and tried his best to throw a 7 in there just to make sure that it got scored from not one but 2 attempts at that. So there we go. That's Greg Hathaway, our third skier out on the water in men's 7 tricks. Okay, so next skier up is going to be Bob Magnus. All right, so Bob Magnus, yet another of those skiers that has opted to go with a bigger trick ski, the Goode 55-inch trick ski. Not too sure whether it's modeled on the MK1, which has won rave reviews over the last few seasons for its ability to be a stable platform, especially for tow tricks. Now Goode also produced another trick ski called the Avalon, which was released about 2 or 3 seasons ago, and has won equally rave reviews for its ability to provide a good edging platform for hand tricks, especially where it pertains to ski lines and flips and all of the rest. Bob Magnus. And did some backs and did the 180s to the back, and tried the surface O reverse, I believe, but we'll work these out together. So while it's being picked up, we'll have a look at the instant replay for Bob Magnus, who comes to us from Richmond in Virginia. A back and a front. There's the reverse back. And just started to get stalled in towards the back there, so getting into a little bit of a sticky situation there. Let's see what he can do with his second pass coming up. Okay, looks like we got our first point score of the day officially. Dirk Britton with 400 points. 400 points for Dirk Britton. I'm sure that we'll get some scores coming through very, very soon. We're continuing on with men's 5 slalom on the other webcast. If you choose to go and view that one, or why not really put your computer to the test and open up a couple of tabs and use one tab for the slalom event and one tab for the tricks and jump event. And if your system can accommodate a third tab, then have that situated with waterskiresults.com, and from there you'll be able to get live scoring on both the slalom and the trick lakes this morning. All right then, folks, here we go. This is Bob Magnus. Looking good here. With a wake trick to open things up, a slip in from one side of the wake to the next. Bob Magnus with a surface 5 front. Nicely done. Look at this. And a surface 5 back. And there's the reverse. He nails that one. Tries to go for the 7, but didn't quite have enough momentum to work his way through. But Bob Magnus doing a grand job out there. Our 4th skier off the dock. In the men's 7 event, we have a total of 17 trickers in this division, and looking forward to seeing every single one of them. As we look at Bob Magnus getting a little bit closer to that to one of the jump course buoys, but managing to keep the handle down nice and low and for the majority of the run, and looking pretty stout out there, Bob Magnus. So there we go. We've got Bob Magnus, and and coming into the course as we switch live, we've got Alvin Neff. Now I don't know whether he will be continuing to for a re-ride on pass number 1, or they're going to take him straight there. But he fell on his way into the course here. And I think he actually fell while performing a 180 to the back, although we haven't even gotten past the green buoy at this point. So I don't know what the officials are going to do with this, whether they will take him back for the first pass, or they will take him back to the other end of the lake to start his second attempt. But either way, he hasn't scored a thing yet. This is Alvin Neff. He comes to us from Rogers in Arkansas. South Central Regional Championships he participated in. So just confirming under the rules that govern these national championships, which are normally homologated to an E and an L class, that you can't take a fall out of course without incurring the penalty of losing the entirety of that pass that you're approaching the course with. So Alvin Neff is going to be taken round the turn at the opposite end of the lake, and then we will take him into the course for pass number 2. All right, as our next skier awaits his turn, it's going to be Mark Chambers. Another skier out of the South Central region. Alvin Neff, by virtue of the fact that he comes to us from Rogers, Arkansas, is also a skier from the South Central region. All right then, moving right along, we've got Alvin Neff in men's 7 tricks. Oh, we got the 180 to the back and to the front, 180 back and front reverse. Being a retired dentist, he certainly has a lot to be happy about. Wake back and wake front. Couple of side slides here and there. Goes for the 5 back and unfortunately takes the fall. So good skiing there from Alvin Neff. A good recovery after that rather early fall on pass number 1. And being as it's a rather simplistic pass that he had just performed, let's go through these tricks together. Back and front, reverse back and reverse front. And then from here, I believe he went out to the wake. No, he actually did a surface O. And it's reverse. So by about this point, he scored 420. The wake back and then the wake front to come afterwards. Trying to keep as much control on that line as possible. Did the side slide and the reverse. Now, assuming that each of these score up to this point, he scores 660 points. He tried the 5 back, and unfortunately takes the fall. So, if you want to make a little note there for Alvin Neff, 660 points, unofficial score there. Here comes Mark Chambers. Positional and across the wakes here, and not looking at all bad at this time. Mark Chambers, a proud skier of behind the Mastercraft towboat. He wears the livery on his equipment. So we'll have a look at the Mark Chambers with the instant replay in just a moment or so. And here he comes. A positional to the back. But this is within the course, so it should score the appropriate points. Wake front. Wake back and wake front. Goes for the surface move after he goes goes on his merry way off the wakes. Now Mark Chambers, I believe, comes to us from the Austin area of Texas, as I mentioned before. Comes to us actually from Kingwood in Texas. Age 58, according to the information that I have presented in front of me. All right there, so Mark Chambers about to be taken back out onto the water. His best score. This was produced last season with a score of 1,210 points. At the regional championships, scored 570 points to place in first in men's 7 tricks in that tournament. So looking to get a bit of an uptick so far as his point scoring is concerned, at least from the regionals standpoint anyway. Now we're looking to try and update you with some scores from the tricks event as they become available. Loading up some scores here from the tricks event, and the only score that I have so far is that of Dirk Britton. His score is the only one that's been published so far today. With 400 points, we hopefully will get you some more scores as they arrive in. Mark Chambers working off that single trick ski. Let's have a look and see what he's got here. There's the Surface O and the Surface O reverse. Nicely done here. 720-degree turn from back to back. That's what he tried to attempt anyway, or one of the disjointed 540-degree spins. But he threw his best array of tricks that he could possibly muster towards the end of that second pass. And there we go. Mark Chambers skis in towards the dock and leaves the way open. For our next competitor, it should be Tim Mower. Still continuing to slalom on the other lake, and men's 5 slalom is taking place right now. Tim Mower tricking right now in men's 7. Coming to us from Chippewa Falls in nearby Wisconsin, so a skier out of the Midwest. Probably didn't have to travel all that far to get here. Or goes for the line back and attempts to spin to the front in anticipation of going for a wake line O. So as we go to the instant replay and check out Tim Mower's performance. He started off with a wake back and then followed up with the wake front, so 160 points already from the first 2 tricks. back and front, reverse back and reverse front. Then lines himself up with a positional to the back and the surface back, actually a wake back to back. But not a bad effort here all the way through there for Tim Moa, managing to stand up all the way and giving himself plenty of encouragement going through. I say stayed up all the way within 20 seconds. I think that when he got that line back, or at least attempted the line back, the 20 seconds would have expired by about that time anyway, so not losing much as a result of that fall. For those of you that haven't subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel, why haven't you? It's there. It's free. And whenever you subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel, you get to chat with me on the live webcast coverage of this Westlake action of the national championships. So here we go. We're looking at Tim Moa. There's the toe side. There's the reverse toe side, which unfortunately he didn't ski beyond that point. So Tim Moa is going to be swimming into the shore, unfortunately, as a result of that fall. And looks like our first person chatting with me this morning is Tony Bondonzi. Good morning from Texas. Thank you for your announcing, as always. My pleasure and absolutely entirely there. So we're just looking and seeing the fall once again for Tim Moa on the early part of pass number 2. All right there, coming off the dock, our next competitor is Craig Brooks. Craig Brooks. We'll get some stats on him in a moment. Coming to us from Delaware in Ohio. So a skier out of the Midwest. Just waiting for his moment to start. He's waiting a while here. He's going to be running out of lake fairly soon. That's the Waco to get things started, and the 20 seconds started as soon as that ski lifted off the top of the wake to start the spin for the Waco. Going through the wake backs, and unfortunately there for Craig Brooks, a skier out of the Buckeye State of Ohio, who came into this event with a best score of 1,550 points, but didn't get off to too much of a sprightly start with the first trick on pass number 1. But managing to settle down a little bit there with the surface tricks with the back and the front and the surface back-to-backs. I'm sure that he'll have some greater spins with greater degree of rotation coming up on pass number 2. As our previous skier looks on from the water, that he's to the shoreline that he's just swam to. That was Tim Moa. But skier on the water right now is Craig Brooks. We are about a little bit short of halfway down this list, and John Piccioni will be our next competitor. Skier number 9 out of 17, but we still got Craig Brooks to deal with on pass number 2. This is This is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, coming to you live from Trophy Lakes Estates 3. Toe back and toe front. The first time that we've seen toe tricks so far in this this men's 7. Oh, line back and not the first person who's fallen like that, just letting the momentum of the trailing leg get the better of him, and when it goes beyond the standing foot, then the result is that it throws you off balance, and the ultimate result is a fall. So that is Craig Brooks. Just couldn't really recover well enough in time to continue to ski and ride that one out. As we now get ready for John Piccioni, who qualifies for these national championships, averaging 1,682 points. We'll get to the more specific scores in a moment. So John Piccioni, who comes to us from Meadow Lakes, and comes into these national championships with a best score this season of 1,800 points. In the South Central Regionals, he placed 4th, and that's how he qualified for these national championships, earning his ticket to the big dance here with 1,650 points. And preferring to ski behind the Nautique, one of our towboat partners here at the American Water Ski Association, and the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And our other towboat partners are Malibu and Mastercraft. We thank each of them for their remarkable contributions, not only for these national championships, but during the whole course of the water ski season. And long may that continue. Here we go, folks. This is John Piccioni. Okay, here we go. This is John Piccioni. Going through the surface moves, then now working his way out towards the wake. Here is the reverse wake back-to-back. Keeping the handle down. Oh, look at this. Spinning into the wrap for a Waco. Does he go for something more here? Oh, it's a reverse Waco. Look at this. Wake back. Wake front, and John Piccioni. Fantastic skiing there. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Men's 7 tricks. Now it's starting to come alive with John Piccioni. Goes for the back and the front, and the reverse back and reverse front here. Already 240 points. Now goes for the wake back-to-back and goes for the reverse, which he nails that one shot there. And look at this. A surface O. And not a bad effort here from John Piccioni, especially with that reverse Waco. Normally by about halfway down, any attempts to do reverses of high rotation tricks such as the Waco are normally fraught with difficulty. But he seems to have gotten a pretty good handle on the reverse Waco, and that was a crucial portion of the pass that allowed him to ski all the way through. That's John Piccioni Brian Adrians is our next skier to go, and he is just trying to go through his visualizations right now, or at least trying to cut up a little bit with the boat crew to try and relax and take it all in his stride. This is John Piccioni. Toe back and toe front. Toe side. And the reverse. Oh, and the reverse is the one that triggers the fall there for him. And it's a relatively simple move. It is 130 points. But unfortunately for him, that's not going to cut much ice because he took the fall on the reverse. Did the toe O for starters. There's the toe back and the toe front. Toe back, toe front. So on that pass by itself, 530 points on the strength of the toe O and the toe backs. Toe back and toe front and toe side. So there we go. That is John Piccioni. Now, next competitor to take to the water is Brian Adrians. Coming to us out of Shawnee in Kansas. Let's see what he's got here. Looks like it is going to be a Waco, which indeed it is. He had to take a split second out to rebalance himself. Wake back to, and falling on the wake back to back, unfortunately, there for Brian Adrians, who last year in the national championships placed second in this division and scoring 1,890 points in the process. The Midwest Regionals this year, he was able to tot up 1,320 points. So the Waco there. Back and front. Positional to the back. Tried the wake back to back and unfortunately taken the fall there. So 270 points provisionally going his way. Now these points that I'm calculating using the Trick Ski Calc app, which once again, if you're looking for this, then you should go to either the Android store or the Apple store and download that app. It's a well-designed, very, very functional app, and it was created by Jake Artang and Calvin DeBellis, given credit where credit's due. And it's certainly helping me from time to time as well as I calculate some of the provisional points that you see out there, to the tune of 270 points on pass number one for Brian Adrians on pass number one, and we'll see what he can do on pass number two. You are most certainly welcome to the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company for day two of action here at Trophy Lakes 3 Estates. So let's see if we can pick up Brian Adrians as he approaches pass number two. Looks like he is going to do toe tricks, so switching to toe ski mode on the app. Toe side, toe back, toe front, toe wake back, and now going for the line tricks. Toe wake back and toe wake front were the last ones to score. So total point score whenever you factor both passes in, 600 and actually 900 points. That was 630 points of worth of tricks on pass number 2. So a provisional score that I'm looking at right now is about 900 points. So getting in a little bit of difficulty as he transitioned from toes to steps, and having to drop the handle as he tried to spin to the front, and what I believe was going to be an attempt at a wake line out, but that is Brian Adrians from Shawnee in Kansas. All right, there. This is Jeff Van Treese coming up. So Jeff Van Treese coming in, coming up from coming here from Mary Stein in Ohio, age 66. Wake back to back, wake front, wake back, reverse. Using that momentum very nicely indeed as he tots out the points. Yeah, there you go. Fantastic skiing there. So at the Midwest Regionals that recently took place right here at Trophy Lakes 3 in Minnesota, he totted up 1,920 points, which is his best score of this season. He's backed it up with 1,820 points in the OSU Alumni and Friends. He is obviously a graduate of the Buckeyes of OSU over in Columbus in Ohio. A perennial powerhouse when it comes down to collegiate athletics in pretty much every sport that OSU chooses to sponsor, especially football. So Jeff Van Treese looking good so far. So far, so good for him. We'll try and get you some official point scores in the tricks event, and here they come. I gave you the point score for Dirk Britton, who has 400 points. This is men's 7 tricks, by the way. Greg Stokes, 430. Alvin Neff with 500. Mark Chambers with 820. Bob Magnus with 890 points. And Greg Hathaway with 1,030 points. And all of these point scores available on the Waterski Results website. All right, there. Here comes Jeff Van Treese. From Maria Stein in Ohio, here he comes. Looking good here. Toe wake back and toe wake front. Line back and line front. Couple of side slides. Yeah, there you go. 2 stand-up passes. Wow, what a great performance there from Jeff Van Treese. And he's been doing this a fair while here, so he's well used to the setting of the national championship. But he needs to look over his shoulder, I think, because I think that he left his rope in the water, and we don't need that thing in there any longer than we need it for. Look at the concentration. Just look at the focus here with the toe side and the toe side reverse. Now each of these tricks is being assessed for their accuracy. So maybe one or two of those toe side slides may not survive scrutiny from our officials, and we have a panel of trick judging officials which will look at each of these passes retroactively, because we're not live scoring per se for the tricks event. Here we go. There's a Waco. There's another Waco. This is David Allen. Now, David Allen is the guy that helps, I believe, maintain the Wistim's program in its current form on Windows. So he's the guy that you should speak to in regards to that program. And Wistim's is the water ski tournament information software. So Dave Allen looking extremely good there, and looking set to throw up a huge number there. So as we continue right along, I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company once again. You are watching coverage of the tricks and jumping event during these championships. Dave Allen, who's age 69, who comes to us from Marlboro in Maryland. Pull up some scores there for him. His best score of the season is 1,950 points. In the regionals, he scored 1,950 points there as well. So he's very consistent around about that range, just shy of a 2K. Surface turns. Surface O. Come on, Dave. Come on. Keep going. Goes for the 7. Goes for the 7 reverse. And I think that there was too much of a pause in between the first 360 and the second one to make that 720-degree turn be scored as a continuous fluid motion. Not the easiest thing to do, but Dave Allen certainly gave it his best shot, coming to us out of Marlboro in Maryland. This is 69-year-old Dave Allen. And Dave Allen competing in this category in men's 7. And for those of you wondering what age range the men's 7 is, I believe it's the division which encompasses athletes all the way up to and including 79 years of age. Or 69 years of age, I should say. Men's 7 is 65 to 69 inclusive. So he's going to be ineligible for men's 7 as he moves to men's 8 next season. So this is the last time you get to see him in this division. That's Dave Allen. But signing off in men's 7 admirably there, as we see Steve Miller. Looking very fluid out there, Stephen Miller. One of our best trickers coming into this event. Tricking just shy of a 2K this season on average. actually scrub that. He's averaging just a little bit shy of 2,300 points on average this season, and looking for a big uptick so far as his point scores are concerned. There we go. Wake line O to get things up and running. A good confidence building start here as he goes in for the wake line back. Just trying to settle his way down and using a one-handed pull to advance himself up on the boat as he completes his step sequence of surface line tricks in the middle, preceded, bookended by a wake line back and a wake line front. So let's have a look and see towards the end. Wake back to back. Nice grin on his face there. I don't know whether that was a grin or a grimace, but good skiing there from Stephen Miller. I'll try and grab a little bit of info on Steve Miller and try to keep you informed as we continue to rock our way through this event. We're going very, very quickly, it would appear. So coming to us out of Cedar Park. Actually comes to us from Marysville in Maryland. Toe wake back, toe wake front. Not getting much height on the toe wake front. They might cut him on that one as we go. Stephen Miller. He too is another skier that's age 69, which means that this is the last chance that you'll see him in men's 7 tricks. Wake front, wake back, wake front. Stand up, two 20-second runs, and does it? He even throws a Waco at the end just for attention. I'm guessing. I don't know. He may have wanted to get a little bit more by the way of tricks, but fantastic effort there. That is Stephen Miller, whose best trick score of the season is 23.60. He backs that up with a 2040 from the regionals not too long ago for a first-place finish at Bear Hollow. But looking in good shape here. Just going through his positional cues there. Steve Miller. There you go. And I promised myself I wasn't going to go for a Steve Miller Band reference, but certainly no clowns or jokers here. But there you go. Fantastic effort there from Steve Miller. Now Paul Backlund. Starting off with a Waco high tempo start here. Let's see if he can continue that high tempo for the remainder of the tricks. Well, there was a slight pause there, so maybe not, but let's have a look through the surface back-to-backs. Holds onto that reverse back there for a wake back-to-back, and it rotates for the reverse wake back-to-back. And there you go, a couple of side slides at the end. Fantastic effort there for Paul Backlund. So Paul Backlund, who still has one more year of eligibility in men's 7. He's age 68. And Paul Backlund in the Wisconsin States are a trick in 22.70 there. And backs it up with 22.40. So he's been pretty consistent in the 2200 range, especially when you consider that the only other tournament that he competed in this season was the Stillwaters Open, where he tricked 22.30. So whenever he has gone out and tricked in competition, he's been pretty pretty consistent around the 2200 point range, or just a little ways above it. Anyway, that is Paul Backlund. He comes to us from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. So Oconomowoc, Wisconsin, are located just a few clicks north of Milwaukee, over there on the shores of Lake Michigan. So positional out of course here. Just trying to get nicely warmed up and settled in for pass number 2. This is Paul Backlund from Oconomowoc, Wisconsin. I do love that name. There we go. That's toe side and toe side reverse. Toe wake back. Toe wake front. And as we continue to work our way down the men's 7 trickers, we're going to see more consistent competitors and some of them more accomplished. There's the wake line back and wake line front. Oh, here he goes for the wake line O. Oh, tries to throw that in and unfortunately coming up short, but there you go. That's Paul Backlund from Wisconsin. Just a few clicks down the road from here. We're actually just barely inside the state of Minnesota. Not too far away is St. Croix, which is across the river and into Wisconsin. We're here at the Trophy Lakes 3 Estates as we look at Paul Backlund one last time before we go on to Darren Janzig. Okay, so as we transition from one and we go to a competitor who's been quite a busy man here in recent times. This is Darren Janzig, and I think this is about the only time where he can actually settle down and do something that's more akin to personal achievement, because this guy here, Darren Janzig, who comes to us from Center City in Minnesota, which is pretty much where we are right now. He actually is building his own house here on this property that is Trophy Lakes Estates 3. And aside from all the stress and strain that comes with doing that, he's also the main point guy in terms of organizing these national championships, the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals. Here we go. This is a wake line back, line front, line back, wake line front. This is Darren Janzig. Looking good, positional to the back, wake back to back, wake back to back, reverse, surface back to backs. Now goes to the front, wake O, position to the back, wake, some wake tricks. Oh, goes for the 5 front, and that was probably at the end of the 20 seconds of time that he had assigned to him for that particular run, and indeed for all of our runs. Each run is 20 seconds in duration, starting from the first complete movement towards a trick. So looking good and looking very, very fluid here, Darren Janzig, who skied in the Pan American Water Ski Championships recently in the senior division, tricking 26:10 in that competition. He backed it up with another score this season with 24:50. In the Midwest Regionals, they didn't pan out too well for him in men's 7 tricks. He scored a 3rd place finish with 1,760 points. All right, as we continue to work our way along, I'll try and get you up to speed so far as latest scores are concerned in the tricks event in men's 7. Not much to report beyond what I told you a few minutes ago. Greg Hadaway with 1,030 points. Greg Brooks with 970 points. Bob Magnus with 890. Those are your top 3 at the moment. But I do have to say that we've seen a lot more skiers that have produced points in excess of what we've found out so far with the latest results update. So we'll see if we can catch up a little bit with that as we look and admire Darren Janzig's ability to turn toe tricks here. A skier out of Center City, old Minnesota. Oh, man, he almost recovered out of that toe O. He did the initial toe O into wrap, and as he very, very intelligently spun out of that so that he would at least get one of those 2 toe O's scored, or at least attempt to anyway. So Darren Janzig, who is our 3rd seeded skier coming into these national championships, having averaged 2,480 points out of the Midwest region, skiing behind his boat of choice, which is the Malibu Response TXI. And Malibu, alongside Mastercraft and Correctcraft with their Nautique, are the towboat partners. There you go. He didn't put the tow rope within reach. So however much he tried, he couldn't grab onto the rope because it just wasn't there for him. So next competitor up is going to be Mitch Grauer, coming to us out of the South Central region. Okay, so Mitch Grauer, who once again snagged a national jump title yesterday. Jump in excess of 120 feet. Mitch Grauer comes to us from Carrollton in Texas, age 65. So he's still got a few more years left in men's 7. Won the national title in jump yesterday, as I mentioned, but wasn't particularly pleased about the performance in itself. He was searching for a result that would have gotten him close enough to the national jump record in men's 7. Although he still has plenty of time to do that in terms of age eligibility, so far as that is concerned. Earlier on this season, he tricked at the Princeton Fall Roundup. And when I say in the season, it's the seasons work a little bit differently in the United States because the national championship is actually the start of the next season, which is 2027. So therefore, the Princeton Fall Roundup falls within that date range. So last calendar year, he tricked 2580. Has been averaging north of 2,500 points in the other tournaments that he skied in between the nationals, the 83rd Goode Water Ski Nationals and the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals. Surface O. What has he got left? Well, not much, but he gets the job done with pass number 1. So no worries there for Mitch. So let's have a look and see what he did here. Did the Waco for starters. Couple of side slides, one and the other. There's the back, there's the front, reverse back and reverse front. And they'll now surface back to backs. Gone into a little bit of difficulty towards the end, but still managed to stay upright here. So a couple of surface O's, and then once he stabilized himself, he was good to go all the way through to the end. So fantastic skiing there from Mitch Grahl. John Penner is our last skier to go. He too is a skier out of the South Central region. Mitch Grahl, a native of Carrollton in Texas, and a skier that's certainly been amongst the best in whatever age division he was eligible to ski in. There we go. This is Mitch Grahl. Couple of toe sides here. Gets out of the toe strap. Toe wake line back, and line fronts. There we go. Wake line front. Fantastic. 2 stand-up runs. Can't ask for much more than that there from Mitch Grahl in the men's 7 tricks. He is our penultimate skier in this division. So Mitch skis into the shore. Here we await his point score, and also 2 of the other skiers that are waiting to see their score. And looks like we got a bunch of scores coming through, and I'll read off those to complete what I have so far in men's 7 tricks. Mitch Grahl. With the initial toe side and the wrap toe side, a right foot forward skier, which means his reverse toe side is going to be spun towards the left, while the initial toe side is going to be on the right. Not looking bad at all, and certainly looked focused and looked purposeful out there with the tricks. 2 20-second runs. And putting himself in a decent position for a podium finish. Now let's see what John Penner can do. So John Penner. He's going to do something approximating a Waco coming to us out of Austin in Texas. There he goes. That's the Waco to get his effort started in this competition. Getting a little bit bogged down here, but continuing to ski. Wake line back, line front, line back, slow as she goes here. Some side slides, some surface turns, and not a bad effort there. So John Penner, who tricked 32.50 who actually tricked 39.40 in the Texas State in the South Central Regionals, which he used to qualify for these nationals. He ended up in first place by tricking 26.80, and the lowest score that he actually put into his set of scores for this season in men's 7, the lowest that he scored is 24.80. So he's definitely got the skills out there. His best score is 32.50 coming into these national championships. and certainly looks every bit as skilled as those point scores would suggest. John Penner, coming to you out of Austin in Texas. So John Penner, who's age 65, so he's got about 3 or 4 more years of eligibility in this division of men's 7. So here comes John Penner coming in on pass number 2, our very last skier in men's 7 tricks. Keeping the toe foot close to the standing leg, slow as she goes. It's not going to take that much for him to maybe snag the men's 7 national trick title. Toe wake front. Toho, oh, look at this. Toho out, Toho in, Toho out. Fantastic effort there. First time we've seen that performed successfully in men's 7, and it belongs to our very last competitor, who could have done enough to have taken the national men's 7 trick championships here at the 84th Goode Waterski Nationals. Coming to you out of Austin in Texas, this is John Penner. And exits less than gracefully. So we're done with men's 7. We'll now go to women's 8, but not until we've seen the instant replay. It was starting off with the toe 5 back here for John Penner, and even that first trick is one that we haven't already seen in this competition thus far. John Penner is that level of is that much of a great trick skier that his level of competence out there far outshines most of his competitors in men's 7, not only at regional level but also at national level as well. And he's been doing this for a while, so he's taken podium spots in age category divisions for as long as I've known him for, whether it be men's 4 all the way through to men's 7. So, great skiing there for John Penner. Now we're going to move on to women's 8 and Barbara Knutson. It will be our lead-off female skier for today's tricking event. From about this point onwards, we'll have 4 skiers in this division, 1 in women's 10, and then we'll have about 11 trickers to go before we end off the tricks event for today. Then we're going to go into the jump event. It shouldn't take us too long to get transition from one to the other. But skier number 18 this morning, our first skier in women's 8, this is Barbara Knutson. So women's 8, and as we go into the age category 8, it means that that the starting age range for men's or women's 8 starts off at age 70, and I'll let you determine how if Barbara Knutson is towards the younger end of the age range or the upper one. But either way, she performs well on the pass number 1. So Barbara Knutson, who comes from Fond du Lac in Wisconsin, we'll try and then bring to you some point scores to give you an idea of what she's been able to produce so far as trick scores of this season. A fall Paradise Lake tournament. She scored 600 there in the Midwest Championships. This season scored 410 to take a second place finish and a ticket to the national championships right here in her home region. Barbara Knutson getting back into the course here. There we go. That's the surface O. Does she go for the reverse? Does the surface O and a couple of side slides. Back, front. Does she go for the reverse wake back? Nope. She attempts the positional on the outside of the wake in the hopes that she would get that and get to the front for a reverse wake front. But to no avail there. So that is Barbara Knutson. Okay. So just a little bit of time on my hands right now to try and get you updated so far as the point scores are concerned. From Men 7, our previous category, we're still bringing some points in. Stephen Miller is the current leader right now in the clubhouse with 2,010 points. Jeffrey Van Treese, not too far behind, less than 1,000 points separates him and Steve Miller with 1,920 points. Dave Allen with 1,800 points. John Piccioni with 1,520. Greg Hadaway with 1,030. Brian Adrians with 1,020. Greg Brooks with 970 points. Bob Magnus. Bob Magnus with 810 points. Mark Chambers with 820. Tim Mower with 780. Alvin Neff with 500. As we see Lisa Harrison come into the course, let me tell you that Greg Stokes had 430 points and Dirk Britton on 400. Going through a nicely performed step sequence. This is women's 8 tricks. Lisa Harrison here. Lisa Harrison, who has skied at elite level in the United States of America. You'd have to go back to the late 80s to find out what world championships she competed in for the United States of America. Lisa Harrison doing a fine job with the opening pass. So coming to us from Chilota in Florida, which is to the east of the greater Orlando area. So Lisa Harrison from Chilota in Central Florida. We're looking at her tricks right now, and we see that. That her results earlier on this season at the Holy Cow Cup with 24.70 is the one outstanding score that we see above most others. The Bill Wenner Memorial record, she tricked 23.80. Fluid Fall record last calendar year with 22.30. So she's been pretty consistent going north of 2,000. That is Lisa Harrison. So Lisa Harrison coming into the course in women's 8. So women's 8. So she is at the upper end of the age range so far as women's 8 is concerned, and that maxes out at 74. So this is the last time that you'll see Lisa Harrison compete in women's 8, and she is loving life out there. Fantastic. Two stand-up runs. She's pleased about that. And going out in style with women's 8 tricks, that is Lisa Harrison. Next season, she will be in women's 9. And for those of you that are wondering about the age range for women's 8, it starts at 70 and ends at 74 inclusive. So, fantastic skiing here, just going slowly from one trick to the next, just staying focused. There you go, Lisa Harrison coming to us from the east side of Orlando in Central Florida, and therefore is a skier out of the southern region. Okay, Beth Tullio is our next athlete to take to the water. From one skier from Florida to another. It's going to be Beth Tullio. So, Beth Tullio from Lake Wells in Central Florida. Okay, skiing over in Stillwater, which is in Lake Wells in Central Florida. This is Beth Tullio. Her best score this season is 25 of 50 points. Very well spun with those initial tricks there, but where it came down to the wake back-to-back reverse, unfortunately losing her axis and was unable to ride out from that particular trick. So she might have given up a position on the podium to potentially to Lisa Harrison. We've only got 4 competitors in women's 8, so essentially it's a battle for position on the top 5 podium. Beth Tullio is our penultimate skier. We're looking at Lisa Harrison with her toe pass. So Beth Tullio getting ready for a second and final 20-second pass. Okay. Okay, as we get ready for Janie Fusold, getting ready to bring her in, let's have a quick look at the instant replay for pass number 1 for Beth Tullio. hop, skip, and a jump there for the first back-to-back, but the second one just didn't really commit to going all the way round on that one, and a little bit of a shocker there for Beth Tullio, who qualifies averaging 2,490 points. Janie Fusold getting ready to go with her trick performance behind the Nautique towboat, the brand new boat making its debut in these national championships. Was approved towards the end of last calendar year, so making its generally accepted appearance in these 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Looking good here, toe side reverse. Oh, and getting trapped there with that Toho wrapping, getting caught on the inside and just not really feeling it this morning. That is Beth Tullio. Ouch. Thankfully, the tow rope was released from the boat. That could have been really, really nasty. Beth Tullio just seemed to be a little bit unnerved by that fall on the opening pass to the point where it compromised the toe tricks on pass number 2. Beth Tullio getting a little bit broken over at the waist. This is women's 8 tricks. Age range 70 to 74 inclusive. Just didn't pull all the way in, and the rope stayed taut for most of that spin. And unfortunately for Beth Tullio, she suddenly has that sinking feeling. Now, we're moving on to our final skier in this division. This is Janie Fusold. Janie Fusold, who comes to us from Pleasant Grove in California. Going through the first few of her tricks, just going one at a time here. She knows that if she stands up her runs, the chances are definitely better than average that she could come away from this place and the 84th Goode Water Skiing National Championships with the top placement on the podium. But there you go. That's Janie Fusold throwing down her run and her best performance in the ski season. I will say between the last national championships that were held in 2025, the 83rd Goode Water Ski Nationals, and now between that time, she's compiled a score of a 26:30 last year's nationals, and since that time has been able to trick 22:70 in one tournament, one round of one tournament, and in the same tournament in a different round, scoring 2,090. Also competed in the Pan American Senior Water Ski Championships last season as well, and placed 3rd in the Ladies 4 division. Those are the stats, and the reality seems to marry up with what she's done in the past statistics-wise. As we now get ready for Janie Fusold's second and final 20-second run. Now our next competitor is going to be in women's 10. That is Janet Piercy. Janie Fusold coming in for the second and final 20-second pass, and this is our final women's 8 competitor. Looking good here. Not looking too bad. Trying to stay upright here, going from trick to trick. Nothing too intricate, but there you go. She lost her balance, lost her way a little bit there with the toe wake back, and unfortunately there for her, resulting in a fall that may have given over the national title to one of her competitors. We'll find out who it could potentially be going forwards. But Janie Fusold, not looking too bad coming into this pass, so she may still have a chance to get that top rung of the podium. That top step of the podium, I should say, here at the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals. And speaking about Goode, they've got some great products in the pipeline, and more details on that in a moment. But Janie Fusold are doing a grand job out here with the toe tricks. Up to a certain point, however, she did the toe wake back, but will she continue to retain the points for the toe wake back, or was the fall as a result of the performance of that trick? So there we go. That is Janie Fusold, and now we've got Janet Piercy, our one and only competitor in women's 10. And for the folks that are watching and listening to this webcast, I ask you, have you stopped by the Goode booth yet? Come and check out the all-new 2027 XTR and 9970 Pro. Meet the Goode team and see what's new for 2027. Stop by the Goode booth at the National Championships. And also, new for 2027, Goode has re-engineered the XTR Pro from tip to tail, with each zone of the ski designed for one specific purpose: stability, power, speed, and control, all married into that newly designed, newly re-engineered XTR Pro. You can check out the technology for yourself at the Goode booth, or go to goodeskis.com online and check out the latest and greatest to come from Goode Ski Technologies, the proud title sponsor of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Janet Piercy, our one and only competitor in women's 10, is on the water right about now. Janet Piercy, who is in the women's 10 age range, which is basically from 80 to 84 inclusive. Oh, and it goes the 180 to the front and then tried the reverse to the back, and unfortunately our Ashland, Nebraska native, they're unable to get much of anything going on with the tricks that she had so far. But there you go. That is Janet Piercy in the Nebraska state. So she tricked 970 points, and in the Midwest regional tournament, 730 points. And the regional championships took place here not too long ago at Trophy Lakes Estates 3. And we're going to go from the more matured skiing athlete to one of our younger competitors. It's going to be girls 3, Julianne Waffler. I'll try and get the name pronounced right by the time that she gets out onto the water. I do apologize for that. Julianne Waffler. I'm sure I'm going to get some nasty reactions to that mispronunciation, but I do know how to pronounce Janet Piercy's name just fine. She's just asking whether she can be transported towards the other end of the lake prior to her attempt to pass number 2, or whether she has to get up on top of the water. That's the difference between AWSA and IWWF rules that govern this particular event, the tricks event, 2 20-second passes. The object of the game is to tot up as many points as possible, with each trick having a pre-assigned point value, and each of the trick has to be performed within the specifications for each trick. Like with wake tricks, the ski has to have air between the ski. There has to be air between the ski and the water. Regular rotational tricks, which are encompassed into the wake trick category, have to be continuous within the specified rotational degrees of motion. And then there are other little bits and pieces, little subset rules for each set of tricks, such as the flips, where you can only do 6 of them in a particular run, 6 total. So here we go, Janet Piercy. As she comes back in, let me update you so far as the trick scores are concerned, and we now have a complete list of scores. Stephen Miller, up until a few minutes ago, held the lead with 2,010 points, but 4 competitors have notched up scores above him, which means that Steve Miller is in 5th place right now. Paul Backlund with 2150 is in 4th. This is men's 7 tricks. Mitch Grahl, 3rd place with 2490. Darren Janzig only 20 points ahead of him with 2510. And your pending men's 7 national trick title, it goes to John Penner, who tricked 2760. So congratulations to him. We'll get some point scores for women's 8 and women's 10. We've just seen Janet Piercy get through her effort a little bit deeper into the second pass compared to the first. So not a bad effort there from Janet Piercy. So we're moving on from women's 10 to girls 3. If you're wondering what the age range is for girls 3, or indeed boys 3, girls and boys 3 are 13 years and under. 13 years and under. For boys 3 and girls 3. And for those of you that want to see the list of age divisions, you can look under page 8 of the AWSA rules, the page which I have up on my screen right now. So now, moving swiftly along to our next competitor, this is Julianne Waffler, averaging 810 points coming into these national championships, the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals. Let's see what we've got here. Side slide, nice. Reverse side slide, good. Back and front, reverse back and reverse front. I don't know if the ski made it all the way round, but she continues on regardless. Surface O reverse. She attempts the back-to-back, but can't get the ski far enough around with that back-to-back, and just needs to pull a little bit more and have a little bit more tension on the left arm to try and square off the handle, and by doing that, the ski has a better chance of rotating all the way to the back there with that reverse back set up for the surface back-to-back, and obviously the same can be said for any setup for the wake back-to-back. So for those of you that haven't subscribed to the TWBC YouTube channel, I'd encourage you to do so. You'll be instantly informed as to the next time we go live, like this morning. Every single one of our subscribers, which is in excess of 17,000 subscribers now, I believe, have subscribed, and they were informed this morning that the national championships were back online for day 2 for the tricks and the slalom event. So we've still got the jump events to come. So Janet Werfler coming to us from Milwaukee in Wisconsin, setting up backwards here. Wake front, wake back. Surface O. No, actually it's a surface 5 back. Oh, look at this. She's managing to get the ski a little further round this time with the 180s. There you go. Fantastic skiing there from Julianne Waffle. So she'll swim into shore, and looks like it was a fairly good set there on the hole. We'll see her later on in the slalom event and maybe the jump, but Julianne Werfel, who tricked 900 points at the Wisconsin State, qualified for these by that token for these Goode Water Ski National Championships. She tricked 570 at the Midwest tournament, which took place here not too long ago. So Julianne in the water and heading her way back towards the dock as the way is left open for Riley Mickelson. Going through the first few tricks. Oh, and going down on the reverse. On the reverse surface. So Riley Mickelson, who comes to us from Minnetrista in this great state of Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes. She gets the first few tricks situated, but she goes into the surface O and just puts lets the hand go halfway through the rotation, and when the ski starts dragging like that, it's not an easy thing to recover from. This is girls 3 tricks, our second competitor out, coming to us out of the Midwest region. It is Riley Mickelson. Now Riley Mickelson, she has tricked north of 1,000 points and did that at the Ralph Samuelson Minnesota State Championships. Again held right here in the Trophy Lakes States 3. Midwest Regionals tricked 850 points. Again right here. All right, then. So working away with toe tricks into the course. This is Riley Mickelson. Setting herself up for the first few tricks. This is Riley Mickelson now. Oh, getting in a little bit of a pickle there with the first toe tricks, and gets out of that toe strap in very, very quick order. Keep on tricking. You don't lose anything by continuing to trick. There you go. There we go. That is Riley Mickelson. As the wind starts to pick up and increase in strength, which shouldn't be too much of a situation for our trick skiers to deal with. However, when it comes down to slalom and jump, they are a little bit more sensitive to wind strength and direction. As Riley Mickelson, a Wisconsin, a Minnesota native, I should say. All right there, so moving right along. Our next competitor up should be Elise Sylvie. Okay, coming to us out of Jacksonville in Texas, this is Elise Sylvie. Keeping that handle very, very close to her center, her core as it were. Reverse wake back and letting the handle go too close to the boat and unable to recover from that. So Elise Sylvie, her best score of this season leading up to these national championships was 1,170 points. In the regional championships, she ended up in second spot in the runner-up placement with 880 points. All right, so not looking too bad here, except for that. Tries the reverse wake back and gotten caught on the edge of the wake there. So for those of you that are just joining us, you are watching the Westlake coverage of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. This is girls 3 tricks. We are on our on our third competitor in the form of Elise Sylvie. Okay, as we continue on with these national championships, a quick shout out to our sponsors. Obviously, the title sponsor of these 84 for Goode Water Ski Nationals is indeed Goode, and they are in the commercial village alongside the good folks of HO, D3, Radar, and Conley. Our towboat partners are Malibu, Mastercraft, and Nautique. And also a big shout out to Russ over at Masterline, the official tow rope of this 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Elise Sylvie getting ready for pass number 2. All right, transitioning from hands to toe tricks. Oh, and did a couple of tricks. An attempt at the toe side and its reverse. But unfortunately, when it came down to her attempting the toe back, coming up a little bit short on that one, unfortunately there. That is Elise Sylvie. Ashley Kreider is our next competitor and coming to us out of Chambersburg in Pennsylvania. So therefore a skier out of the eastern region. So Ashley Kreider. So in the Pennsylvania State Championships, totting up a score of 1,220 points as our towboat makes its way into the course, skiing behind the correct craft Nautique. There's the back and front reverse, positional surface back-to-back, only one of them, mind you. Surface O, keeping the rotation consistent there. Surface 5 back. Attempting the surface 5 front and taking a pretty vicious edge halfway and into the move. But falling fairly close to the end of the 20 seconds of time that she has allocated for her for that run. But there we go. That is Ashley Kreider of Chambersburg, Pennsylvania. So looking fairly much at ease there with the trick ski for a good portion of that run up until the time that she fell. That is Ashley Kreider coming to us out of Chambersburg in Pennsylvania. And once again, a reminder that you should subscribe to the TWBC YouTube channel. You'll be involved with the live chat that's going on right now. I'm going to check up on a couple of messages. I think that some people have left on the TWBC YouTube channel for this particular event. And don't forget that we've got continuing live webcast coverage of the East Lake as well in the slalom event. But you're watching the tricks and jump events take place on this lake. A few messages. Just to clarify that Dave Allen is actually from Marlborough in Massachusetts rather than Maryland. You get the A and the D wrong in MA and MD, and throws one or two people into a bit of a tizzy, but managing to at least do my due diligence and recognizing the error. So my apologies there if I've mislocated you in regards to the states. It's still within the eastern region, mind you, but there is a major difference between Maryland and Massachusetts. But here we go. We've got Ashley here. Ashley Kreider. Toe wake back. Toe wake front. Come on. There you go. Still stay on top of the water. Fantastic effort there. That's what I like to see. A good bit of redemption there on pass number 2 to try and make up for lost tricks on pass number 1. That is Ashley Kreider. She's somewhat pleased with that. Ends off well. But you just never know how many points that she lost as a result of the fall on pass number 1. So there we go. Ashley Kreider coming to us out of Pennsylvania. Next competitor to take to the water will be Sadie Anderson. Sadie, and taking a huge edge there at almost at the beginning of that handle pass. Ouch. Sadie Anderson, already fairly stiff-legged coming in. There's a side slide. There's an attempt at the reverse. There's the back. There's the reverse back and reverse front, and now this is where things start going a little bit sideways on her. Mind you, she had a few tricks as a lead in here. Boom, tries to go for the surface 5 back. So she had a few tricks up to that point for Sadie Anderson. But needs to ski a little bit more compressed with the knees so that she has more control over the ski rather than the ski controlling her. So Sadie Anderson getting ready for the getting ready for a second pass. Comes to us out of Maize in Kansas, which is where the national championships have been held before over at Mystic. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company. Here we are at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, and Sadie Anderson, who placed in 5th at the Midwest Regional Championships with 1,200 points. At the Kansas State, she came away with a score of 1,330 points. I tell you what, some of these toe tricks are looking pretty sweet right now, especially the rapidly spun toe back and toe front. Did 4 toe tricks, now working in for the remaining tricks that got lost in the ether as a result of that fall on pass number 1. There you go. Wake back to back. And another skier that has made it through pass number 2. Fantastic effort. It's a great effort there from Sadie Anderson. So swimming into shore, we'll have a look at the instant replay here for Sadie Anderson. A native of Maize in Kansas, which is not too far away from Wichita. So looking at this once again, and we're going to go from one Sadie to another. Sadie Spatafor who will be coming in on a wakeboard. There's the wake back and wake front. Very rapidly spun here. Oh, look at this. 720 right there. I don't know how the judges are going to pick this apart, but I tell you what, looking good there. That is a Sadie Spatafor. And how many seconds did she take to go through that pass? Great skiing there from Sadie Spatafor, and there is a reason why she has that little tape on her left knee. That is to indicate to the officials that that is actually her front foot. So that's a vital point of reference going forwards. Sadie Spatafor. Be interested to find out where she comes from. Comes to us out of Maple Grove in Minnesota, so a native of the state that has 10,000 lakes apparently. Don't know how anyone would count the amount of lakes, but it is what it is. Sadie Spatafor, who this time last year at the Goode Water Ski National Championships, the 83rd edition, where she was in Girls 2, she tricked 1,800 points. Midwest Regional was 1,760 points in Girls 3 for a 4th place finish. And anyone who finishes on the podium is eligible to ski in the National Championships out of their respective regional championships, whether it be the East, the South, the Midwest, the South Central, or the Western regions. So here we go, folks. Coming on in. This is Sadie Spatafor. 5 back, reverse. Tries to go for 7s here. Some of the moves that she could... Whoa, look at this. My head's spinning looking at this. Going for the wake trick there. There you go. Fantastic effort. I like that. All the way through. 2 stand-up runs. Knocking it down with the wakeboard. That is Sadie Spatafor. Sadie Spatafor coming into the court, coming into the shore. Coming to us out of Maple Grove in Minnesota. Wow. Okay, so coming in. This is going to be Grace Harden. Out of Douglas Hills in Kentucky, in the Bluegrass State. From one trick to the next on that trick ski. Wake back to back. Some surface moves there. Wake line back. Line front. Line back. Wake line front. And 20 seconds should expire around about the time that she throws in the side slides, or maybe a little bit before when she was halfway through a step sequence. But I like what I'm seeing so far from Grace Harden from Douglas Hills in Kentucky, and we're moving through these trick skiers like you would not believe. We're on skier number 7. Of the girls' 3 tricks, and I think we've only just gotten into this event maybe about somewhere between 30 and 40 minutes ago. This is incredible stuff. We've still got more tricks events during the course of this 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals, but much of today on the West Lake, on the west side, is going to be dedicated towards the jump event, where we will have a total of 52 jumpers. After we get done with the tricking, we're on skier number 29 now, out of when you combine all of the divisions that we've had so far, with men's 7, women's 8, and women's 10. We're about a little over halfway into girls 3, and we'll try and update you so far as the results are concerned momentarily. But in the meantime, Grace Harden now. Here we go now. Wrapped in for a toe-o or toe 5 back. Whoa, getting into a little bit above it there and just losing her axis there. Grace Harden. So no points will come the way of that second pass of toes on the because of that fall. So everything that she scores will be exclusively due to the hand tricks that she performed. Right, moving on from Grace Harden, we now go to Violet Burdick. Coming to us from Brighton in Michigan, this is Violet Burdick. Looks like she is wrapping in for a Waco or it could be something a little bit more substantial beyond that. Could be a wake 5 back. Two options here that she can use. Waco, there we go. Knocks that one down. There's the back and front. Holds on to the reverse back. And knocks down the wake back to back, and there is the wake front. Doesn't go for the reverse wake front. Instead, goes to the stepping option. And almost losing the balance towards the end, but a good effort there. And I'm sure that her father, Cale Burdick, is in the towboat right now, overseeing what her daughter is doing out there, out on the water in the girls' 3 tricks. Now, girls 3 is the age range of 13 years of age and under. So Violet Burdick standing up. Her best score coming into this event is 2,900 points, which would go along with an average of tricking 2610 as an average score. 20 in the 2026 Midwest Regional Championships, which again was held here not too long ago. She tricked 2250. So she's definitely got the skills to move up the ladder and potentially on the podium. She is our number 4 seed coming into this event. Coming to us out of Brighton in Michigan, this is Violet Burdick. Let's see what she can do. There we go. Attempts the toe 5 back, a little bit of a partition spin there. There's the back, there's the reverse back and reverse front. Goes straight into the surface back to backs. Toe side reverse. Toe wake back. Toe wake front. Keeping her balance. Oh, look, toe into wrap there and managing to get the first to spin. And I don't know if they're gonna score that first one, or maybe they'll score the first one, but definitely not the second because she fell on the second. But they need to determine whether she fell as a consequence of actually performing the initial trick rather than on the recovery phase of that trick. So looked good for much of this pass. Got most of the tricks that she wanted to. So looking at this from Violet Burdick, a weight was already on the back of the ski, and it didn't get any better for her going forwards as she tried to recover out of that trick. Now the judges are going to try and pick that apart. This is Zoe Atwell. Going through the surface tricks very, very rapidly here in girls 3 tricks. Zoe Atwell. All getting into a little bit of difficulty towards the end, but not much of a problem there for her as she got almost all the way through on a pass number 1. This is Haley Atwell. Is it Haley Atwell? No, it's Zoe Atwell. Where did Haley come from? Yep, this is Zoe Atwell. Just to clarify, Zoe Atwell. And from what I understand, during men's 6 slalom, or is it men's 5 slalom, they've got a multiple-way runoff getting ready to go. We're not going to have anything close to that many in a potential trick runoff. In any potential trick runoff, as Zoe Atwell from Essex in Illinois. Yes, Essex. Yeah, that's the county in England where I'm originally from. Yes, absolutely. All right, then. So we've got Zoe Atwell. No relation to Haley Atwell, who was Agent Carter in the Marvel movies. That's where that came from. But Zoe, she definitely comes to us from Essex in Illinois. Her best score is 26.60 in the last competitive year that started with last year's Goode Water Ski National Championships, the 83rd edition. We're in the 84th edition right now. And in that same competitive year, she also tricked 26.60 as well in the Midwest Regional. So she's been consistent from this time last year right up until now. Toe 5 back. Almost losing that trick and the rest of them with opener in the second and final 20-second pass. Toe sides on each direction. Toe wake front. Oh, goes for the toe O wrapping and gets the first toe O spin, and unfortunately unable to recover out of it for the second. But there we go, fantastic skiing. I like what I'm seeing there from Zoe Atwell as we now go on to our final 2 competitors in the tricks event for today. There's still going to be plenty more tricking to come during the course of this 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. But for the time being, at least, we are down to 2 more skiers in the tricks event for today. Everything else that you're going to see from here on out is going to be the jump event, and there are going to be 52 total jumpers coming your way after we conclude the tricks event. So plenty of action to come. Zoe Atwell, for her part, doing the best that she can with what she has. Toe wake back and toe wake front, and then tries to settle in. But she rushed her turn into the rope and unfortunately did not come out the underside unscathed. Elise Mallett, who comes to us out of Texas and therefore the South Central region. Wake back to back and reverse. Not looking bad here. And I'll update you on some scores coming through in just a moment. There's the line back and line front, a couple of sides, and good, solid effort there from Elise Mallett. So Elise Mallett, who hails out of San Antonio in Texas. Scored 3,000 points exactly in the junior in the SCR Junior Development Tournament and Clinic. Did that not only once but twice, and won that tournament. The placing in first in girls 3 in the junior development competition in the South Central Regional Championships. She is your champion in girls 3 tricks, having tricked 22.80. Elise Mallett, who averages 28.50. I believe you take 3 scores into your average. Because last season she tricked 26.50 at the Goode Water Ski National Championships, the 83rd edition. And when you try and average out the best score, best, second best, and third best score, the average, I believe, comes out to 28.50 as she works her way around the turn island and gets ready for pass number 2, Elise Mallet. We only have one more skier to go, and it's going to be Kate Nelson. That'll be our 33rd and final skier of tricks for today. Here is Elise Mallet, wrapping in for what I believe is going to be a toe 5 back, which indeed it is. Then recovers there from that move. Reverse toe back and surface toe back-to-backs, holding it in, toe wake back-to-back, toe wake front, couple of toe sides here and there, and now working away toe O, and unfortunately unable to recover on that one. So we've had a few attempts at the toe O wrapping, and none of them have been successful in the recovery phase of that trick. True, each of those competitors spun in and got round 360 degrees, but when it came time to recover from that trick and stay upright, each of them has come short, including Elise Mallet, who we see out on the water right now with the instant replay. So coming to us out of San Antonio in Texas, Elise Mallet. So coming to us out of Burlington in Wisconsin, this is going to be Kate Nelson, who comes into these national championships with a best score of 44.40. Wake line O to get things up and running. Wake line back, line front, line back. Coming to us out of the southern region. Actually from the Midwest region, I beg your pardon, but she has tricked in the southern region. Was part of that iTrick Invitational tournament, which took place over in Sunset Lakes, and that was the reason that she got that pretty hefty score of 44.40 in the third round in that competition. In the Midwest regionals, just looking to see what she tricked there. She won that competition, but with a score that was incredibly subpar with 28.40. So we'll see what she can do by way of recovery after that fall, about 3/4 of the way into pass number 1. She's got plenty more tricks to go, but will those tricks end up being enough to allow her to get to the top of the podium for girls 3? It's Kate Nelson. This is our final tricker of the day. You've seen 32 other trickers come and go, and this is tricker number 33. Interesting that she chooses to go switch grip with her line tricks. Allows her to keep her shoulders upright, and for them to remain still. Wake 5 front, a positional to the back. Wake 5 front reverse. Because of the truncated nature between those two wake 5 fronts, a positional between the two is allowed. Wraps in for off that second wake O and slips into the water on that wake 5 back right to the very end. But I think that she has enough. She's done enough tricks on pass number 1 to really give her some encouragement going along. I mean, she would have loved to have gotten through to the last 2 or 3 tricks at the end of pass 1, granted. But she would like to take the win here. Girls 3 tricks national. Oh, there we go. Toho into wrap. Good recovery. The first and only skier that we've seen do that. But when it came time for her to wrap into the Toho again in preparation for the Toho Waco to come afterwards, unable to get the job done. But she may have gotten enough points on those 2 passes alone, despite the falls on each one, to allow her to ascend the podium. We'll keep an eye on the scores going forward. But that concludes the tricks event for today on the west side, the West Lake, here at Trophy Lakes Estate 3. As we look at the instant replay one more time for Kate Nelson out of Wisconsin, Burlington, Wisconsin, as she takes the fall about 3 or 4 tricks away from completing that pass. So as she's picked up, she's going to be taken back to the dock. She's not particularly pleased with the effort, but maybe the result is all that matters. She probably has a trick score of maybe 2,800, maybe over 3,000. But that concludes the tricking event for today. The action that you will see from here on out will be the 52 or so jumpers that we have on the list. The 52 jumpers are from men's 6. Girls 2, girls 3, boys 2, men's 8, men's 9, men's 10, and men's 11. All that to come as we continue on with live coverage on the West Side Lake here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And there'll be plenty more where that came from right after this.
My name is Thibaut Dalen, and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today, I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world-famous water ski hotspots.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
It's always summer at Shoe Schwab Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shoe Schwab Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selection, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shoe Schwab Ski and Board online at shoeschwabsnb.com.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
They'll all tell you their boat's the best. We don't need to, because the moment you're behind the wheel of a Mastercraft, you'll feel it. Speaking of performance, watch this. In the boat, plush, premium, cool to the touch, plus the smartest tech and the smoothest ride. Because we're built to last, not just built to sell. You might call it bold. We just call it the standard. Mastercraft. Better every time.
World record ropes Masterline.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you. Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will.
Hey, how's it going? Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy. Travel like a VIP every time you book with us. Receive perks like complimentary daily breakfast, room upgrades, resort credits, preferred access at thousands of luxury hotels worldwide, trips you actually want to take without the overwhelm from beaches in Portugal to African safaris, a vineyard weekend in Sonoma, or a solo escape to Mexico, curated just for you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
USA.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat, a place where that summer feeling lasts all year long, a place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers, a place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shushwapsnb.com.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Masterline. Made in the USA.
All right, then. Welcome back to continuing and live coverage of the Goode Water Ski National Championships for 2026. My name is Tony Lightfoot, and I'm glad to have you on board.
Hey, Bo, try to make sure you get scoring confirmation before you go if you can, but don't slow down if that makes sense.
All right, so Greg Bryans is our first competitor out, and I believe that he'll be jumping at the 1 meter 35 ramp. And the reason why it's 1 meter 35 is because it ties into the fact that it's exactly 4 foot high. He'll be our only jumper at this particular ramp height, and then we'll move it back up to the 1.5 meter ramp height, or 5 foot high. As we zoom out, you'll probably get a pretty good indication of how short that ramp is in terms of height. But Greg Bryans jumping purely for overall purposes. I do like the socks, though. It's probably not going to take that much of a cut at it, I would imagine, but we'll see what we'll see. All right, here we go, folks. Coming in, first jump on the 4 foot high ramp, up and over, and we'll get a score. So it won't be especially long, given the height of the ramp, but it is a score nonetheless, and that's the important thing for Craig Bryans at this stage of the game. This is a men's 6 jump. This is the final men's 6 event. They had tricking yesterday, and they had also slalom yesterday. So, as with many event categories here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, they try and spread the events across over 2 days. You know, whether it's slalom and trick on one day, as was the instance yesterday for men's 6, and jump today. That's what they try and do. We've got 52 jumpers lined up. 51 remaining from this point onwards, at least according to the list, and maybe 1 or 2 that scratch, however, but that's the list, and that's what we've got. So here we go. We've got Greg Bryans. So we're going to get a distance. It is 13.7 meters. 13.7 meters, or 45 feet. On jump number 1. Jump number 2, I suspect, is going to be a little bit longer because he used a little bit more of the top top edge of the jump. It wasn't pulled over the top right corner. Was going more or less very, very close to the center. And yeah, not a bad looking jump there. Might have been a little bit longer had the ramp been about a foot higher, but who am I to suggest that? Okay, it's going to be 13.9. or 46 feet. So not a bad effort so far, I'd have to say. Seems to know his limitations in regards to jumping at this level. Let's see if he can conjure up a little bit more in terms of distance with his third and last jump. Greg Bryans, who comes to us out of Jasper in Georgia. That's in the southern region. Yeah, moving across towards the center in an effort to get more distance, and it worked for the second jump, and it will probably work for the third one. Ooh, and almost went into the dock or through the dock, but managing to still stay okay. A decent edge. Now you know that he's edging because the ski's direction doesn't really waver too much going across the ramp. So if you can maintain your direction going across the jump, either through the middle or through the top left-hand corner, then there is a pretty definite edge surrounding that particular jump at any given moment. All right, then, that's 14.2 meters, 14.2 or 47 feet. That's the upper level for that foot range. 14.2 or 47 feet, landing all three jumps. And now we're moving the ramp up from 4 foot high to 5 foot high. It's going to take us a little bit. So make sure that you stay tuned, and as we go on to our next jumper, who is going to be Alan Barron.
Yeah, and they all went they were all right around 2 full. Yeah. Run off, and then unfortunately they got 1.5, right?
Yeah, man, they thought he got 2 1/4 on his first run, but they reviewed it and only gave it 2. He said he let go 2 frames before the movie, or he would have been in third. Straight away in the runoff.
He got hosed. That might be worth $100.
They looked at 10 times.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, they figured it out.
So Alan Barron works, just waits for the ramp to be raised from 4 foot high to 5 foot.
I've been there lots of times.
We've all been there.
What's your plan?
Just to land. Plans to land.
If I land my first one, then I might make some different decisions. Nail down. So you go left to right on the first one? Yeah.
So, not much to say really at this stage. The 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships continues on with men's 6 jump. Our second competitor is getting ready to go. It is going to be Alan Barron, who averages about 34 and a bit meters, 34 and a bit feet going into this event. It would be a different story if it were in meters, of course, but jumping 36 feet. Jumping 36 feet in the Western Regionals, and backing that up with a 34-foot jump over at the Wet Set Open in this season leading up to this event. Now, I believe, according to the stats that I'm looking at, Alan Barron is looking to move up in speed from 48k to 51k. It's the difference between 30 miles an hour and 32. All right then, folks, rejoining the jump event in the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. This is Alan Barron and rocking those EP jump skis from way back in the day. Think about the last time that EP skis ever enjoyed any serious tournament action was back in the 87 World Water Ski Championships with those Ariane-free tips that revolutionized jumping back in the day, but they didn't realize how much it was going to affect tournament water ski jumping whenever those wider tip skis came into play. It would only be about a few years later, a good decade later, when the large jump skis became all of the fashion, and those wide tips were very much a part of that complete overhaul of a jump ski design and manufacture. But for Alan Barron, he's going to be hitting the ramp on relatively short jump skis. They're probably about 72 inches long. They have the conventional tip. Oh, and turning in towards the jump there. There you go. Alan Barron knocking that jump down. So his best score of the season leading up to these nationals is about a 36-foot leap, which is the equivalent of 10.9 meters. But I suspect that jump could actually be a little bit further, and he knows it too. And his technique looks pretty flawless. Doesn't kick it much, but then again he is going from bottom left to top right. Now the object of the game here is to try and get more distance, and he can do that by edging from bottom right to top left. Okay, it is going to be 10.8 meters, 10.8 or 35 feet. .8 or 35 feet there for Alan Barron. And he should really market his name a little bit more. I mean, just ditch the black jumpsuit and go with something red. Here he comes, hitting big red. Boom. Oh, and taking a bit of a tumble there. Is that going to prevent him from going back out there and jumping? Well, he's going to need to get on the back of the towboat, which is the correct craft Nautique. So no score on the second jump. But he just got absolutely launched out of his jump skis. Now let's have a look at the forward face in instant replay here. Coming in. Handle up a little bit high. That handle went so high it just basically just threw him over the tips of the skis. And there you go, Alan Barron. Is he going to go for one more jump? Well, it would appear so. Boat's not making any gesture towards heading to the dock. And he's going to put those jump skis back on for one last go. It is the Nationals, by the way, so the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championship. So any opportunity you you can get for yourself to improve upon your score is handily taken. The current lead score right now is 14.2 meters or 47 feet, so he's got a little ways to go before he does that. But I don't know. Maybe I'm speaking out of turn a little bit, but maybe he should take a poke at it. I mean, it is the national championships after all, and getting the best distance is the name of the game. Let's see what Alan Barron can do. He's already landed a jump, so he's got a score on the board, so why not? Let's see if he can knock one down. May even get a personal best out of the deal. Who knows? Okay, let's have a look and see what Alan Barron can do on those EP Graphite Kevlar jump skis. Even reading off the graphics on the bottom of those skis makes it look high tech, but those skis were high tech in about 1985-86. And jump skis have gone through at least 4 or 5 generations since that time. I mean, you're looking at skis in the past, such as O'Brien's, and then you look at Carbon Works, or way back in the day, to more contemporary jump skis such as D3 and Goodman's and at least 1 or 2 other makes of jump skis. There aren't that many of them, mind you. But, oh, here we go. Look at this. He is cutting at the ramp. He's kicking this one. And he takes a fall, and he is in a heap. But he at least gave it a go. I give him that. He gave it a good, honest college try there. He gets 10.8 meters or 35 feet. He has a score on the boards here at the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals, and he really tried his hardest there with the third and last jump. So Rick Todd is going to be next. So Rick Todd is going to be next, and we'll So Rick Todd is going to be next as we see Alan Barron take the fall on the last jump.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, so Rick Todd. I don't know what he's wearing. It looks like a miner's hat. You do get some strange headwear from time to time. I remember back in the day when Lucky Lowe was jumping towards the tail end of his career at the 85 World Water Ski Championships, which took place in Toulouse, and he was wearing a soft helmet, so a type of helmet that one would use in, say, I don't know, American Gladiators or something like that, or even the more modern version that's currently in a revival in the United Kingdom, unimaginatively called Gladiators. But this helmet, I don't know where he got that from. Maybe one of the characters in the Minions, I'm not too sure, but there you go. This is Rick Todd. Up and over. Oh, and tries to pull up on the rope there to try and get the slack out of it, and unfortunately nothing was doing. However, he does keep his skis on, which is always a good thing. Saves us a bunch of time. So Rick Todd, who comes to us out of Sacramento, California, which doesn't help us so far as locating where he typically skis. He could be skiing at Diablo Shores. He could be skiing at Short Line Lake. He could be skiing over at Belle Aqua. There are a number of different facilities around the state capital of California. So there we go. That is Rick Todd. So it looks like they're presenting medals right now. Men's 7 tricks, your national champion there, John Penner from the South Central region. Looking resplendent with their national championship medals here at the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals. Still plenty of action to come, and I'll update you on some of the trick scores that came through from that lake in a little bit, as I do have the time to do them now. We'll go through some of the trick scores in women's 8 in just a moment, but here we go. This is Rick Todd. Didn't land the first jump, and here he comes in for the second. Go on, get it. There you go. Lands that second jump. We'll get the distance from that shortly. But in the meantime, I can tell you that in women's 8 tricks, Barbara Knutson scored 480. Janie Fusold with 1320. Beth Tullio with 1,800 points, and Lisa Harrison with 1960, actually 1940, and wins the national championship in women's 8. Okay, so second jump, 13.6 meters, 13.6. That's the equivalent of 45 feet, and where have I heard that before? 13.6 meters. That is that actually puts him in a third spot after 3 competitors. Greg Brines is actually on 13.7 for the same foot distance. So it looks like he got dropped into the water for some reason. I'm not too sure why, but we'll find out in a moment. But I just read off the trick scores for women's 8. Now we go to women's 10. Where Janet Piercy, our one and only competitor in that division, scored 400 points. Now let's go to girls 3 tricks. Girls 3 tricks was won by Kate Nelson on 3,210 points. Lise Malice with 2870. Zoe Atwell on 2720. Violet Burdick on 2630, and Sadie Spatafor with 1,800. Then you look down in 6th place for Grace Harden, 7th place for Ashley Kreider, 8th place for Sadie Anderson. Sadie Anderson scored 1,070 points. And it looks like Rick Todd is coming in on his third and last jump and lands that one too, and gaining a little bit of consistency right at the end, and was very, very patient towards the end. So, getting into shore. All right. So, Rick Todd. A little bit of slack line coming in, not too much though, but managing to hit the bottom left, top right, patience is a virtue. 13.3 meters, 13.3 meters, or 44 feet. But his best jump was the one that he landed prior, about 30 centimeters further for 13.6 meters or 45 feet. Now, next skier up, he comes to us from South Florida. He's a property developer by trade. His name is Greg Dutrey. Coming to us out of Pentalago. Now, going through some of the trick scores, got the score for Sadie Spatafor. 5th place in her division, girls 3 tricks with 1,800 points. Grace Harden with 1,270. Ashley Kreider with 1,110 points. Sadie Anderson with 1,070. Riley Mickelson with 840 points. Julianne Waffle with 760 points, and Elise Sylvie on 370. Those are the point scores, all of them for girls 3 tricks. So let's have a look and see. This is Greg Dutrey. Now he's going to take a dig at this ramp here. Not too much of one. But landing and again a score at the very least to keep him in contention here in the men's 6 jump event. Now, men's 6 is the age range between 60 and 64 inclusive. Again, a little bit crushed on that jump, but still managing to knock one down. Handle got up a little bit high, but managing to stabilize himself enough to be able to ride out that jump. So we wait the distance on jump number 1 for Greg Dutrey. Okay, 14 meters or 45 feet, 14 meters. So, 45 feet there on jump number 1 for Greg Dutrey. Leant over a little bit on his left jump ski, but still able to have the presence of mind to put his feet exactly where they needed to be in order for him to land and ride it out. That is Greg Dutrey. So Greg Dutrey looking over towards the dock for a little bit of coaching inspiration now. Okay, so now, oh yeah, here we go, 17 meters. Now, for that kind of jump, something needed to happen, and it needed to be drastic. And the drastic nature of that distance increase would suggest that he upped the boat speed. Coming to us out of Palm City in Florida, exactly where Pantalago is based. Jump number 3 for Greg Dutrey. Coming in, Up, whoa, and getting a little bit backwards coming off the jump there. His best jump in this current competitive season has been a 53-footer, which he's already exceeded to the tune of 56 feet on the previous jump, so he's got that going for him. There we go. That is a 0 score on jump number 3, but he's already done the damage that he really wanted to inflict upon the field with a 56-footer. That is Greg Dutrey, and he did that off a 51-kilometer-an-hour boat speed, which I believe is the upper limit so far as a jumping is concerned in this men's 6 division. All right, there. Moving on from Greg Dutrey, we will move on to Kevin Hyatt. Right, so waiting for the line to tighten. And Greg Hyatt, or Kevin Hyatt, I should say, I beg your pardon. All right, here we go. Line tightens up, and Kevin Hyatt takes to the water. All right, trying to audition his cut towards the jump. Maybe he should land a jump first before being that adventurous. But we'll see what occurs for Kevin Hyatt. So Kevin Hyatt, who hails from Canyon Lake in California. And he's trying to use as much real estate as possible before he hits the jump. He's definitely not going to cut around the 600-foot cut buoy. Coming in on jump number 1, up and over, and will land and ride that one out. And wearing what looks to be a very visible gum shield there. They're normally a little bit more discreet with that. But whatever works, I guess. Kevin Hyatt, who averages 75.3 feet going into these championships. Last season at these same national championships, he jumped 77 feet, which still remains his best jump distance within the competitive season. That is 2026, which started at the national championships from last year and ended with the staging of these national championships, the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships now. So there we go. Oh, what's happening here? It's 18.9 meters or 62 feet. 18.9 meters or 62 feet. So he's still got a bit of upward momentum that he can invoke here with the remaining 2 jumps. Okay, so looks like there was a confusion in the zero off settings that he requested. Didn't want RTB, but got it anyway. So we're going to re-ride him on jump number 1. So apparently he declined the option of the re-ride. Now, for those of you that are wondering what RTB is and why a lot of upper-level jumpers don't use it, RTB stands for Return to Baseline, which basically means that that's the algorithm within the zero off, which returns the speed to its average almost as soon as the skier hits the jump. Now, when you turn RTB off, the algorithm that the boat uses is constant acceleration, which means that the boat speed actually increases its power and its speed as the skier edges through the back of the boat and through the jump right now. There you go. That's a little bit more like it off a 3/4 cut. That is skier on the water. That is Kevin Hyatt. Declined the chance to re-ride on jump number 1 in order to continue on to jump number 2. Maybe is not feeling particularly healthy and wants to get this over and done with. That left arm going up in the air quite significantly. Coming across and into the jump there, and he'll be launching off the top left corner, which is always good. But it's only as good as your ability to be able to hang on to that handle with the left arm to try and keep your momentum and keeping your edge going off the top of the jump. And also keeping your stance forward over the skis. And he's been dropped into the water again. So what's the deal here, I wonder? What's the distance first? That'll be more pertinent information that he can use as a basis for whatever decision he's going to make from here on out. All right, then. We're still continuing on with men's 6 jump. We are on competitor number 5, Kevin Hyatt. Still at a loss for figuring out what's going on at this moment in time. It looks like the rope is already in the back of the boat, and so too are the skis of Kevin Hyatt for some reason. Looks like the distance wasn't able to be revealed to Kevin Hyatt on jump number 2. So looks like we're going to give him a re-ride, but first of all, he needs to be brought onto the back of the Nautique towboat. Now, those jump ski bindings, for those of you that don't know, are absolutely incredibly tight, and your feet can only survive for maybe about 6 or 7 minutes before they become numb. And the last thing you need is numb feet whenever you turn towards the jump and have to focus in on your edge and everything else that goes along with it, without having to endure the pain that goes along with numbness in your feet. So now his feet are out of the jump skis. They've got a little bit of time to recover, and now we can put the feet back in the skis. This is Kevin Hyatt, who comes to us out of Canyon Lake in California. All right, then. Now, because we weren't able to deliver a distance for Kevin Hyatt on his initial second attempt, here he comes in for a second attempt re-jump. Little on the tails of the skis here, but thankfully not moving back on the skis and managing to edge across the jump and get the height necessary to propel him out to a decent distance. He jumped 62 feet or 18.9 meters with the official first jump. Still got one more jump to come. Using those large jump skis to good effect here. And it's 20.4 meters, 20.4 meters. 20.4 or 67 feet. And 67 feet puts him, in terms of jump distances that he's performed in this tournament season, which started at the Goode Water Ski National Championships, the 83rd edition, this time last year. Started there and ends with these championships, the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. So in that ensuing time, he's been able to jump upwards of 77 feet. That was at the Nationals, the 83rd Nationals. Let's see if he can come good this time around at these Nationals. Here he comes. Now, this is Kevin Hyatt. Good extension off the top. I reckon that one is going to be closer towards 70 feet. If he does get to 70 feet, it would be the equivalent of about 21 or 22 meters. But I certainly appreciate the hustle, the effort there, and just staying calm when everything else around him was getting unraveled. Especially where it concerned getting the distances out there for his previous jumps. This is third and final. And it is 20.8 meters, 20.8 meters, or 68 feet to 0.8. 68 feet. So, wonderful stuff there. That puts him, I believe, into the lead, and we still got 6 more jumpers to come, so the podium is by no means set, not even from the point of view of who could potentially make it onto that podium, because we are six skiers away from concluding this division, which is men's 6. Oh, man alive. Shades of Carl Roberge doing a jumping dock start. Used to be back in the days whenever you had jump skis that were that short that you could actually get away with doing a standing dock start with a pair of jump skis on. Not so much these days. I mean, the best that you can do mostly with long jump skis is doing a sitting dock start, and even then a lot of skiers prefer to take the deep water start instead of going off the sitting dock start. But I waffle on. Our skier on the water is James Larson. Here comes James Larson. Setting up before the jump there. Oh, nicely done with the kick. I tell you what. This guy is kicking towards the moon. Won't get there, but I mean, you got to admire the effort. James Larson, who comes to us from Minnesota, from Brainerd. Hopefully I've pronounced that right. So the jump distance is going to come through very, very soon for James Larson. It's 22.8 meters or 75 feet. 22.8 for 75 feet. Oh, yeah. Good air form, though. So he's now taken the lead with jump number 1. So, working his way around the turn island, having taken the handle back. Oh, he's going to go for the big one here. Looks like he's going to turn around about the 600-foot cut buoy. He's going to go for the 3/4 here. Let's see if his timing matches his effort here. Coming in across the wakes, up. Oh, nice pull off the top of the jump there. That really helped him into the ramp and off the top there on those rather short Conley jumpers. A little bit crouched off the turn, but maintaining that position, not really rocking too much forward or back. Handle did come up a little bit as he exited the jump, though. It didn't come up by too much. But it is 24.9 meters or 82 feet. 24.9 for 82 feet. So he's increasing his distance little by little, or rather chunk by chunk here, with 24.9 meters for 82 feet. And that is going to be the target for anyone who aspires to be in the top 5 on the podium. But he still has one more jump to come, and he could actually have a bearing upon the target distance if he lands this one and it's significantly further. 24.9 meters, 82 feet he has in his back pocket. Let's see what he's got coming in on his last jump. Kicks the heck out of it, though. James Larson from Bernard in Minnesota. He's jumped 83 feet in the past. So he has jumped more. His best jump in the Ralph Samuelson Minnesota State Championships was been 25.2 meters or 83 feet. Nicely performed there. I reckon that jump could well outstrip that previously mentioned distance from the state tournament. Good rise, but he actually loses distance on that last jump, 23.9 to 3.9. Which is only good enough for 79 feet. So now that middle jump distance for James Larson of 24.9 or 82 feet is now the target. Anything beyond this point would guarantee that athlete a place on the top 5 podium. Skier about to take to the water is Greg Webb. Quick look at the leaderboard with the distances. Greg Webb. We'll get some information on him very, very soon. All right, so Greg Webb, one of those jumpers who frequents the Lake Pryor facility on a fairly regular basis. Coming to us from Loudon in Tennessee. Has jumped distances in excess of 100 feet in the past. Looking for something in excess of 82 feet. Has jumped over 92 feet in the past. Here he comes. Look at that. That's better technique there, and just used his momentum, used his direction to land and ride that jump out, and I reckon that could well take the lead. And if it does, then we'll see our first competitor into the top 5 confirmed, with 5 competitors remaining, starting with Greg Webb. Some simple math will tell you that's true. It's a fairly straightforward looking opening jump, and now he's going to wind it on a little bit here. We await the distance for Greg Webb. All right, it's going to be 24.6 or 81 feet, 24.6 or 81 feet, which kind of leaves him outside the top 5 by about 2 positions here. Here we go, folks. Coming on in. This is Greg Webb from Loudon, Tennessee. His best jump this season has been 105 feet for 32 meters exactly. Let's see what he's got on jump number 2. Certainly gotten the kick. Come on, recover it. There you go. Throws the fist. Yes, he is pleased with that jump. Probably pleased that he recovered it rather than being anywhere excited about the distance, because he is taking a rather sedate looking single cut on the second jump. So that jump distance, 25.4 meters, 25.4 meters, or 83 feet. It's coming down to the crunch now. If Greg Webb does not exceed 27.9 meters, or 82 feet with the last jump, then it means that James Larson has a spot on the podium. Obviously, the main question is going to be where, but that will only be determined by the remaining 4 jumpers on this list. We got Tommy Newman, and we got Jay Edom and Randy Sturber, but all of them preceded by Jeff Lindsay, who will be our next competitor. All right, here we go. Coming in. Men's 6 jump continues on. Boom! Knocking that one down. Does he land and ride it out? Just about. Those skis did get a little bit crossed over on the tip, but managing to knock that jump down. I like what he's doing, though. May not be especially fit enough to take a 3/4 cut here, but he's certainly doing everything that he can off that single. .4 meters is his best jump up to this point. And I suspect this one is longer, but it may not be long enough. Indeed, it's 27.8 meters, 27.8 for 91 feet, 27.8 for 91 feet. So that puts him in the top 5. That puts him in the lead. That keeps him in the top 5. He'll finish no worse than 5th, but he could finish higher depending upon who takes to the water next and what they produce. And the first of those competitors is going to be Jeff Lindsay, who comes to us from Martindale in Texas. So Jeff Lindsay, age 62, from Martindale, Texas, in men's 7 jumps. His best jump of this season is 117 feet, or the equivalent of 35.6 meters. And for those of you folks out there that are wondering about the metric distances and why they're mentioned, well, the fact of the matter is because this event is being webcast, it's being accessed by folks from around the world, and a good portion of those folks only know the metric system as much as most folks in this part of the world only know the feet and inches. So to accommodate both, I mentioned both. Here we go. Oh, that left ski almost went sideways coming off that second wake into the jump, but he controls it enough. That's Jeff Lindsay. That's Jeff Lindsay, and taking that first jump, and if it's any more than 27.8 meters or 91 feet, he will take the lead and will guarantee himself no worse than 4th. Clip in the bottom right-hand corner there. Nice landing, good-looking jump all the way through. I like what he's doing. And a good, solid edge here off the turn through the wakes and into the base of the ramp there. And coming off the center, which would indicate how close he was in relation to the bottom right-hand corner. The distance is coming through. It's 33.4 meters. It's 110 feet, so well done to him. 33.4 for 110 feet. So as he's taken the lead at this time, Jeff Lindsay has guaranteed himself a spot on the podium for 1. He's guaranteed a spot that is going to be no worse than 4th. So here we go. This is Jeff Lindsay, jump number 2. And he's still hitting the bottom right-hand corner here. Looks like that switch is hitting him pretty hard off the turn and dragging him towards the bottom right-hand corner. That's typically a sign that the jumper has either turned too hard and activated the switch, in which case the boat comes on a little stronger than the skier is ready for it. But he's still able to edge through, still able to get onto the jump there, and still able to get a score for a distance. 33.4 meters on jump number 1. I suspect this one is going to be a skosh further. Just ekes out a jump there. There we go. That is 34.6 for 114. 34.6 for 114, 114 feet. 34.6. Wow. How does that stack up against what he's produced in the past? Well, it's gonna be pretty comparable, I would have to say. 34.6. He was able to do that at a tournament midway through the summer. Is the only other jump that is further was the 117-foot jumper over at San Marcos River Ranch summer kickoff for 35.6 meters. Let's see what he's got on his third and last attempt. Oh, and he passes up on that. Didn't feel 100% coming into the jump. Decided to drop the handle and ski around the bottom left-hand corner. That expends the third and last jump, which means that for Jeff Lindsay, his day is done with the jump event with 34.6 meters or 114 feet, but he takes the lead and sets up the target for the remaining 3 competitors. And these 3 competitors, oh my word, it's, I mean, you'd have to go back a few years to the national championships, probably in an earlier age category division, maybe men's 5 or even still men's 6. It wasn't too long ago that these last 3 competitors were locking horns with each other, and I'd have to say it was carnage on that day in Mystic Lakes in the national championships that was held there not too long ago, between the likes of Jay Edom, Randy Sturber, and our next competitor who comes to us from Tennessee. He is Tommy Newman.
No, we.
So Tommy Newman from McDonald in Tennessee, 63 years of age. Still has 1 more year of eligibility left in the men's 6 jumping division. Or just in the men's 6 division period, because that applies to all 3 events. For those of you that are wondering about the age divisions, men's 6 encompasses skiers aged 60 to 64 inclusive. Here we go, Tommy Newman taking the full double cut here. No, actually, he's going to go for a straight single. I beg your pardon. Here he comes, Tommy Newman, jump number 1. Hugging the bottom right-hand corner, and he's going to struggle to land and ride this one out. So it's going to be back to square one for Tommy Newman. And I think that he's got his cattle collar seems to be behind him. It's behind you. It's behind you, Tommy. I think it's going to be picked up by the boat, and he's going to be delivered to Tommy Newman. So Tommy Newman not off to a terribly auspicious start. Now pretty close to the bottom right-hand corner, which for a single cut is a little bit concerning. A little bit concerning from the point of view of how you're going to time everything else that goes into this jump set, especially where it pertains to doing a 3/4 cut. Now, you can always tell whenever the skier is relatively close on a single cut from that view, how close the skier is to the bottom right-hand corner, because if the jumper comes off the ramp to a little bit left of that center line, left when you're actually looking at the jump from this view right here, if the skier is over to the left of center there, then the skier hasn't done a very good job in separating himself too far from the bottom right-hand corner. And you always with the single cut want to err on the side of caution and try and be safe right from the get-go to be a little bit more of encouragement going forwards with the remaining 2 jumps. That's my 2 cents worth. Take it or leave it.
Okay, everybody, sorry I missed that.
All right there. So Tommy Newman in a bit of a quandary here with that first jump, a single cut, not resulting in in the expected return of at least an initial jump distance with 2 jumps remaining. So the plan is hasn't completely unraveled just yet. I mean, he has 2 more jumps remaining, but let's see what he can do with those jumps. Now, looks like he's going to go ahead with the 3/4 cut regardless. So here we go. Tommy Newman from McDonald in Tennessee. Here he comes, jump number 2. Oh, look at this. That should be enough. If he can land it, which he does. Oh, man, he's a suspenseful guy, isn't he? He keeps you on your toes. That much we all know about Tommy Newman. But is that going to be enough to take the lead? The lead is currently at 114 feet or 34.6 meters. We'll throw up the leaderboard very, very soon to give you an on-screen representation of where we are with the jump event to this one. And I tell you what, oh my word, it is going to be 35.2, 35.2, the equivalent of 115 feet, a squeaker of a jump there. And that means that Tommy Newman, because he's taken the lead with 2 jumpers to go, he has a 3rd place at the very least guaranteed. And I don't know why he tapped his head, and that could have been interpreted by the boat as an invitation to take him back to the shore. But thankfully, no one took that seriously. So here we go. This is Tommy Newman, who averages 122.5 feet during the season prior to this competition. Up and over, and taking a good hit there as he lands and rides that one out. He achieves skiing position. He skis into the shore and gets the jump distance associated with that flight. That is Tommy Newman. We'll wait the distance coming through. It should be enough to extend his lead. Ski's almost hitting him in the face there, coming off the top of the ramp. Okay, we're waiting on the distance. He's jumped 35.2 meters on the middle jump distance. And it is 38.4, 126, 38.4 for 126. So now he established a lead on the middle jump. He increased upon that lead to the tune of about 3.2 meters, quite a significant uptick from 115 feet to 126 feet. This is men's 6 jumping. Men's 6 jumping, and we continue on with our next competitor. It is going to be Jay Edom. So Tommy Newman right there at the top of the heap right now, but how long will he stay there for? Now, as we continue on, for those of you that are wondering about the national record for this division, men's 6 jumping, as we work our way down to our final 2 competitors, starting off with Jay Edom. Men's 6. jumping. The national record, the current national record with the boat speed maxed out at 32 miles an hour is Mitch Grahl. He set that record in 2020 at 155 feet or 47.4 meters. That is ultimately the target distance for anyone that is seeking to break a national record. Here he comes. This is Jay Edom, trying not to spike the switch too early, coming off the turn into the ramp. And Jay Edom lands and successfully rides out that first jump. Jay Edom, who comes into this event averaging 131 feet. But it only takes one jump. So, Jay Edom on the opener. So we await the distance, and it should be coming through any moment now. Jay Edom, it's 40.4. 40.4 or 133 feet. 40.4 meters. It's still a little bit of ways away from the national jump record. Needing about at least two more meters to get anywhere close to being on level terms with it. But that jump of 40.4 meters does vault Jay Edom into the lead and ensuring that he finishes no worse than the runner-up spot. Okay, here we go. This is Jay Edom. His best jump this season has been 132 feet. Let's see what he's got there. Oh, he comes in with a lot of speed, but not too much direction or control for that matter. But there you go. That's Jay Edom. He's currently on 133 feet or 40.4 meters. 40.4 meters is best jump so far. Now we're waiting with bated breath to find out what that jump is on the second attempt. So nice jump there, but it's only 40.2 meters, 40.2 or a 132, so a good backup distance, but he's still needing something of about a 7-meter uptick here. So good looking jump in there. He's kept his nose out in front. He's done that with 40.4 meters, putting him in at least runner-up position. He has the lead going into our final jumper, who's going to be Randy Sturber. So Jay Edom, third and last attempt, coming to us out of the South Central region. Here we go. Oh, again, really, really twisted in the air. Managing to land and ride it out. So a good effort there in that regard. So there we go. Jay Edom from Martindale in Texas, the home of the San Marcos River Ranch, which is just a little ways away from the city of San Marcos in Texas, which in turn is the home of the Texas State University. Edging, but unfortunately the control slipping from him, and I wouldn't think that this jump would be anywhere close. It is 35.9. 35.9 or 118 feet. So, the lead distance now for the championship, anything more than 40.4 meters from our last competitor will seal the deal. So, ladies and gentlemen, about to take to the water. There you see the leaderboard. That's Edom, Newman, Lindsay, and Greg and Webb. All of those competitors are guaranteed a spot on the podium. The question is, how high will each one eventually ascend to? That question will be answered within the next 3 jumps from Randy Sturber. Now, if you're looking for Mr. Excitement out there on the water so far as jumping is concerned, you have come to the right place. This is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, coming to you live from Trophy Lake Estates 3. I'm Tony Lightfoot, and glad to have the pleasure of your company as we get ready for Randy Sturber to take to the water. Now, I mentioned that he may be Mr. Excitement, and there's good reason for that, because once you see him take at least a 3/4 cut or a full double more than likely, you're going to see him turn like you've never seen anyone else turn except for the 1980s. Or Tim Bradstreet, 2010 for that matter. Here he comes. Already taking an aggressive approach here, even on the pull-out to the left-hand side of the towboat. Here he comes. Turning just after the 700-foot cut buoy. He will turn. Oh, he's moderated a little bit. Now he's starting to see a little bit of sense there with the turn coming in towards the jump there. Used to get up as wide as he could on the towboat, turned away and brought the skis round like Sammy Duval and Carl Robert style from the late 1980s. And I see that he's kind of mellowed down a little bit, realizing that you can't really do that kind of jump with those kind of jump skis. So a little bit of a shocker, at least from this perspective anyway. It's been a while since I've actually seen a Randy Sturber jump. Certainly been a while since that event of carnage that was the national championship there in the Mystic a few years ago. But 40.1 meters, having said all that, 40.1 meters, that's 132 feet. And that currently puts him in runner-up spot right now, and he's got 2 jumps remaining in his quiver. So there is the current leaderboard. Jay Edom, your leader, with 40.4. That puts him 30 centimeters, the length of a ruler, ahead of Randy Sturber. So let's have a look and see. Randy Sturber up alongside the boat. That part of his technique has not changed. It's this that has. Whoa, and again, all kinds of wayward off the top of the jump there, managing to land and to ride it out. But I tell you what, he's losing a bunch of distance this way, though. Turns in, brings the handle up high and leans back on the jump skis. And by the time that he hits the jump, he has not traveled sufficiently long enough off the second wake to make any kind of drastic movement to get his way over the tips of the skis and try and at least get some lateral direction off the top of the jump. But having said all of that, he still comes through with the win with 42.2 meters. Randy Sturber, your national champion in men's 6 jump. So, still looking. getting ready for jump number 3. Randy Sturber is already your national champion with 42.2 meters ahead of Jay Edom, Tommy Newman, Jeff Lindsay, and Greg Webb. The top 5 seeds all occupying their appropriate spots on the podium. Here we go. Randy Sturber, one last jump. What has he got here? A little bit early, but he did get some pull off the top of the jump. I do grant him that. But unfortunately, it was all for nothing as he sinks into the water and starts swimming into the shore. But the folks should be able to tell him that he's won the National Jump Championship with 42.2 meters for 138 feet. Well done there to Randy Sturber. So let's have a quick look at that leaderboard as we look at the instant replay for Randy Sturber. Comes off the turn, drives it in, and almost got pulled too much over his right ski there. One ski was going off somewhere into the woods, and the other ski, well, it was almost left behind him on the jump. But there is a glimpse, a little bit of a recurrence to his old jump style. And getting almost pulled too much over his right ski to be terribly effective. He actually loses distance that way. But Randy Sturber, he is your national jump champion for men's 6. And with that, we will progress on to the youth divisions in the jump event. There is your final leaderboard. Randy Sturber with a 138. Jay Edom with a 133. Tommy Newman with a 126. Jeff Lindsay with a 114. And Greg Webb rounding off the top 3 with a 91. All right there. Looks like we're going to take a little bit of a pause. So make sure you grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite chair, because at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, we're all about giving people a break. So here's yours.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got a set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure $1 million mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dillinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
All right, our first competitor out in girls 2 jumps. The first of our girls divisions in these 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships in the jump event. Sorry about that, folks. I'm in the middle of lunch here. Someone has to eat, I guess, but then again, I gave you folks plenty of ample warning to grab your favorite beverage and grab your favorite chair, as I typically do. Paxton McCullough is our first competitor out. Let's have a look and see what Paxton can do. Up and over, and there you go. Lands that first jump, and she's got some distance to work with now. Comes into these national championships having averaged a jump distance of 29.7 feet. Up and over, and would eventually land and ride that jump out. We'll get the distance promptly for you. Not an especially big amount of height, if anything. Paxton McCullough. Looks like she is going to be dropped down for some reason. We'll try and get the distance for you. Now, in a lot of instances, the jumps are produced maybe of such a distance on the low side that it makes it nearly impossible for our grid system of jump measurement to effectively measure unless some changes are made to maybe change the grid to a shorter distance range in comparison to the longer range of jumps that jump grid could potentially measure. Paxton McCullough, who comes to us from Coatesville in Indiana. I don't think she's got much problem so far as how tight the bindings are, because they're relatively loose bindings. Paxton McCullough from Coatesville, Indiana. Midwest Regional Championship. Placed 4th in that event in Girls 2 Jump with a 31-foot distance, or 9.4 meters. But so far, we're unable to give her a distance on jump number 1. I think she's going to have to re-ride a jump number 1. Which judging by a celebration, she probably doesn't land that many jumps all that often. At least not that comfortably anyway. So looks like Paxton McCullough is going to go back out there, and she is going to attempt the first jump again. It's a good job that the boat judge is quite an amenable person that is able to help more than the alternative, wherever it comes down to assisting jumpers going forward. Well, continuing our coverage of the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals, being brought to you by some fine sponsors here. Obviously, the title sponsor, Goode Water Ski Technologies. You can check them out here at the booth in the Commercial Village, alongside our other sponsors such as D3 and HO Syndicate and Radar Skis, alongside Connolly. Masterline is on board as well. So to our reps from our three boat suppliers, Malibu, Mastercraft, and Nautique. And we thank those guys very, very much indeed for their continued support of this Goode Water Ski National Championships. So Paxton McCullough getting ready for... Actually, it's not Paxton McCullough. It is Riley Fillmore. They changed the running order on me for some reason. All right, from what I understand, it is Riley Fillmore out there on the water, and I think Paxton McCullough is going to be placed in between them. We apologize for the misidentification. Because the qualifying scores are so closely spaced together, one would conclude that Riley is on the water right now. Then Paxton McCullough would be next, judging by the average distance they carry through to these national championships. So Riley Fillmore comes into this event with 28.33 feet, and then it will be a case of Reagan Horton is our next competitor, one of our next competitors at 29.5 feet, and then with 29.7 is Paxton McCullough. So this is Riley Fillmore. We're starting all over again here with the beginning of Girls 2. This is Riley Fillmore now. Up and over. Oh! There you go. Landed that one better than the first attempt. Go after it, girl. And, you know, that proves that that there is still a lot of use left in those EP jumpers. Those EP jump skis have probably hit quite a few ramps over the years, ever since they were one of the more commonly used jump skis way back in the late 1970s, early part of the 80s. 9.1 or 30 feet. 9.1 or 30 feet. So far good, so good. 30 feet there for Riley Fillmore. So Riley Fillmore. Last name sounds like that of the 8th President of the United States, Millard Fillmore. Up and over. Oh, and dropping the handle there. So not too sure whether that jump would have been any further had she landed it, but we'll see what she's got for us with those EP jump skis, with the old style hockey helmet, with the face guard. Now, it would have been 33 feet had she had landed it. At least that's what the indication from the onboard boat display has alluded to. So Riley Fillmore. Coming to us out of Maryville in Tennessee, age 10. This is girls 2. For those of you that are wondering the age range of girls 2. Boys and girls 2, 11 years old or younger. The next youngest division, which is boys and girls 1, is reserved for those skiers that are 9 years old and under. But I believe that the earliest that any of our youth divisions can actually be sent over the ramp is the boys and girls 2 divisions, of which this is the youngest division that can actually compete in the jump event, if I'm not seriously mistaken. So here we go, folks. This is Riley Fillmore, 9.1 meters on the first shot. A little bit of a twist there coming into the land. Apparently she's okay, and thankfully those bindings are loose enough to where her feet and it would come out relatively easily, thus preventing a potentially crippling injury. But she lands a 9.1 meter jump, or 30 feet. So a skier from Maryville in Tennessee. We'll see how that jump compares to her previous efforts. So in the Southern Regional Championships, she was able to jump 27 feet. Tennessee State, she jumped 31, so she's already bettered that one in the previous tournaments. But somewhere in the middle, you'll find the jump that she produced at these 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. All right, then. So we started off with Riley Fillmore. Now we'll go on to Regan Horton. Regan Horton will be our next competitor. Coming to us out of the West region. I know that because that's what it says on the back of her flotation vest. All right there, so let's bring it on. And another jump manufacturer from back in the day is being exhibited right now. Almost forgot that Joby actually produced some jump skis back in the day, and they actually produced some really nice ones as well, including ones that sent Glenn Furlow to the world jumping record by being the very first competitor to jump over 200 feet at the Mooma Masters way back in 1982. And an example of those very jump skis, or at least a couple of versions along, are on display right now, courtesy of Regan Horton. All right, then. So this is Reagan Horton. Now, the boat speed seems to be incredibly slow for even for this kind of jump. Speed 39K, which I think is about 18 mile an hour. That's trick speed. For someone like Matty Gonzalez, it is anyway. Whoa, a little bit of change in direction. Oh, and unfortunately losing that right ski as she came into land and looked down at the tips of her skis and didn't look at that very much appealing there. Sorry, need to put my teeth back in. There we go, that's better. All right there, so Reagan Horton going to a little bit of a pickle there as she came in towards the jump, and it didn't improve once she hit it. Just needs to be a little bit softer in the knees on the landing. So apparently there was a driving error that was involved in that. So she's going to get the first jump given back to her, and she's going to be rewriting that first attempt. So for those of you that have missed it, we've already had one division of jumps this morning. Big congratulations to Randy Sturber, who won the national men's 6 jump title with 42.2 meters or 138 feet, ahead of Jay Edom, Tommy Newman, Jeff Lindsay, and Greg Webb. Some great jumping to be had, and thankfully no major crashes and no major elements of carnage going on, which hasn't always been the case. But you always wish the best for every single competitor out there, no matter what their circumstances. So this is Reagan Horton. This is the second attempt at the first jump. Coming in towards the ramp. Come on, push it out. Push it out there. Reagan Horton coming to us out of Hollister in California. Oh, there you go. Recovers it well. Not much compression into the landing, but it was able to get that jump away, and that is only the first jump, so she's got 2 more attempts remaining there for her from Hollister, California. Her best jump distance this season has been 31 feet, or 9.5 meters. So 11 years of age. 9.3 meters. All right there, so 9.3 meters, 32 feet on that first jump. We'll verify the foot, feet, and inches in accordance to the metric distance. But 2 attempts remaining here for Reagan Horton, whose father is the author and webmaster of the Bowl of Spray website, an essential place for communicating between skiers and other such like-minded individuals across the web. Oh, wow, she took a really Huge one there. Oh, my word. Big fall. Hopefully she's okay. So 9.3 off 31 feet. Now that was taken on the re-ride of the first attempt, so she actually has one more jump remaining. Hopefully she's okay and she understands what's going on, but a fall on the second attempt. But a little bit too much weight on the left ski, and whenever you come off the jump in that fashion, makes it exceptionally hard for you to land, especially when you combine that with the fact that her handle was a little bit high upon the landing. And much of her troubles stem from the fact that whenever she hits the water, she's trying to land feet to feet. Now, if she can just ease up on that and just compress her skis into the landing, compress her knees into the landing, she will not only find that she'll be landing more jumps, and especially longer jumps. It will just feel a lot easier on the body as well, because whenever you land with straight legs like that, it does an untold amount of carnage to your body. So the skier is Reagan Horton. So our next skier after Reagan Horton is going to be Paxton McAuliffe.
And a 2026 men's 5-star champion out of Findlay Lake, New York, Lex Brummigan. All right, on the slalom leg, it is heating up over here. Ken Hayward, 28 off on the yellow loop. Wants to try to take the just inside that 2-ball. So, a little bit of a shake-up there as Connor Breitbart with 2.5 at 28 off holds on to the lead. As Kim just did not have the 1-ball she needed.
So Reagan Horton back out on the water. Now, I figured this out here for you folks. Bear with me a little bit. The reason why the Paxton McAuliffe was actually seeded earlier going into this girls 2 jump event is because she jumps typically on the 4-foot-high ramp, but because she's electing to go at the 5-foot ramp height, I'm figuring that she is going to go on the 5-foot ramp height, which means that it moves her up the order a little bit, or rather down the order, depending upon your perspective. And then it would use the 29.7-foot jump that Paxton McAuliffe used to qualify, or at least the best average that was used to qualify for these national championships, and she'll be third off the dock. Only Paxton McAuliffe would not be jumping up 4 foot high. She'll actually be jumping on the higher 5-foot-high ramp. But there you go. That is Reagan Horton. Third and last jump. I suspect it's going to be a little bit further. Not that much, mind you. Probably it'll be about on the cusp of the 10-meter range. So, Reagan Horton. Back into the shore. She should find out that a third jump distance is probably going to be a little bit more substantial. Whoa. Okay, 8.1 meters or 27 feet. So actually her best jump ends up being 9.3 meters or 32 feet. That jump belongs to Reagan Horton. Now we go on to our competitor that was supposed to go out onto the water first with a jump average that was produced across the 4-foot high ramp, but now electing to go off the 5-foot ramp height. The skier about to take to the water is going to be Paxton McCullough. So now, Paxton McCullough takes to the water. She averages about 29.7 feet. Would actually put her in fourth seed qualification in for these national championships. But she was put towards the beginning of the running order initially because she was jumping at the 4-foot high ramp height. But now that she's decided to go off the 5-foot high ramp, which is a little bit steeper and a little bit more challenging, she moves down the list. Okay, here comes Paxton McCullough. Midwest Regionals, she jumped 31 feet for 9.4 meters. Up and over. Nails that jump. Fantastic skiing there. Paxton McCullough, who placed in fourth at the Midwest Regional Championships in this event. So making the turn around the island, we're going to get a glimpse of that jump again as the distance is being flashed towards the jumper. So Paxton McCullough, 10.6 meters or 35 feet. And 10.6 meters would actually put her in the lead right now with that 35-foot opening jump. All right, here we go, folks. Coming on in. This is Paxton McCullough. Here she comes. Up and over, squares off with the ramp. Oh, and almost got that left ski too far back. Almost split a difference there, unfortunately. But Paxton McCullough lands the second jump. I suspect it could be around about the same distance, around about 10.6 meters. And because she's taken the lead, she's guaranteed herself no worse than fourth. Fourth place on the 5-position podium. Oh, ew. I can hear a collective groan and a grimace from some of you out there watching that jump, and as she rode it out. We're going to get the distance any moment now for Paxton McAuliffe. So Paxton McAuliffe from Coatesville, Indiana. Will attempt to get the second jump distance in just a little bit. In the meantime, here we go. Paxton McAuliffe. Up and over, lands and rides that one. That was a lot better on the third than it was on the second, certainly. Just a little bit more patient with the landing and the recovery on that third and last attempt. She makes her way back to the dock. Should be in the 30-foot range. Somewhere a little bit deeper than that. 9.9 on the second for 32 feet. And 9.9 for 9.8 for the same foot distance. 9.8 for 32 feet, which means that her first jump distance of 10.6 meters is the one that carries, and it's the one that assures that she will finish no worse than fourth. Currently in second spot right now is Reagan Horton with her jump of 9.3 meters or 32 feet. So she is on the podium, will finish no worse than fifth. Jada Buka is our third from last competitor to go. She is ranked number 3 out of all of the jumpers that are qualified to ski in this 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships in Girls 2. Award presentation taking place right now on our podium that is situated just below the officials' tower. The award presentation was for one of our tricks events, namely the Girls 3. That just took place, and we're up to date with our medal presentations as it turns out. Jada Buka. Coming to us out of Syracuse in Indiana. So, Jada Buka, who competed in the Indiana State Tournament. Her best score from that competition was a 33-footer or 10.1 meters. In the Midwest Championships, held right here about a week or so ago. She jumped 31 feet, and so far so good. And maybe that jump distance will be close to what she has produced in either of those two tournaments so far this season. Jada Buka. So Jada Buka whose sister, Jenna Bucher, will be competing in about 2 skiers' time. So a little bit of a battle between those two competitors. Here we go, 9.5 meters or 31 feet, 9.5 meters or 31 feet. Which means that she takes the lead and guarantees herself a position no worse than third. So 9.5 or 31 feet actually is puts her just on the podium, I believe. We still have that best distance from Paxton McCullough with 10.6 meters or 35 feet. But what Jada has right now and what Paxton McCullough doesn't have are the remaining 2 jumps to come. So let's see what we've got here. Paxton McCullough is still in the lead with 10.6 meters or 35 feet. Jada Bucher for her attempt out there looks good off the second jump and is just slowly starting to ratchet up a little bit here. If she can take a more aggressive approach into the ramps, she would probably yield a little bit more in terms of distance going forwards. Jada Bucher with 9.5 meters or 31 feet. And Jada Bucher. Look at this, 11.1 meters, 11.1 meters. That takes the lead. $11.1 meters, or I believe that was a jump of 38 feet. That definitely puts her in the lead and guarantees herself a spot no worse than third. I was getting myself a little bit confused initially, but looks like we have a self-effacing prophecy here, mentioning something that would eventually become true, even though it may not have been true earlier. All right, there. Here we go. Up and over and lands and rides it out. So 3 stout-looking jumps there. The middle jump distance is 11.1 meters, which is good enough to put her in the lead with 2 competitors to go. So Jada Bucher looking good so far with 11.1 meters, and I reckon that jump is going to be around about the same distance. Very confident in her jumps. However, that last jump wasn't quite as far as the previous ones. 11.1 meters, 36 feet. She has the lead and 2 competitors to come. All right there. So with Jada Bucher in the lead, our next competitor up is Brooke Burdick, another skier out of the Midwest. Coming to us out of Brighton in Michigan, this is Brooke Burdick. We saw a little bit earlier on today in the tricks event in Girls 2, as far as my memory serves. Or actually, we saw a sister a little bit earlier on in this competition. because her sister skis in Girls 1, and that is Violet Burdick. I thought I heard Burdick before. I've certainly heard of it where it pertains to Cale Burdick, who won the national men's slalom title collegiately for the Boilermakers of Purdue all the way back to 2014. And the reason why I know that is because I actually produced the DVD video for that competition as part of a college project. So there you go. So Brooke Burdick, Girls 2 jumps. Now let's see what she has in store for us. This is Brooke Burdick. Does she take a stab at this? Oh, yes, she does. She's going to crush this one. Not literally, but... oh. And looks like she got a little bit sideways on that one. So Brooke Burdick will swim back towards her ski. Not even too sure what brand of skis that she's rolling with right now. Although this is the part of the world where show skiing tends to rule the roost in the Midwest, especially in Wisconsin, where a number of national champions, team champions in show skiing have been crowned over the years. And it is for that reason why there is still a burgeoning industry for producing jump skis, especially of that length. But had a quick look at the jump ski, the manufacturer of those jump skis, and yeah, it was Kidder. Yeah, Kidder Redline jumpers. The only reason why I was able to get a glimpse of those Redline jumpers is because she came off the ramp and dipped her right ski, left ski down enough to where I could identify them. But it's good to see that those jump skis from way back in the day. I mean, we're talking about as early as the late 1970s and as late as the early parts of the 90s. It's good to see that those short jump skis still have some life in them, especially where it pertains to girls 3 jumping, which is where girls 2 jumping, where we are at right now. This is Brooke Burdick, who fell on the opening attempt, has got 2 more to come. We've got some skiers that are guaranteed spots on the podium. That's Paxton McCullough, who's currently in 2nd spot and can finish no worse than 3rd, I think. Jada Buka with 11.1 meters, who is in the lead, and actually she's the one that can finish no worse than 3rd. Therefore, Paxton McCullough currently in her position of being able to finish no worse than 4th. And Reagan Horton, whose a jump of 9.3 meters or 31 feet, she's on the podium, can finish no worse than 5th. So here we go, right here, right now. This is Brooke Burdick. This is the 2nd jump. Let's see what this attempt can yield. Up and over and... oh, getting twisted in the air and dropping the handle. She is frustrated and she has got one more jump to rectify matters. So we have 6 jumpers in girls 2 right now. So the math is pretty much self-evident here. Brooke Burdick needs to land this next jump to put herself possibly in a position where she would end up on the podium. If she does not land a jump sufficiently long enough, or she fails to land with the next jump, then every jumper that has jumped including the jumper to come, that is Jenna Buka, provided that she doesn't perform in a similar fashion herself. That would mean that those 4 jumpers that preceded Brooke Burdick would all have a position on the podium. But I suspect that Brooke Baldwin is not going to go quietly into the good night. Brooke Burdick, who jumped 40 feet at the Midwest Regional Championships, the equivalent of 12.1 meters, which would be a pretty decent distance around about now. They would put her a whole meter ahead of anyone that's currently in the lead right now. Of course, I'm making reference to Jada Buka right now, who jumps 11.1 meters, and here she comes. This is Brooke Burdick. This is crunch time now. She has not landed either of her first 2 jumps. Does she? Oh, yes, she nails the jump. She nails the landing. She redeems herself fully. And you know what? That might actually be a distance that takes the lead on top of everything else. All right, the distance is going to come through. What is that distance? In French, the question will be quelle distance? We'll give it to you in metric first and then feet afterwards, because this jump, I suspect, is going to be pretty long, at least in comparison to anything else that we've seen in this division since the start. Good solid edge all the way through, up, twisting away from the boat, which isn't always the best course of action, but at least she makes that work on this instance. And 14.3 meters, 14.3 meters or 47 feet, 14.3, 47 feet. With 1 competitor to go, she is in the lead and can finish no worse than second. So, the next best competitor to the tune of about 3.2 meters in distance. So, Brooke Burdick is now our lead competitor, will finish no worse than second. And now, let's have a look and see what our next competitor can do. I don't know what they're waiting on. She's got the handle. Waiting for the green light from the boat. A very technical event, the jump event, and so trying to get the line separated from the dock, and all right, then. So here we go. Our next competitor, last competitor in this division. It is going to be Jenna Buka. So, Jenna Buka, let me give you the tale of the tape so far as she is concerned. We'll get that to you in just a short bit. Now working her way towards the ramp. A national title could be hers, provided that she jumps far enough. And in this instance, anything more than 14.3 meters will do the trick. She's edging towards the jump there. Good, solid edge up and over. And, oh, as sweet as you like with the landing. hardly taking an impact with that landing. So Jenna Buka, who in the Midwest Regionals jumped 48 feet, or 14.5 meters. So she is able to do this. Past results have indicated that. And in the girls 2 last year, she was able to jump 51 feet. So you'd expect some improvement whenever the competitor moves up from one division up to another. All right, it's 15.4 meters, 15.4 meters. So your national jump champion in girls 2 is Jenna Buka. So jumping in girls 2 last year, my mistake on that one, but still managing to get the job done. 15.4 meters. $50 feet on jump number 1. Let's see what she can do by way of an encore. Ah, nicely done with the landing. Sweet as you like there. And notice with those skis, they don't have all that much rocker in the tip, which means that pressing down on the jump skis coming off the ramp is going to be a little bit problematic, especially where that left ski is concerned. Coming off the jump there, stick in the landing. So landing a secondary jump there of 14.9. So Jenna Buka with 51 feet. .51 feet on jump number 1, 15.4 meters. Backed it up with 14.9 meters, or 49 feet. Now let's see what she can do by way of a third and last. Let's see if she can get closer to 20 here. Boom. And slaps those skis down, but she'll return to the dock. She will be your national jump champion in girls 2, Jenna Buka. Ahead of Brooke Burdick, ahead of Jada Buka, ahead of Paxton McCullough, and ahead of Reagan Horton. So 51 feet. The 51 feet is shown by the boat. Now, that could mean the same metric distance or a little bit less or more going in either direction. All right, there. That is 15.7 meters, or the equivalent of 51 feet. So going from one end of the scale in the foot distance of 51 feet to 15.4 meters on the first jump, and 15.1 meters on the last jump. But there you go, or actually 15.7, I beg your pardon. So there is your leaderboard. That is Jenna Buka, your champion, Brooke Burdick, second place, and Jada Buka in third, with Paxton McCullough and Reagan Horton rounding off the top 5. All right, then. Looks like we're taking a quick pause for the time being. We'll move on to girls 3 jumps in just a moment, so sit tight. More from the 84th Goode Waterski Nationals be coming your way. Girls 3 jump is coming up next on the Westlake, and all that to come right after this.
For over 20 years, because times are always changing, the men and women of DNCA have been invested in future-oriented solutions through active and flexible conviction management. Times change, values remain. Entrust your savings to an asset management firm to meet your long-term financial goals. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
It's always summer at Shoe Schwab Ski and Board isn't just a slogan. It's been a way of doing business for 30 years. Shoe Schwab Ski and Board keeps more summer gear on hand than any other shop in Canada. More wake surfers, water skis and wakeboards, more wetsuits, ski and board vests, water toys, and tons of pickleball gear too. Not only Canada's best selections, but the guaranteed lowest prices as well. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shoe Schwab Ski and Board online at shoeschwabsnb.com.
The perfect holiday isn't a destination. It's a feeling. That's why we don't sell packages. We listen. We design. We create journeys as individual as you are. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
They'll all tell you their boat's the best. We don't need to, because the moment you're behind the wheel of a Mastercraft, you'll feel it. Speaking of performance, watch this. In the boat, plush, premium, cool to the touch, plus the smartest tech and the smoothest ride. Because we're built to last, not just built to sell. You might call it bold. We just call it the standard. Mastercraft. Better every time.
World record ropes Masterline.
Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Brian. How can I help you? Yeah, Will. Can I let him know who's calling? All right, just a second. Will, I got a fill for you.
Perfect. Give me just 1 second. All right, hit it. Thanks for holding. This is Will. Hey, how's it going? Good.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
motion. DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor. In a world in motion, DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
All right, then. Welcome back to live and continuing coverage of this, the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. You are tuned in to the West Lake, which is where the tricks and the jump event take place. And speaking of the jump event, our next jumper on the water is Elise Sylvie, and she's our lead-off competitor in Girls 3. Here she comes. Up and over. Oh, and just a little bit back on the skis and unable to land and ride it out. But that's Elise Sylvie, who qualifies for these national championships, averaging a distance of 34.7 feet. So up and over, but unfortunately unable to land that opening jump. That is Elise Sylvie. We'll get the stats on Elise Sylvie very, very soon. Like in the second round of the Texas State Championships this season, she jumped to 36 feet or 11.1 meters. Competed in LA Night Jam in the amateur round of competition in the Girls 3 event, where she jumped 10.4 meters or 34 feet. So she's good for about the mid-30s. Let's see if she can knock one into the 40s possibly. Now Elise Sylvie, who actually started off the season jumping off the 4-foot high ramp, the ramp that has a ratio of 0.215. She's now moving up to the ramp height of 5-foot high, which has a ratio of 0.235. About 0.02 of a difference. So Elise Sylvie landing the second jump. I beg your pardon. So glad to have you tuned in, no matter where you happen to be around the world. If you are one of the nearly 7,000 subscribers here to TWBC's YouTube channel, we certainly appreciate you for doing so. That gives us the ability to inform every single one of you of when we go live next, and also be a part of the live chat that goes on with each live event that takes place. 10.3 meters, 10.3 meters. Or 34 feet. All right, then, let's saddle up for jump number 3. This is Elise Sylvie. Coming to us from Jacksonville, Texas. Yes, there is more than one Jacksonville out there in the world. Not the biggest city in Florida, Jacksonville, but one of the various cities in Texas. Elise Sylvie, very, very patient upon the landing, and that is a cornerstone of what she's been able to do out there, at least for the last two jumps.
Isn't it time to switch?
So Elise Sylvie jumping at 45K. So jumping at around about 28 mile an hour. Using some old style jumpers. I think they're old kidder jump skis, and there's 10.7 or 35 feet. 10.7, 35 feet, and Elise Sylvie is done for the time being. Next competitor to take to the water is going to be Juliana Habril, who comes to us out of the Midwest, I believe. I certainly know that name from somewhere. Maybe in my collegiate days, as it were. No awards being presented at the moment. We're pretty much updated with all of those right up until the end of a men's 6 jump. At least out of the events that have taken place so far today, not only with the tricks event, but also with the jump. All right, skier on the water is going to be Juliana Habril. Okay, Juliana Habril from Gaylord in Michigan. Up and over the ramp, and nicely done. Okay, so Juliana Habril knocking down the first jump. She has 2 more jumps remaining. Letting the boat pull her over the ramp, going from bottom left to top right. Taking a bit of a hit there, but managing 10.3 meters or 34 feet. Okay, so Juliana Habril, who in the Midwest Championship notched a 41-foot score for 12.2 meters. So a little ways shy of that, but let's see what she can do here. Oh, nicely done with the landings. Now that she's seen appears to be confident enough with the landings, maybe she can start to ratchet the intensity up a little bit and maybe do one of two things. Either change the boat speed up to 46K, which is about 28 mile an hour, or start to take a poke at it by having a little bit more of an edge from the nearest wake to the ramp all the way through to the top left-hand corner. So we're going to get a distance very, very soon for Juliana Habril. Okay, so 11.7 or 38 feet. 11.7 or 38 feet. So now she has one more jump to come. She's within about 3 feet of what she's jumped as her best score this season. That was produced at the Midwest Regionals. The Midwest Regionals, incidentally, took place here about a couple of weeks ago. Oh, and taking a bit of a shocker so far as the landing is concerned, but no less stable with it. Lands the jump and rides it out. So let's have a look and see what made this jump as well landed as it did. The handle came up a little bit, though, so it did send her weight back, but she was able to slap those skis down upon the landing. Yeah, the handle came up, but that didn't affect her position in relation to the jump skis, and there you go. So we're waiting on the jump distance. It is 12.8 meters, 12.8 or 42 feet. 42 feet, and that is her season's best. So wonderful stuff there. 12.8 meters. That's 40 centimeters more than what she has jumped so far. That equates to a foot increase in distance. And that means that Juliana Habril is currently in the lead to the tune of 12.8 meters ahead of Elise Silphy on 10.7 meters. Now, for those of you that want to keep an eye on the scores as they progress and as they appear, then go to waterskiresults.com. The first link among the tournaments listed there is the Goode Waterski National Championships, the 84th running of these championships. Just set up a tab on your desktop or on your tablet or wherever else you choose to be connected. Just set up a tab with Waterski Results and marry that against the two tabs which you should already have. What, you don't have those tabs already? Shame on you. Well, you've got one tab at least because you're listening to me, and it is the Tricks and Jumps Lake here at the 84th Goode Waterski National Championships. This is the West Lake here at Trophy Lakes Estates 3. The other tab, if you've got room to spare for one more, should be the slalom event, which is taking place on the East Lake at the same venue. Here in the land of 10,000 lakes, it is Minnesota. It is the birthplace of water skiing. And it is now the turn of Julianne Waffle coming in. Whoa, a good dig into the jump. Whoa, how on earth did she learn that? Took the tension from the line, just leant away as far as she could away from the boat, and that still had enough support for her to rise up and land that jump there. So Julianne Waffle. We'll get the stats on her in just a moment. Coming to us out of Pewaukee in Wisconsin. We'll get the distance for you in just a moment. Coming to us out of Pewaukee. All right, then. So we got 15 meters or 49 feet. 15 meters, 49 feet. That puts her into the lead after one jump. Let's see what she has by way of an encore. Now she is... Oh, whoa! And she got twisted a little bit into the landing, and she's okay. So the rescue crew are always on standby, always ready to go if the unthinkable happens. Edging all the way through, but leaving her right ski behind her a little bit, and that contributed to the fall. So a 0 distance on jump number 2, but Julianne Waffle has one more attempt to come in the Midwest Championships. She jumped 43 meters, jumped 43 feet. Wow, if it was 43 meters, would be in another bracket here or another event. So Julianne Werfel with a jump coming into these championships of 43 feet or 13.2 meters. Now she's jumped more than that on the first attempt in these national championships. So it's going to go upwards and onwards. Bear in mind that the boat speed that she was taking is going to be 28 mile an hour. Ramp height is at the ratio of 0.235, which equates to 5 foot high, or 1 meter 50. For those of you that enjoy working with the metric system as much as we do here at TWBC, and we're always conscious of being able to communicate with everyone we're concerned with the sport, especially where it comes to presenting distances. Now, many like to use the metric system, and many others like to use the feet and inches, and we realize that it's pretty much an equal camp between feet and inches and metric. So we made sure that the distances are published in both methods. And also bear in mind, of course, that the jump measuring systems that are in typical use around the world do measure jumps primarily using the metric jump system. And for the sake of ease of understanding the jump distances, we therefore convert it into feet and inches to be published in a lot of tournaments in the United States, but something to bear in mind as we continue to work forwards. All right there, so Julianne Werfel. Here comes Julianne Werfel. Edging through up and oh, beautiful landing, stomps it. Two-footed landing about as well as anyone could produce out there. That's Julianne Werfel. 15 meters already in her back pocket, or 49 feet. She's already in the lead after 3 competitors with that distance. And the distance is going to be pretty substantial, I believe. Getting some good, decent pull into the jump there, and off the ramp there, it got even better there for her. Trying to get as much lift as possible. Okay, it's 14.3. Not quite what we were expecting on that last jump, but she'll take it. 47 feet on the third and last jump, but her best jump is 49 feet or 15 meters exactly. Sadie Anderson is next. Okay, folks, our skier on the water coming to us from Mays in Kansas, in age 12. This is Sadie Anderson. All right, let's see what Sadie Anderson has in store for us in the Midwest Regionals, held not too long ago. With the boat speed at about 29 or 29 mile an hour, she was able to knock out distances of 44 feet. Let's see if she can do something a little bit more substantial here. Oh, taking a butt check on the landing, but managing to ride out that jump and get a safe distance in her back pocket, and will continue to roll into a second jump. From Mays in Kansas, this is Sadie Anderson. So just looking at this jump there from Sadie Anderson, the height was definitely there. The speed wasn't, but she can work on that. It is 13.7 meters. 13.7 meters or 45 feet, and comparing that against what she's done already this season, well, as you've guessed, she's outstripped the best jump distance of the season so far to the tune of about 20 or so centimeters, 13.7 meters or 45 feet. And she puts 1 foot more on top of what she's already done this season. So well done to her going forwards. Now let's see if she can put something together that would challenge any potential leaders going forwards. Up. And a little bit of a bouncer with that butt check landing there. But there you go. That is Sadie Anderson coming to you from Mays in Kansas, the home of the Mystic Lakes facility that held the Nationals many, many moons ago. And I certainly remember that competition at the Nationals when TWBC came along to webcast that event. I remember the absolute carnage that ensued with the men's 5 jumping event towards the end of those national championships. One of the more enduring memories of those nationals. But since that time, cooler heads have prevailed between the main actors of those championships in that particular event. 13.8 meters, or 45 feet. 13.8 meters, 45 feet, and let's see if she can dig deep here. Let's see if she's got a large enough shovel to do it. Here we go. Girls 3 jumps. Okay, here we go. Up and over. Getting a little bit twisted in the air. She definitely put a little bit more into that one. All right, so as Sadie Anderson heads back to the dock in girls' free jump, a fantastic effort there from her. She's already outstripped her best distance this season to the tune of 45 feet or 13.8 meters, which is her best jump distance up to this time. Now, we don't know the distance on a third and lag jump, and now we do. It's a 14.4 meters, or the equivalent of 47 feet, and that's probably a new PB there for her. 14.4, 47 feet. Fantastic skiing there. You got to give it to her for that effort. And Sadie Spitafor, or Sadie Spatafor, will be our next competitor next on the jumping lake here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. You are about halfway through the girls' 3 competition in the jump event. Okay, Sadie Spatafor. All right, so Sadie Spatafor comes to us from Maple Grove in Minnesota, the land of 1,000 lakes and the home of the 84 for Goode Water Ski National Championships and the birthplace of water skiing in its entirety. You go back to July the 22nd, 1922, when an intrepid young man named by the name of Ralph Samuelson decided to get a couple of pine boards, curl up the tips of those pine boards using a boiler, and when he got eventually up on top of the water, being pulled behind a seaplane, the rest was history. So far as Sadie Spatafor is concerned, history is still to be written in her performance of this event. Sadie Spatafor, who competed at the Midwest Regionals, jumped 46 feet, or the equivalent of 14.1 meters. So quickly back on top of the water. This is Sadie Spatafor. All right there, here comes Sadie one more time. Middle jump coming up. Jump number 2. Taking in a little bit more speed, and that results in a better landing. The speed was what really contributed to a successful landing on that one, because she came into the jump there on the previous attempt and kicked it, but didn't have an awful lot of speed coming into the landing. And it's I find And I don't know if you agree with me on this one, folks, but that whenever you put on a little bit more speed into the jump and use that to land with, then you're in better shape to being able to ride it out. It's like an aircraft, you know. The softer landings always seem to occur whenever the plane comes in off a shallower slope into the landing whilst retaining a little bit more speed. It's when you direct the plane to land on the runway and not have an awful lot of carrying speed. It's when the impact is most intense. If any pilots out there would like to communicate in with the live chat to kind of verify the veracity of that statement, you're more than welcome to. So here we go. This is Giuliano Spadafore. We await the second jump distance. I would imagine it's going to be a little bit further, but here she comes in for third and last. So Julianne Spadafore, or Sadie Spadafore, I should say. Getting confused with the first and last names. That isn't always preferable in this instance. So Sadie Spadafore. We're getting used to saying Sadie a lot over the last few weeks. Not necessarily between Sadie Anderson or Sadie Spadafore, but with one of our newest members on the TWBC announcing crew. It's Sadie Ferguson. I'm sure that she appreciates me saying her name on this air anyway. 15.7 or 52 feet, 13.8 or 45 feet. So for Sadie Spadafore with 15.7 meters or 52 feet, that should be enough to give her the lead with 5 skiers remaining. So that is the target now. Sadie Spadafore's jump of 15.7 meters. If I'm looking at the leaderboard correctly, that would put her right up on top. So let's have a look. Sadie Spadafore with 15.7 meters for 52 feet ahead of Julianne Werfel, ahead of Anderson, Habril, and Sylvie in that order. Skier on the water right now is Elise Mallet. Coming to us out of San Antone, or to give it its proper name, San Antonio. Elise Mallet on the water right now. Skied in the recent regional championship where she flew for 52 feet or 15.9 meters, and would need something of that range to put her confirmed in the top 5 with 4 competitors to go after her. Here she comes, Elise Mallet. So there we go. That is the first jump there from Elise Mallet. She's got a safe jump and a safe distance secured. Now she can start to wind it on if she has the ability to do so. So girls 3 jump right now. We are about a little over halfway through this event. We are on skier number 6, therefore. And the jump is 14.8 or 49 feet. So there we go. That is 14.8 or 49 feet. Elise Mallet on 49 feet is still looking for about 2 more feet in distance Actually, three or four more feet would help her out more. So here comes Elise Mallet. Continuing to maintain the boat speed at around about 28 mile an hour. Here she comes, Elise Mallet. Getting some good pull up in the air, getting nice lift to help effect a wonderful landing there for her. That is Elise Mallet, coming to us out of the South Central region, specifically the city of San Antonio in Texas. It is Elise Mallet. Now let's have a look at some of her backup distances this season. The SCR Junior Development Tournament, where she jumped 45 feet. San Marcos River ranked summer kickoff, 44 feet. So the one standout distance is 52 feet, but we will see if she can get closer to that mark. Well, it is closer, not by much though. 15.1 meters or 50 feet. So she's going to have to dig deep here now. She's got to conjure up something now. Let's see if she can bring this cut down later and try and aim more towards the top left-hand corner and maintain that direction. It's all good and well edging towards the jump to try and pick up some speed, but unless you've got the drive and unless you've got the direction, then all of that energy could bleed off towards the boat and would put you in a real tricky situation in regards to landing, notwithstanding the fact that the distance could well be less at the same time. So there we go. That is Elise Mallet. I think that jump is a little bit longer. I don't think it will touch 52 feet, although I have been wrong in the past for something like this. But there we go. That is Elise Mallet, whose jump of 15.1 is 50 feet. That currently puts her in second spot right now, but she's by no means guaranteed a medal at this point. So 15.5 meters, it's longer. So now, still out in the lead is Sadie Spatafor with a jump of 15.7 meters or 52 feet. That would put her in the lead. That keeps her in the lead and puts her in the top five. Elise Mallet will be the one on the outside looking in, waiting to see if her jump of 15.1 meters or actually 15.5 meters is good enough to seal the deal in that respect. So only 0.4 of a meter separating Sadie Spatafor and Elise Mallet, with Sadie Spatafor having the upper hand with 15.7 and Elise Mallet with 15.5. 0.2 of a meter separating them, 20 centimeters. Violet Burdick is on the water right now, our fourth from last competitor. Violet Burdick right now. So coming to us out of Brighton in Michigan, this is Violet Burdick. Nice edge, although much of it was over the left ski, and that made life a little bit complicated so far as the landing was concerned. However, she was able to ski a way out of it. The distance might not be anything to write home about, but at least she lands a jump and puts a secure total in her back pocket, as it were. Violet Burdick out of Brighton in Michigan, who has jumped as far as 51 feet or 15.5 meters as her best jump of the season. She's backed it up with 15.4 meters at a separate tournament, and that tournament was the Midwest Regionals, held not too long ago. So let's have a look and see what the first jump distance is. It's 14.7 meters, 14.7 meters, or 48 feet. That is not going to do it. But she does have 2 more jumps in her quiver, as it were. All right, here we go. This is Violet Burdick now. She is starting to get angry now. Now she's wanting to unleash an edge all the way through that jump. If she can maintain the direction, it would certainly help her out. There you go. That's a little bit more like it. The lift was there. The distance may well be there, provided that she came into the ramp with a little bit more speed this time around. So Violet Burdick, could that jump be the one that brings her within striking distance of Sadie Spatafor? So she successfully lands that jump, and it looks pretty solid to me. We await the distance. It's been radioed to us, and we'll have that up on your screen. It's marginally further. It's 14.9 meters, 14.9 meters, or 49 feet. It's edging closer, but it's not edging close enough to unsettle the likes of Sadie Spatafor, whose jump of 15.7 is 52 feet. The next nearest distance to that is a 51-footer from Elise Mallet. Here comes Violet Burdick. Up and over. Oh, a little bit more aggression this time, almost getting hung up on the bottom right-hand corner. She was getting pushed in towards that jump. And I would assume that the setup for a lot of these girls is actually RTB activated, which means that almost as soon as the skier hits the jump, the boat speed goes back to the return baseline. But once again, it looks like Sadie Spatafor may well prevail deeper into the podium finishes. It is 14.8 meters. It is 14.8 meters, which is the equivalent of 49 feet. So that means that Sadie Spatafor moves up 1 more spot towards the guaranteed podiums. She's currently in the lead with 3 competitors to go. And that being the case, Sadie Spatafor has guaranteed herself no worse than a 4th place finish. In the meantime, Elise Mallet, who is currently in 2nd spot right now, she is guaranteed a spot no worse than 5th, with her jump distance of 15.5 meters or 51 feet. And for those of you that doubt the advocacy of using the metric system, you're seeing an example of how useful it's becoming in terms of separating jump distances. And the jump distances and the associated competitors in each case. Case in point, right now, Sadie Spatafor with 15.7 meters, 20 centimeters more than Elise Mallet, who's jumping 15.5 meters, 20 centimeters behind, or 51 feet. So now let's have a look and see what we've got here. We've got Grace Harden. Grace Harden coming into the course right here, right now. Coming to us out of Douglas Hills in the bluegrass state of Kentucky. This is Grace Harden. Oh, and lands in a heap, unfortunately. Just was not at all stable approaching that ramp. So Grace Harden, who averages a jump of around 52 feet. Although that average is made up of three distances, you add them all together, divide by 3, and it spits out an average. That average is 52.3 feet. In the Junior U.S. Open, in which she competed in, she placed in 6 and posted up a distance of 55 feet in the process. In 2 rounds of jumping at the Tennessee State Championship, she was able to yield distances of 53 feet in the first round and 54 feet in the second round. And each one of the distances I've been able to publish out to you guys. Each one of those distances is in the range of in the realm of the 16th meter. All right, here we go now. This is Grace Harden. 0 on the jump number 1. Taking an earlier approach here, but managing to hold on to that thing and ride out that jump. But the question is, did she put enough distance between herself and the ramp on that particular jump? She's gotten the score. She'll feel a little bit easier now. She will rest easy, but yep. Unfortunately, no time to rest, because her third and last jump is coming up very, very soon, and she's going to need to step it up here because I don't think that second jump is going to be anywhere close to the jumps posted by Sadie Spatafor, whose jump is 15.7 meters or 52 feet is the one that carries 13.8 meters. It is coming down to the wire now for Grace Harden. 45 feet. All right, so let's have a quick look at the leaderboard as we bring in Grace Harden for the last jump. Sadie Spatafor with 15.7. Elise Mallet with 15.5 meters. Julianne Werfel with 15 meters. Violet Burdick with 14.9 and Sadie Anderson with 14.4. Here we go. This is Grace Harden. Shoulder charge right off the wakes and now stabilizes herself. Does she? Oh, no! And she goes for the gusto on her third and last and comes up short. Oh, my word. So that means that whoever is in third place at this juncture has just guaranteed themselves a place on the podium. And it looks like Grace Harden will finish out of the top 5. A middle jump distance of 13.8 meters does not feature in the top 5 at this juncture. So just got bounced a little bit upon the landing and was just hoping and praying that line got tight enough in the right place to pull her out of the hole that she created in for herself. So Sadie Spatafor is still in the lead, and she's been in the lead for the last 3 jumpers right now. But that could all change because our next competitor to take to the water will be Zoe Atwell. Zoe Atwell. This is girls 3 jumps here on the West Lake of this wonderful facility, Trophy Lakes Estates 3, the home site of the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. All right there, so Zoe Atwell. Now we're starting to get into the heavy hitters with the jumping event. We fully expect Zoe Atwell to take the lead and set herself up for a position no worse than second, because we're looking at her average. She brings into this event, she brings into an average over 20 feet higher than the next best jumper, who in this instance would be Grace Harden. But Zoe Atwell has a 75-foot average coming into this event, a competitor hailing out of Essex, Illinois. This is going to be Zoe Atwell. Now, Zoe Atwell, she competed a little bit earlier on today in the tricks event, and I believe had a podium finish in that regards. And and if you want to check that by yourself, you can go to waterskiresults.com, open up a tab, type in waterskiresults.com. You'll see the list of tournaments. Click on the link for the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals, and hey presto, you have the current results for this competition and many, many others. Here we go. This is Zoe Atwell. There you go. She's taken the lead with that jump, and it looks steady enough, and it looked far enough just to be able to just put your thumb out and just, yeah, that sounds about right. Looks about right too for Zoe Atwell. So Zoe Atwell, I believe this jump is going to be into the 25-meter range, maybe even 26 meters. But her best jump this season, as a matter of fact, is 23.3 meters, which is the equivalent of 76 feet. Zoe Atwell. Good work. Oh, yes, look at this. It is 22.6 meters, 22.6. So 74 feet on the opener. And she isn't that far away from having the kind of technique and the poise necessary to jump well into the 30-meter range. Just a case of having the confidence and the courage and the skill necessary, bits and pieces from all three of those elements needed to be a successful jump competitor. And here comes Zoe Atwell. Let's have a look and see what she has. turns in, trying not to spike the switch here too early. Yeah, pounds the jump there and then puts in a good flight there and a wonderful looking jump there for her. That is Zoe Atwell. So just to let you know, our first jump was 22.6 meters. And 22.6 would actually be our third longest distance of the season for 74 feet. So it seems to have a pretty good handle for her edge and a flight off the top of the jump and the use of the arm sling as well. The jump, oh, look at this, 24.1 meters, 24.1 or 79 feet. So now it's just a case of opening up the target a little bit more and seeing if she can put a distance down that would really challenge the likes of Kate Nelson, our last competitor in the girls' 3 jumping competition. So here we go. This is Zoe Atwell. One last jump. She is in the lead. She's guaranteed no worse than second in the Girls 3 National Championship for 2026. The 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships continues on with Zoe Atwell. Third and last attempt. Here she comes. Getting good lift and oh no, and she drops the handle. So any aspirations that she has in relation to the third and last jump being further than the first 2 have been vaporized with the fall on that landing. It'll be interesting to find out the distance, but I don't think it's going to be published somehow. I would imagine that it would have been a little bit further. But now it sets up a tantalizing target for our next competitor to exceed. Kate Nelson is our last competitor in girls 3 jumps. And we'll see what she's got for us very, very soon. All right, so Kate Nelson is on the water right now, and it's a name that should be familiar to a lot of folks out there because she competed at the IWWF World U17 Championships, and you can actually watch her performance there by searching the archive, the TWB's archive, which is available on the YouTube channel. Kate Nelson, who jumped 111 feet in the opening round for a PB and then backed it up with a jump distance of 107 feet in the jump final for a distance of 32.7 meters. Her personal best, therefore, is 33.9. So she is someone who should be able to deal with the target that's ahead of her quite handily. But there's no room for complacency here. She is going to give it her all right from the get-go. Jumping at a boat speed of 51 kilometers an hour, which is approximately 32. Here she comes. Kate Nelson will put Look at that, and there's your national champion. Fantastic skiing there for Kate Nelson. Coming to you out of Burlington in Wisconsin. Wonderful jump. Equally impressive landing. And this next score should put any challenges towards Kate Nelson's ascendancy towards the top in girls' free jumps to rest. Fantastic skiing there. All right there. So this next distance should confirm that she is your national champion. And it is 32 meters. 32 meters. Or a distance of 105 feet, 105. So, yep, she's put that to bed. Let's have a look at the leaderboard. Kate Nelson confirmed as your national champion in girls' free jump, ahead of Atwell, Spatafore, Mallets, and Werfel. Putting in quite an impressive performance on jump number 1. Now, let's see what she can do by way of an encore on jump number 2. Jumped 105 on the first jump. She's certainly capable of more than that. She's done that. She's gone more than 105 feet at least twice in her jumping escapades. Up and over, will land and will ride out that jump very, very confidently indeed. So Kate Nelson getting in deep in the turn. So there we go. We've got Kate Nelson, and we're looking at this distance here. Coming right up. It's 99 feet. It is a little bit less, so hard to pick that jump apart. Technically, it looked pretty good, but maybe she didn't carry enough speed off the turn and maximize her opportunity in that vein with that second jump, which means it comes down to the last jump to at least get out of here with a jump that's closer to PB distances of 111 and 107 feet. Both of those jumps produced at the World U17 Championships, and once again you can watch that event again by searching the TWBC archives. Should be pretty easy if you go to the TWBC YouTube channel, and you'll find all of our live broadcasts over the last few seasons. They're available to watch. Here we go, coming in on jump number 3. Let's see what she's got, and she drops the handle, passing on jump number 3. But in terms of her aim of winning the national jump title, that is fulfilled. She is your national jump champion. That is Kate Nelson. With those distances, a pass on jump number 3. One could say a wasted opportunity, but I think by that time she knew that the writing was on the wall, and maybe there will be another day where she could set a personal best. But in terms of knocking down the jump title, it's all hers. So there we go. That is a Kate Nelson. Let's have a look at the leaderboard one more time. Kate Nelson with 32 meters. Zoe Atwell with 24.1. Sadie Spatafore with 15.7 to round off the top 3. And you can look and check out the full results by going to waterskiresults.com. That is waterskiresults.com. All right, we are exactly halfway through. We've gone through jumper number 27. We have We have jumpers getting lined up to take us all the way to jumper number 52 of today's action. You are watching continuing coverage of the Goode Water Ski National Championships, the 84th edition.
For 30 years now, Canada's #1 water sports pro shop, Shuswap Ski and Board, has been supporting the sport they love through extensive athlete and event sponsorship, donations, and prizes. Having watched the best water ski action on the planet for years, the crew at Shuswap Ski and Board is now helping TWBC bring that amazing action to you. To discover more about one of the world's top pro shops, visit Shuswap Ski and Board online at shuswapsnb.com.
Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy. Travel like a VIP every time you book with us. Receive perks like complimentary daily breakfast, room upgrades, resort credits, preferred access at thousands of luxury hotels worldwide, trips you actually want to take without the overwhelm from beaches in Portugal to African safaris, a vineyard weekend in Sonoma, or a solo escape to Mexico, curated just for you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
USA.
All right there, our next division is going to be boys 2, and this is Goode Bethely. Hopefully I pronounced the name right. I'm sure someone's going to have a conversation with me if it isn't, so hopefully you'll be forgiving. This is Goode Bethely up and over. Oh, very, very nice. Over the jump there, taking a little bit of an edge and then letting the boat pull him onto the jump the rest of the way. Up and over. Okay, so 39 feet on the opening jump. I believe that distance is going to come through as. It will be up on your screen momentarily. So 12 meters or 39 feet on the opening jump here in boys 2. All right, so after completing his first jump, Goode Bethely, who comes into this event averaging a little over 34 feet. Let's see what he's got. This is boys 2 jumps, our first competitor, Goode Bethely. And yeah, there you go. He's all kinds of excited, wouldn't you agree? First time he's landed jumps here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, and already excited about the prospect of taking a third and last jump there. He's on some old school HO jumpers from the Wade Cox era, where all of the top model skis that you could ski free events on had the same essential graphic design that from the CDX1 from that was designed by Wade Cox at that time. So fantastic effort. That is 13.6 meters, 13.6 meters or 45 feet, 13.6 or 45 feet. We'll try and track down some stats here for Goode. Here comes Goode Bethely. Oh, getting a little bit twisted in the air, but managing to recover just in time to land and ride that jump out. So coming to us out of Connecticut, North Grosvenor in Connecticut specifically, aged 11. Goode Bethely. So improving with each jump there. Goode Bethely, 14.3 meters on the last attempt. 14.3 meters, the equivalent jump of 47 feet, I should say. And that way outstrips his average. Came into this event with a best jump of 36 feet and is now at 47 feet. That's impressive, I have to say. That is terribly impressive. All right there. So as we continue to work our way through the antique jump skis that our boys, two competitors, will be hitting the ramp on, we move from HO. We move on to Conley's antique offerings. The pair of HP jumpers. It looks like for him. Our next competitor is going to be Jack's Fit. And rocking the motocross helmet, I see. Yep, they are definitely a pair of not HPs, but actually the model down at that time, which is the SP jump skis. Now, the SP jumpers, when they were created back by Conley in the mid '80s, they were supposed to be a bridge for competitors that were new to the sport of water ski jumping, that didn't require all of the high performance stuff that went along with the HP jumpers, like double graphite, honeycomb, and all of that stuff. And they produced a model of jump ski called the SP, which had the same shape, but just only had Kevlar and a foam core. And that's exactly what Jack's Fits is jumping on right now. But let's talk more about the skier rather than the equipment, if we can possibly do that. Let's have a look and see. Coming to us from Caddo Mills in Texas, age 9. Here we go. Let's have a look. Age 9. Look at this. All right, lands his first jump at the Nationals. There you go. Age 9 for Jack's Fit. So landing his first jump, it should be around about 30 feet, maybe a little bit less here or there. So it should be coming up on your screen momentarily. All right there, so 8.8 meters or 29 feet. Let's see if we could try and get the metric distance into double digits with the next two jumps. Okay, jump number 2. So 28 feet on the opener there for Jack's Fit. Now let's see if he's got something approximating a cut in towards this ramp. skiing behind that Mastercraft towboat. Oh, a very aggressive hit there from the wake. Oh, no, and I'm sure that he's been told on more than one occasion that you've got to try and set an edge nice and smooth and not go so hard. Otherwise, you start bleeding energy towards the boat before you hit the jump. Like there. Started off way too hard off the second wake and then squared off towards the jump way too late and wasn't able to get his position set into the jump. And the handle came up high to boot as well, which didn't exactly help matters, but there we go. That is Jack's Fitz. There you see him, now you don't. Oh, there we are. There we picked him up eventually. So 0 score on the second jump there for Jack's Fitz. Skier number 29, but skier number 2 in the boys 2 jumps competition.
First national, Jack Fitz. He's got a 28-foot short jump. He's coming back to jump number 3.
So Jack's Fitz. In the July Ski Haven tournament, he was able to jump 38 feet in the second round for an 11.7 meter jump. Preceded that in the previous round in the same tournament with a jump of 24 feet for 7.6 meters. So quite a bit of distance between his best jumps and his secondary best jumps there in that single tournament. So now this is Jack's Fitz. He's already done something that he wasn't able to do in the South Central Regionals, and that is to land a distance. And a slightly easier cut, edging all the way through. And yeah, there you go. Better looking jump there. That jump should be more than 8.8 meters, but the big question is, so there we go. That is Jack's Fitz. He will ski into the shore. And looks like we're seeing a distance being indicated on the display for our jumpers. As we have a look at that jump again, it is 9.8 meters, 9.8 meters. So he adds another full meter. On top of what he did previously, and 9.8 meters is the equivalent of 32 feet. But I'm sure that he'll remember his experience about jumping at the national championships for the very first time, as we now work our way down to our third competitor on the water in boys 2 jumps at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. It is going to be Chase Hightail.
No, Jonah Johnson. Chase was not here.
Okay, scrub that. Chase Hightail, a no-show here, which means that we go on to our next competitor. It should be Jonah Johnson. All right there, so working our way down this list. Chase Hightail is a no-show here, so we go on to our next competitor, who is going to be Jonah Johnson. Up and over, and will land and ride out that jump, and looks extremely secure out there. Coming to us out of Conway in Arkansas, aged 11. And it is Jonah Johnson. So, Jonah Johnson looking good here. Didn't go particularly late, certainly not as late as Jax Fitz attempted to go. So, Jonah Johnson, a 42-footer on his opening attempt from what I'm hearing across the radio. The distance in metrics should be coming through at about the same time as well. So 43 feet in actuality it is, or the equivalent of 13.1 meters. So there we go. There is the current leaderboard. Goode Beffley is still out in the lead with 14.3. Jonah Johnson in second place, and Jax Fitz in third after 3 competitors. Ah, there you go. Snapping those skis into the landing. Fantastic there. Okay, so skier on the water is Jonah Johnson from Conway in Arkansas. I like the way that he got that jump underneath him. So 13.2 meters, just marginally further on jump number 2 there for Jonah Johnson, as we continue to monitor the situation in regards to this event. Goode Beffley, who went out first and has jumped 14.3 meters, or 47 feet, is still out in the lead at this early juncture. Up and over, lands and rides that jump out, although not really putting in as much energy into his third and last jump as he did the previous 2. So that might have a bearing as to how far he jumps in terms of distance with the third and last jump. But our skier coming to us out of Conway, Arkansas, is making his way back to the shore, and we look and see our next competitor. Coming up next, it is going to be Weston Threlkeld. So 13.2 meters on that last jump as well, which is 43 feet. 43 feet there. Currently is good enough for second place right now. Jonah Johnson, 13.2. Jax Fitz there with 9.8 meters, and still out in the lead with 14.3 meters is Bodie Beffley. Western Fraukaud. So in the water and getting ready to go, Western Threlkeld coming to us out of Kansas. Bucyrus in Kansas specifically. Qualified for these national championships on the basis of distance. And his best distance this season has been a 38-footer or 11.5 meters. So there's plenty of potential here for him to actually exceed that distance with the 3 jumps that he has at his disposal. So here we go, folks. We got Western Threlkeld. Western Threlkeld coming in towards the ramp for his first of 3 attempts at this ramp. Oh, getting a little bit wayward off the jump there. Fell back and the handle went up as well, which didn't exactly help him in terms of his task of landing the jump. Western Threlkeld. He's got 2 jumps remaining, so there's that working for him, but he needs to get a jump landing at a distance before he can start attacking the lead. So just looking at that instant replay once again, just seeing the jump there, and as we continue to roll back the years so far as the jump skis are concerned, we're looking at a pair of Conley jumpers that were produced in the early part of the 1990s during the concept era. And basically, the Conley jump skis that are around about that time were all the same model, based upon the mold and the pattern that was pioneered by the folks that created the HP jumpers, and even before then, even before the HP jumpers, the Conley 200 plus jump skis, which were all the rage alongside the Kidder Red Lines in the early part of the 80s. And like I said before, it's good to see those types of jump skis still continuing to do some remarkable work as the basis of these young competitors learning how to jump effectively without needing to go to the latest and greatest pair of jump skis that the industry has to offer. Up and over. Oh, and Western Threlkeld getting into a little bit above the first 2 jumps not landed. So now the only thing that he should be focused on is to actually land and get a score on the board. So it would keep any aspirations he would have in relation to the overall competition alive as well. If he is a participant in the other two events, that is, of course. So Weston Frelkeld, who has competed in a number of tournaments this season. Mystic Lake's normally his favorite site. So Weston in a little bit of bother now as he gets up on top of the water and he realizes the situation. He is on his fourth jump. So if you were ever to describe this situation in relation to baseball, 2 men out and 3 men on is probably the closest you're going to get. Up and over. Oh, there you go. Hangs on to it. That is Weston. Weston Frelkeld. Rescuing that jump from the claws and the jaws of defeat there. Weston Frelkeld. But now the question is, what is the distance? He's gotten the score, but how far is it going to be? 11.5 meters or 37 feet. 11.5 or 37 feet. As we now go towards the end of the first half of our jumpers. Nathan Harden will be our next competitor to take to the water. Nathan Harden, who has an average of 39 feet. All right, then. So now let's work our way down to our next competitor. It is going to be Nathan Harden, and there's your current leaderboard with Goode Bethely in the lead with 14.3 meters or 47 feet. The distances are only going to start to creep up higher from here on out as we go down the seeding order. And the skier on the water right now, it is Nathan Harden. So, coming to us from the Bluegrass State. And the Bluegrass State, for those of you that do not know, is the state of Kentucky. More specifically, Douglas Hills, Kentucky is where you'll find Nathan Harden. Let's have a look and see what he's got. Up and over and just collapses and falls into a heap. So 0 score on jump number 1, and he has 2 attempts remaining. We are on jumper number 33, which means that after this point there will be 19 jumpers more to come before we end off today's live action here at the 84th Goode Waterski National Championships. Now, once again, it behoves me to mention some of our sponsors for this competition here at the 84th Goode Waterski National Championships, including the title sponsor, which is Goode Carbon Technologies, alongside our other ski companies, HO Syndicate, D3, Radar Conley. Masterline provide us with our accessories and also provide us with our ropes, which makes them the official tow line sponsor of the Goode Waterski National Championships, and also our boat providers, which are Malibu, Mastercraft, and Nautique. We thank those guys very, very much indeed going forwards. We also thank the residents and the main people behind the Trophy Lakes Estates 3 for putting on this event here at the land of 10,000 lakes, Minnesota, the birthplace of water skiing. All the way back in 1922, when Ralph Samuelson intrepidly put those pine boards on his feet and got up behind a seaplane, and the rest, as they say, was history. And there we go, our jump on the water, Nathan Harden, whose best jump this season has been 42 feet, or the equivalent of 12.7 meters. We'll await the distance. It should be thrown up on our screen fairly soon. Instant replay. And it is 10.3 or 34 feet, 10.3. All right. 10.3 or 34 feet. So continuing on, boys, 2 jumps. We are nearly halfway through the event. But Nathan Harden, who is definitely capable of a lot more than what we're seeing from him, he is at 34 feet right now, and his better, one of his better jumps, his best jump of the season, is a 42-footer. So let's see what he has. Let's see what Nathan Harden can do. He's got to get set over his jump skis a little bit sooner than this. Now he's pulling out. He's not really edging across the jump to maximize his speed coming in. He's letting the boat do most of the work, which is fine if you're a relative beginner to the jumping game. But if you're looking to throw down some distance, a little bit more direction and speed are what is required. So 11.1 meters or 36 feet. 11.1 meters for 36 feet for Nathan Harden. So as he comes up the jump, up and over, lands and rides it out. That is good enough for 11.1 meters or 36 feet. Now let's have a look at that bright, shiny leaderboard once again, and it should show that Bodie Bethely is still in the lead with 14.3 meters ahead of Jonah Johnson with 13.2, and Weston Frelkeld with 11.3. Those are your first 5 competitors to hit the water, and therefore your top 5 as it stands right now. All right, next competitor up, averaging 41.7 feet coming into these national championships. It is going to be Wade Baker. So, ski on the water and getting a little bit of cheer and a little bit of encouragement going right along. We have got Wade Baker. Appears to be quite a popular young athlete. So out of Brighton in Michigan, from I believe the same location as the Burdicks. We got Wade Baker. So a skier that has a personal best, which he set at the Midwest Regionals not too long ago, of 42 feet. For 12.7 meters. He does actually have a slightly longer jump, but it's still 42 feet, to just marginally further using the metric. And that is Wade Baker. 12.8 meters is his PB. Nicely slid over on those kidder jump skis. Distance coming through any moment now as we look at his form off the top of the jump. 13 meters, or 42 feet there for him. 13 meters exactly. We are on skier number 7 on this list of competitors in Boys 2, for a total of 44 competitors in this event. Actually 17 skiers in this event, which takes us to a total of 44 jumpers, the aggregate total of competitors since we started this little bit later this morning. Or a little earlier this morning, I should say. All right, here we go. We've got Wade Baker. Oh, nice. Seems to have nailed down the landings nicely. Seems to make it look like child's play, which apparently it is. Letting himself getting slid across the surface as he edges all the way through it. So waiting on the distance, and here it is, 45 feet or 13.6 meters. So one more jump to come there from Wade Baker out of Brighton in Michigan. So Wade Baker, who is aged 9. And getting ready for his third and last jump. All right, let's see what Wade Baker has in store for us on jump number 3. A little bit wayward in the air, but managing to hold it together. And throw out a distance on his third and last attempt. So it looks good on that jump there. I suspect that jump could well be a little bit further. How much further is the big question. Yes, it is further. It's 14.7 or 48 feet. 14.7 or 48 feet. Now that might be enough to put him in the top 3. It might even take the lead at this juncture. So 14.7, yes, indeed. Wade Baker is now your lead jumper with 14.7, just marginally ahead of Bodie Befferly. And Jonah Johnson rounds off the top 3. As we now take a look at our next competitor from Milwaukee in Wisconsin. This is Joseph Werfel, age 10. Coming to us out of the dairy states that is Wisconsin. All right there, so Joseph is on the water now. All right there. So now this is Joseph Werfel. Comes into this nationals averaging about 41.7 feet. His best jump, and he did that at the Midwest Regional Championships. So he jumped 43 feet. So he's definitely got the right stuff here. Oh, yeah, the speed was good. The timing might have needed a little bit of work, but he managed to get onto the jump whilst avoiding the bottom right-hand corner. Taking a pretty stout single cut into the jump there. The timing, as I said, could have used a little bit more consideration and work here. And you'll see as he comes off the jump there, 14.3 meters, 14.3 meters, or 47 feet. And that slots him, I believe, into second place right now. I'm going to have to look and see if there are any challenges to that distance. So it looks like it's 14.3 meters. As a matter of fact, 14.3 meters puts him into a two-way tie with Bodie Befferly. So the potential of a jump off could well be could be ensued, but we've still got a long ways to go before we make any kind of assertion in that regard. But just letting you know that that we have two tied distances with 14.3 meters between Bodie Beffley and Joseph Werfel. And that tie might have actually been broken with that jump if it's any further. Getting in a little bit of an awkward shape coming off the top of the jump, though. Remarkable how he's able to bring those skis down. Okay, 14.4. Okay, that breaks the tie. 14.4. 47 feet. So still the same feet distance between Bodie Beffley and Joseph Werfel, but the tie break is the fact that his jump is 47 is actually 14.4 meters ahead of Bodie Beffley's score, which is 14.3, despite the fact that both translate to 47 feet. In the meantime, Joseph Werfel coming in, jump number 3. Oh, humongously close to the bottom right-hand corner. We might even have to take a slower instant replay to see how close he was to the bottom right-hand corner, whether he still has a right ski fin after that little escapade. So Joseph Werfel comes back into the dock, having taken his 3 jumps. Certainly knows how to cut late, but whether you can do it with control or not is another matter. There you go. It was about that close. Still a few inches to work with, but I think he was a little bit almost too close for comfort. And as you can see, coming off the ramp, he'll be more to the left side than he would be the right. However, having said all that, he has jumped 15.1 meters. So 15.1 meters or 50 feet, and I believe that's enough to take the lead if we can have the leaderboard come up for us momentarily. Joseph Werfel with 15.1 meters for 50 feet. Wade Baker with 14.7 meters for 48 feet. And Bodie Beffley rounding off the top 3 as it stands right now. In the meantime, turning over one page to another, the page that contains the remaining 9 jumpers, starting off with John Balfour. All right now, so John Balfour. So coming to us from Northfield, Minnesota, age 9. This is John Balfour. So John Balfour with his jump skis bouncing against the pressure that he is exerting across with them in the edging phase prior to hitting the jump. And taking a fall on the very, very first attempt.
what's going on. Instead, here's the ceiling, yeah. We'll get down there. Right there. 6 years ago, this is year number 17 on the water. And what about this throwback?
All right, then. We got John Balfour in the water at the moment. Where is he? He's probably on the other side of the boat. Okay, so let's have a look at this once again. This is John Balfour. Just started to slide and couldn't really arrest it, no matter how hard he tried to twist the skis to actually go the other way. Off the jump, getting a little bit twisted and taking a fall there. I think he's probably taking some instruction from along the shoreline, but it's or I think he might be going through a little bit of a boat judge test to determine whether he's fit enough to continue jumping. Okay, for those of you that are just joining us, welcome to the 84th Goode Waterski National Championships. This is Boys 2 Jump. John Balfour is on the back of the towboat, getting ready to take his remaining jumps, and still in the lead right now with 15.1 meters or 50 feet. It's Joseph Werfel. And if you want to check out the results for this event, or indeed any of the events that have taken place thus far, or consult the running orders for the events that have yet to take place, then you can go to waterskiresults.com. Waterskiresults.com is the place to go. Open up a tab, type in Waterski Results, and you are there. The first link at the top of the page will take you to the Goode Waterski National Championships results page, and from there you can browse to your heart's content. Also, make sure you have another tab open on your browser to be able to watch the events going on the east side of this facility, the Trophy Lakes Estates 3 facility. We are in the land of 10,000 lakes, Minnesota, and it is the birthplace of water skiing via Ralph Samuelson's exploits on July the 22nd, 1922, I should say. If it was 1912, then that would have been something remarkable, wouldn't it? But it was 1922 that a man named Ralph Samuelson became the acknowledged first ever water skier. So John Balfour unable to land his opening jump. We'll see what he can do by way of redemption. Looks like he is out wide. There you go, landing that jump there, age 9. This is John Balfour. So John Balfour, I would imagine he is the younger brother of one Bodie Balfour, who's quite a prolific athlete himself. So 40 feet or 12.3 meters for John Balfour on his second attempt. for his second jump. All right, then John Balfour coming in. 12.3 meters, 40 feet. The best jump that we've seen in feet is 50. That is that equates to 15.1 meters. If he aspires to jump anywhere close to that, he's got to really put. Oh, whoa! He careens into the water there. It's a good thing that kids are mainly extremely flexible, because if a fully grown guy did that, whoa, that would have been horrendous. 12.3 meters, 40 feet is the result that he takes away from here today. It might have been a little bit further had he have landed it, but unfortunately he could not, and crashed in a rather dramatic fashion, as you're going to see here plainly. Yep, one splash is good, but about 2 or 3 in succession, not so good. Wow. There you go. That is John Balfour. 12.3 meters, bookended by a couple of 0 scores for 40 feet. Thomas Braden is our next competitor to take to the water.
Mark over me, on his way to 5, wait for that buoy to come to the rim. He's got 6, and out the gate, Mark over me, 35.
Oh no, and the dock start there for our next competitor has come up a little bit short, although I would suspect that was more the fault of the boat than anything. Saw a little bit of the line catching from the boat end, so I reckon that they're going to err on the side of discretion and let the fella go with all 3 jumps. It's Thomas Braden who is next. So as we work our way around this facility, there is our award presentation area. I'm sure that the award presentation area is getting ready to present the medals out to girls 2, girls 3 jumping. All right, then, let's see what Braden Thomas can do. Coming to us out of Madison in Wisconsin. So personal best of 46 feet or 14.1 meters. Let's see if he can get somewhere close to that, if not a little bit further. Oh, and dropping the handle there rather prematurely into the landing, and looked initially that he was that it was going to slip out from landing and not be able to ride it out, but managed to get his balance back, but not before he was unable to correct something earlier in the landing, which is keeping hold of the handle. Yeah, once that left ski started to go squirrelish, that rang some alarm bells in Braden Thomas's head, and unfortunately was unable to silence those demons, as it were. As we now have a look and see Braden Thomas. All right, working his way round, well, short of the turn island anyway. It's going to be Braden Thomas. Here we go. This is Braden Thomas now. Oh, and out the back here, and unfortunately for Braden Thomas, in a pretty sticky situation here. 2 jumps attempted, no landings secured, 0 scores for each, and he's got 1 more jump to come. That is Braden Thomas.
Well, the 4-way tie is sitting in place right now, 2 at -38. That's Dirk Britton, Steven Miller, Jeff Goldman, and a Mark Overbauer. Dave Miller chasing him. He's going to come around the island at -35. We got some awards going down in front of the
Okay, coming in. Back against the wall here. 2 jumps, no landings. This is Braden Thomas. Yeah, and lands that final jump there. That is a Braden Thomas. But how far is the distance going to be? Is it going to be anywhere close to 50 feet, the current lead distance from Joseph Werfel? So the jump distance coming through for Braden Thomas. It is 14.2 meters, 14.2 meters, or 47 feet. Okay, moving right along, our next competitor should be Ted Arvin. Theodore Arvin is his proper first name, but folks with Theodore hardly ever want to be called that, so Ted is the main shortened moniker. As we continue on with the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, coming to you live from the Trophy Lakes Estates 3, right here in Minnesota, in beautiful Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes. So now, Theodore Irvin is next up. He's on the water right now. Okay, so competitor on the water, 10-year-old from Portsmouth, New Hampshire. And it competes in all three events, but when you factor in his jump scores, his best jump is a 48-footer, or 14.8 meters. But he's going to need something more than that if he's to get anywhere close to the lead. This is Ted Irvin. Again, a little twisted in the air, but still managing to land and ride it out. All right, so we have Ted Irvin on the water as it stands right now. Again, a little bit twisted in the air, but landing in just about the right spot to arrest that twist. 13.1 meters, or 43 feet. Still got a ways to go, though, and he's running out of opportunities to do that. But he's got his second jump to come. And we'll see what he can do with his third and last shortly afterwards. Theodore Ted Irvin. Okay, coming in on jump number 2, this is Ted Irvin. There you go, not sliding nearly as much, and is actually able to transfer the direction and the edge all the way across the top of the ramp and translate that to a better distance. Ted Irvin. The distance should be revealed any moment now for Ted Irvin. So the distance isn't going to be too dissimilar from what he had. It's 13.3 meters or 44 feet for Ted Irvin now. All right there, so coming in on jump number 3, this is Ted Irvin. Oh, getting in. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Does he ride out that jump? Oh, what a pity. Losing one ski and almost managed to ski his way out of it on one complete ski. That is Ted Irvin. Certainly gave it his best shot. And that might have been his best jump out of the 3 had he have landed it. But there you go. That is Ted Irvin. So now we're down to our 6 remaining competitors. So within about the next 2 or so, we should be able to determine what distance is needed from any of our remaining competitors to get on the podium. To that effect, our next competitor up is going to be Chase Mallett. Chase Mallett. So working our way down the list, our next competitor is going to be Chase Mallett, who comes to us out of San Antonio, Texas.
One ball for Doug. And I think he's going to add to that.
So Chase Mallett, our next skier up on a pair of Conley jump skis from circa late 1990s, early 2000s. I think edging more towards the late 1990s, because I'm quite sure that Scott Ellis jumped on something like those before he went to the larger jump skis, and that was in the mid to late 1990s. But there he goes. That is Chase Mallett in the South Central Regional Championships held recently. He jumped the following distances. He jumped 49 feet in winning that division. This division being boys 2. And he's had jumps of also 49 feet, as well as 48 and 47. So he's been consistent over the 40-foot range. Now he needs to find something here to go over the 50-meter range. So Joseph Werfel is still in the lead with a 51-footer, I believe. Oh, and lands and rides that one out. We'll try and get you an updated leaderboard in just a moment as we continue to rock our way through these competitors. We are on competitor 12 in this event, and on aggregate we are on competitor number 39 of our our jumpers so far in this competition, out of a total of 52 before we end off coverage for the day. So landing, and impressively landing there. So 14.3 meters or 47 feet, 14.3 meters or 47 feet for Chase Mallett. Let's have a quick look at the leaderboard and see where we are. Joseph Werfel still in the lead in 15.1. Wade Baker with 14.7. Bodie Befferly with 14.3 in a two-way tie with Chase Mallett with the same distance. So it's getting very, very tight towards the top, but I suspect that within about the next 5 or 6 competitors, it's going to be blown wide open, because the drop-off point between the first and second and the rest of the field is quite significant in terms of average distance. Up and over, will land impressively once again, and he has a penchant for that, landing with that one hand. And that's going to serve him well in the future when he gets up alongside the boat before he lands, when he starts hitting jumps of over 120 feet and beyond. So it's good that he's getting used to that now, instead of having to work on it later. And it certainly helps that he's light enough on his skis to be able to do that. I doubt whether many of the senior men would even contemplate doing anything like that. So 14 meters exactly, or 46 feet. 46 feet for 14 meters exactly. So for those of you that are just joining us, wherever you happen to be around the world on this fine day, on this Monday, this is day 2 of action here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. I'm Tony Lightfoot, taking care of the call on the tricks and the jump lakes for today and the remaining portion of these championships. And now Chase Mallett is he's starting to get aggressive now. He knows the distance that he needs to try and to go to usurp the likes of Joseph Werfel. He's been able to get close, but let's see if he can get closer now. Boom. There you go. He lands with both hands this time around. He gets more of a pull from the boat, and that might actually project him out to a further landing. Chase Mallett getting ready to learn of his distance. We've got 5 competitors to go, so this should determine the target going forwards as Chase Mallett goes into shore. So the distance is 13.6 meters, 13.6 meters or 45 feet. 13.6 meters or 45 feet, I would say. So now, let's have a look at the leaderboard once again, because the lead distance from Joseph Werfel is the target now. Anything above this target distance from Joseph Werfel, the target distance is 15.1 meters or 50 feet. Anything above that, and that will secure not only the lead score for the time being at this juncture, but it will also put whoever is bold enough and brave enough and successful enough in jumping 15.1 meters into a position where they walk away with a medal in these 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. There is your leaderboard. There is the top target, 15.1 meters, and there are the the 5 that occupy the podium positions for now. Boys 2 jumps. We're down to our final 5. Wyatt Waters. Wyatt Waters wearing the a product of his dad's creation, the Waters jumpsuit. A skier that comes to us from Groveland in Central Florida, if I'm not mistaken. Here goes Wyatt Walters on jump number 1 and putting the padding in that jumpsuit to good use. So aged 10. So age 10 from Groveland in Central Florida. Wyatt Waters. All right there, so 13.8 meters or 45 feet for Wyatt Waters. He's still got a lot of work to do between now and the end, and a skier who came into this competition having qualified as the second place competitor out of the boys 2 division in the South Central Regional Championships, jumping 51 feet in that instance, or 15.3 meters. All right there, here we go now. We have got on the water Wyatt Walters. There you go, knocking down that jump distance, and I suspect that one could be a little bit further. So a little over 13 meters or 45 feet he opens up with on his first attempt, and I suspect that one could be just a skosh further. The question is it far enough? Is it far enough to start challenging the top 5 competitors? Or even better, to try and usurp the current top competitor right now, who's Joseph Werfel? It's a little bit better. Actually, it's exactly the same, as a matter of fact, and just rereading it, and it is 13.8 or 44 feet. So now it's a case of who wants to get on the podium more. Is it Joseph Werfel, who is in the clubhouse right now with the lead jump score, and he's probably thinking, how on earth did I get into this position of being podium bound with 4 competitors remaining? Well, the answer to that question will probably be imminent, quite imminent, once we see Wyatt Waters' third and last jump. Let's see what he's got. He's taken a straight up single cut once again. Wyatt Waters. There you go, a better looking last jump, but is it good enough? Is it a good enough jump to put him in the top 5? So Wyatt Waters returns to the shore, and I reckon this jump is going to be about 14 or so meters. All right, then the distance should be known immediately now. So Wyatt Walters. So a jump of 14.9 meters, 14.9 meters or 49 feet. So he does improve. Now, is that enough to shake things up at the top on the leaderboard? And the answer to that question is yes. Wyatt Waters has now put himself in the second spot right now, and Joseph Werfel, with 4 competitors remaining, is guaranteed a spot on the podium with 100, with his 51-foot effort that we saw about nearly an hour ago being performed. 15.1 meters or 50 feet for Joseph Werfel. Now, next competitor is going to be Remy Lee. It comes to us from Meridian, not the one in the Mississippi or anywhere else aside from Idaho. So Meridian, Idaho, for this next competitor. It is Remy Lee. So a jumper that is capable of scoring upwards of 60 feet. If he could do something like that, then that will really put him in a position where he could occupy a spot on the podium. Here he comes. This is Remy Lee. Does he land and ride it out? Yes, he does. Off to a good start, and he still has 2 more jumps to perform in this set here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. Again, a little bit twisted in the air, I have to say, for my liking, but it's very, very close to 60 feet. And how close is it? Well, it's 58 feet, 17.8 meters, 17.8 meters for 58 feet. So now that takes the lead and guarantees himself a spot in the on the podium. So not only is Joseph Werfel a podium occupier, so too is Remy Lee, having taken the lead, and will finish no worse than 4th. Joseph Werfel is on the podium as well, will finish no worse than 5th. 3 competitors to go. Let's have a look and see what we got here. Edging all the way through and a little bit of twisting in the air, but a little bit more controlled this time for Remy Lee. And the seeding scores for Remy Lee are very, very close to a number of competitors that will go after him. So the onus is upon him to try and put out a jump distance that will stand up to any challenges going forwards. So 17.4 meters, 17.4 meters or 57 feet. 17.4 for 57 feet. Even that jump by itself would have been enough to take the lead, notwithstanding the fact that he'd already jumped 58 feet on the previous jump. 0.4 of a meter between those 2 jumps. So Remy Lee, his best jump coming into these championships was exactly 60 feet or 18.4 meters. So looking to see if he can put another 0.6 of a meter on top of what he's already jumped to jump over 60 feet. Here he comes, driving in hard. Oh, almost kicking himself out of his jump skis, and that could be close to about 61 feet there. For Remy Lee, he certainly left nothing on the table there with that last jump. Fantastic athleticism there in terms of being able to recover that jump and still being able to ride it out. That is Remy Lee. Almost kicking himself completely over his jump skis. And does that result in a bigger jump distance? Yes, it does. Look at that, 62 feet. That's probably his PB. That's 18.9 meters. 18.9 meters there, and that sets up a viable target because Timothy Baker is coming up next. And his best average distance is 61.7 feet. So Remy Lee has taken the lead with 18.9 meters. He is on the podium. 3 competitors to go. Timothy Baker is next, and then we'll see Benjamin Davis, and then finally the competitor you've all been waiting to see in boys too, Ridge Kruger. So Timothy Baker. So Timothy Baker, aged 11, which means that I believe that this is going to be his last nationals in this age division of boys 2 before he goes into boys 3. So let's have a look and see what Timothy Baker has in store for us. So Timothy Baker, his best jump going into these championships. He produced this at the Midwest Regional Championships, which took place right here on this site. So he's used to these surroundings. His best jump is 63 feet. Needing something approximating that distance to put himself neatly on the podium in 3rd place. Guaranteed. Here he comes, Timothy Baker, up and over, a little twist in the air, but lands and rides that jump out nicely, and also with the obstacle of not having an arm sling. Probably will ride with an arm sling eventually, but not until he's safely jumped to closer to 100 feet. So, Timothy Baker. We should be getting a distance coming through any moment now for him. Okay, so distance coming through 19.8 meters or 65 feet, 19.8 meters. or 65 feet. That puts him straight up into the lead and confirms his position on the podium. At the same time, he is the lead skier and will finish no worse than third with 2 competitors remaining. And 65 feet, if I'm not mistaken, is actually his best jump of this season. So he is on a high right now. 19.8 meters. That's half a meter more than what he's ever produced going into these championships. Certainly been training well, it would appear, behind that that Mastercraft towboat. The Mastercraft stars and stripes that you see there resplendent in those graphics. One of our 3 tournament towboat partners here at the 84th Goode Water Ski Nationals. The Correct Craft Nautique, the Malibu Response, and the Mastercraft that you see out on the water with its Pro Star turns in. Oh yeah, good lift there, good elevation. So looking at this once again, we're looking at Timothy Baker. Okay, so breaking the 20-meter barrier to produce a jump distance of 67 feet. 67 feet there, or 20.3 meters. So it took us a while. But we done it to go over the 20-meter mark. Our jumpers, our next 2 jumpers will smash it to smithereens with the 3 jumps that each of them will have. But Timothy Baker, I think, has jumped over 20 meters for the very, very first time in his life. Let's see if he can expand upon that and take this one further. How much dare he risk here? Timothy Baker. Here he comes, jumping. Third and last. Yeah, nails that one down too, and he just has this wonderful ability in the air to know exactly where the best spot and how to land it is. All right, then. So the last jump is going to be not his best out of the 3. It's 19.7 meters or 65 feet, but it is good enough. It would be good enough to take the lead. However, he's already done that with the preceding 2 jumps, and he holds on to the lead with 20.3 meters or 67 feet. So now we come down to our penultimate skier. It is going to be Benjamin Davis. There is your leaderboard. Tim Baker with 20.3. Then Remy Lee, Joseph Werfel, Wyatt Walters, and the rest of the list you can find by going to waterskiresults.com for the live results feed. That is waterskiresults.com. Click on the first tournament link at the top, and it will take you straight to where you want to go. Open up a tab. Type in waterskiresults.com, and check in with the live results here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. In the meantime, our second to last competitor to take to water is Benjamin Davis. Okay, here comes Benjamin Davis. Coming to us out of Milford in Virginia. This is Benjamin Davis, aged 11, which means that this is his last national championships in this age division. Oh, yes, and taking a big old dose of speed into the ramp there. So in the S-Lines Eastern Regional Championship, for this competitor, he jumped 74 feet, and that's the kind of distance he'll be looking for right now. I'm pretty confident that he's gone on to a podium position. Not quite as confident as guessing how far up the leaderboard he's going to rise with that jump there. So looking at this, 67 feet, leading the competition, but to the tune of 10 centimeters, 20.4 meters, 67 feet for Benjamin Davis. And I'm putting a nice little star next to his name. He is on the podium. And he joins Remy Lee, Timothy Baker, Joseph Werfel as occupants on that podium. We've still got room for one more. And that one more could well belong to Ridge Kruger, who will be our last competitor off the dock. So from Milford, Virginia, this is Benjamin Davis. Competed in the Junior US Open where he jumped also 74 feet. Virginia State Championship, he jumped 71 feet for 21.7 meters. So he's jumped into the 70s before. Now the question is, can he do it right here and now today? Here we go. Throwing everything into that jump there, including the kitchen sink. Turns in towards the jump, accelerates, and just absolutely pummels the surface. He's certainly going to be working a lot on his jump in the off season as he gets ready to transition between boys 2 and boys 3. But he's certainly been looking to work upon his strength and his timing when the boat speed goes up. He's currently at 27 miles an hour. So 21.2 meters or 70 feet. So he has answered that question emphatically. He was able to get into the 70-foot range to the tune of 21.2 meters. All right, here we go. Benjamin Davis, one last attempt now. Let's see if he can round off his jumping stint in Boys 2 at the National Championships with style. He's giving it some there. Fantastic. I like where this is going there for him as he transitions from Boys 2 to Boys 3 over the off-season. Or continuing to ski into the autumn, or fall as they call it in this part of the world. But there you go, that is Benjamin Davis. I reckon this jump, it's going to be around about the 20-meter range once again. Could it be closer to 22 meters? Who knows? Really digging in hard there. So 21.7 to 1.7, which is the equivalent of 71 feet. So now we've come down to our final competitor in Boys 2 jump. It is going to be none other than Ridge Kruger. So, ably assisted by his father on dockside, there is the legend, the recent Hall of Fame inductee, Freddie the Nightmare Kruger. And he's got his youngest son ready to go. That youngest son is Ridge Kruger, who is averaging distances. Check this out, folks. He averages 120 feet. Just the average alone ought to scare you. So coming to us out of Winter Garden. He too is also 11 years of age, which means that this is his last season in Boys 2. And he'll want to end this season off with a flourish in Boys 2 with a great jump distance. Now, I wonder how we can do that. Well, jumping over 71 feet is going to be fairly much a chip shot for him. But how about maybe setting a national record? And I'm sure some of you are asking me right now, hey, Tony, what is the national record for Boys 2 jumps? Well, looking along this list, Boys 2 national jump record, Ridge Kruger, 36.2, 119 feet. He already has it in his possession. He did that last season at the 2025 Goode Water Ski National Championships. So he's looking to try and fly more than 36.2 meters to set a new, potentially devastating national record. Here he comes. Oh, look at this. He is your national champion once again in Boys 2 jump. That is Ridge Kruger. He has 2 attempts remaining. So never mind the hyperbole. This guy has got it. Yes, he signals that he's won the title. The question is, how big is the distance going to be? Ridge Kruger who took the bronze medal in the Rocky Mountain Pro in the U21 boys tricking competition, tricking over 6,000 points. $100. Oh my word! What am I hearing? What am I hearing with the distance being called through right now? It's going to come up on the screen. You are going to be absolutely amazed. It is 121 feet. It's 121. The distance in metric is 36.8. He needed a jump. He needed a jump in excess of 36.2. He's reset the national jump record in his last tournament in boys 2 jumps. So well done to Rich Kruger. However, he's got 2 more jumps to go. So can he set this one at 37 meters or beyond? Can he go over 125 feet even? Wow. The possibilities are endless. Here he comes, Rich Kruger. Jump number 2. So here he comes. He's already on 36.8 meters, which is a national record. Here he comes. Jump brilliantly. Fantastic jump in there from Rich Kruger. Never mind 37 meters. What about 40 meters? He's certainly given it his best shot. Rich Kruger already on 36.8 meters, which is a national record on jump number 1. And that one, I suspect, is going to be around about the same area. What is the jump distance? Quelle distance, as one would say. All right, he has to settle with 34.7 meters. 34.7 meters, 114 feet. But I suspect that he is just reloading for jump number 3. So his last jump in boys 2 coming right your way here on this webcast of the Westlake on the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. This is your announcer, Tony Lightfoot, and Rich Kruger going round the island and getting ready for his 3rd and last jump. Let me re-emphasize once again, Rich Kruger, 36.8, has reset the national jump record. It was 36.2, 119 feet. It is now 121 feet. Let's have a look and see. Rich Kruger bringing it down a little bit later. Keeping the good tight line now. Waiting. That's a big, big jump. How big is it going to be, though? Seemingly a little bit miffed and a little bit disappointed there, but he's won the national championship. He's taken the national jump record of 36.8 meters already on jump number 1. Probably wants to be as far from everyone else as possible, but that's Rich Kruger for you. But let's have a look at this. One last jump in boys 2. What is the distance? Ski's kicking up on him a little bit, which meant that he couldn't get into his aerodynamic flight as soon or as far as he wanted. What is the distance? We are all waiting with bated breath here. So 115 feet or 35.3 on that last jump, but the first jump is where he did the most damage. 121 feet, 36.8 meters, a new pending boys 3 national jump record. So well done to Rich Kruger. And there is your final leaderboard in boys 2 jumps. Kruger, Davis, Baker, Lee, Werfel in the top 5. And so well done to each of those competitors as we now work our way down towards our final 4 divisions of competition. We'll have men's 8, men's 9, men's 10, and men's 11. All that to come as we continue to rock on with the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. And when we return, it is those divisions that will round off to the day's actions on day number 2. All that to come right after this.
Morning, Brian.
Hey, morning. You have a good weekend?
Yeah, got out on the water a couple times. How about you?
Yeah, I got to set in. Just gonna make a quick phone call here. Oh, of course. Can you get that, Will?
Yeah, man, I got it. Thanks for calling Wake House. This is Will. Yeah, looks like we've got those in stock.
What if I told you there was a place where the sounds of nature are only broken by the roar of a boat? A place where that summer feeling lasts all year long. A place where the Florida sun is only outshined by the smiles of the skiers. A place where first-time skiers can ski alongside world champions, and the world-class coaches work with all levels of skiers. What if I told you there was a place where life slows down and your only job is to make lifelong memories? That place is Swiss Water Ski Resort. Book your trip at SwissWaterSkiResort.com.
Old logic says success is determined by wins. It says you can't be a mother and a professional athlete, that you can't take on giants. New logic says watch me. Watch me become the most decorated track and field athlete in the world. Watch me start a brand designed by women, for women. When old logic holds us back, it's up to us to defy it.
At Houston Cadillac, at the moment you arrive, you will notice dedication to excellence. We deliver an unparalleled customer experience, and we're elevating our commitment with a new state-of-the-art facility. Explore our selection of new Cadillac cars, crossovers, and SUVs designed to meet your needs. We are redefining the luxury experience and investing in the future. Visit Houston Cadillac and begin your journey towards luxury.
At Dillinger Insurance, we have over 50 different carriers to shop your home, auto, and recreational vehicle insurance needs. We would love the opportunity to save you money. We insure million-dollar mansions, condos, mobile homes, rental homes, and everything in between. We know all about wind inspections, 4-point inspections, and how to get you the right coverage for your particular home. You've got questions, we've got answers. Can you remember the last time you had a rate decrease with your auto insurance? Let's take a look and see what we can do. We know all the ins and outs of getting our customers the best rates, coverages, and discounts, so put us to the test.
Don't monkey around with your insurance. Call Dellinger Insurance today. We've got tons of companies to help find you the best prices and the best coverage for your particular needs on home and auto insurance. Go Knights!
All right there, so let's continue on. No more monkeying around. Bradley Boyd in men's 8 jumping. We've got 5 competitors, so all of them have a spot on the top 5 podium. The question is where each one will end up. So let's see what Bradley can do. Looks like he's going to take a straight up approach on this jump. Whoa! How on earth did he ride out that jump without taking out the driver? Oh my word. How on earth? If he'd have pinged that handle, that I would not have given much hope for the chance of survival for whoever's driving that boat. Because just take a look at this. Comes into the jump, looks good, a little bit back, mind you, impacts the water and just puts a death grip on that handle. And I don't exaggerate when I say death grip, because anything other than keeping fully hold of the handle would have taken out the driver. Look at this. Ping straight up on his feet, a little bit on the back there, but I tell you what, 10.6 meters or 35 feet. Okay, so one jump and home. So bit of a difference in vibe between Rich Kruger, who just jumped 121 feet, and Brad Boyd, who jumped 35 feet. One and done.
His top score in men's set, he ran a 2:41 at 34 miles an hour sometime in the recent past. You know Steve is a skier. And there he goes on the 6 ball now against the 35. Steve Binkley.
So Freddie Snell is our next competitor out.
Just saw that on his bio sheet. Men's 7, tournament best of 2 at 41. And that's a 34 miles an hour. She is 34 miles an hour. Oh. Applicator 9 Story. The next group is a 6-year group, knotted up at 2 to 40 get off. Onto Kate Window. It has that 2.5.
So it looks like we're taking a time before we go on to our next competitor. We'll return in just a moment with Freddie Snell. We'll be back right after this.
My name is Thibaut Dalen and I'm the broker of Dalen Real Estate. And today I want to show you some of our special listings located in Florida's world famous water ski hotspots.
DNCA Finance has grown through crises and transformations. Times change, values remain. For more than 25 years, DNCA has been by your side for active and flexible management of your wealth. DNCA, Maison d'épargne de valeur. Speak with your financial advisor.
It's well known that Canada has produced many of the best skiers the world has ever seen. Well, more and more skiers are coming to realize Canada's Shuswap Ski and Board is one of the world's best pro shops. They stock D3, Radar, HO, Connolly, Reflex, Masterline, Syndicate, Stokes, Camaro, S-Lines, Eagle, KD, Stealth, Pegosky, O'Neill, and back them with Shuswap Ski and Board's performance and fit guarantee. Check them out online at shuswapsnb.com.
Luxury means something different to everyone. A private island, a hidden villa, a journey designed around you. At Marola Travel, we take the time to listen to how you want to travel, how you want to feel, and what luxury truly means to you. Marola Travel. Wherever you're going, we'll make it easy.
Okay, moving right along, we have got one of our elder statesmen in this national championships in men's 8. It is Freddie Snell. So, coming to us from Murfreesboro in Tennessee, an epicenter of the country music industry, and home of Middle Tennessee State University. There we go. That is Freddie Snell, and coming off the back side of that jump. Getting up over his skis, and as soon as he hit the jump, the weight started to shift back, and he lost his position over the front of his skis. 0 score on the opening jump, but he does have 2 attempts remaining.
Refreshment. Not sure how we grow here, garden, but we've got one growing here. That's a good one. I was there last summer.
All right, let's have a look at Freddie Snell with his second attempt. Just trying to stay nice and loose. Even doing a couple of wake jumps to practice what hitting the real thing is going to look like in the next few seconds. All right, coming to you live. This is the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, sanctioned by the American Water Ski Association and supported by USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. This now is men's 8 jump. Freddie Snell, our second competitor out, looking to try and round off his day in style. Up and taking a fall on that one as well. So just needs to make adjustments with his knees and ankles in relation to the water and not try to overdo it in relation to the ramp. Just got to understand that when the water goes from flat and then you hit an incline, it's definitely going to have a deflective effect whenever you hit the jump. And if you try to rise up with the ramp and go backwards, then that's when things start to get really, really complicated. And just got to let the boat do the work. He doesn't need to work any harder than he's already doing to try and stay over his jump skis. Freddie Snell on what I believe to be Connolly HP jumpers. They certainly have the consistency of that same tip shape that was highly common in the 80s and the early part of the 90s. So Freddie Snell in the Tennessee State Championships, he jumped 45 feet there, or 13.9 meters. He's down to his last jump though. So here is Freddie Snell coming in on jump number 3. He's got to get it done here. Okay, first off, let's get the knees bent. Secondly, let's get the ankles bent. Thirdly, whatever you do, do not move backwards. Let's get the shoulders over the feet, up and over. Does he do it? Does he do it? Does he do it? Does he do it? Yeah. Oh, come on. Come on. Get up. Get up. Yay! There you go. Get after it. Freddie Snell comes through clutch on jump number 3. And the irony of it is he's probably taken the lead with that jump. So Freddie Snell, up and over. And he was not going to let go of that handle. No way. Let's have a look and see what that looks like on the instant replay on the front side of the jump. Look at this. There's Freddie Snell coming in. Up. He was still a little bit back, but he was definitely a skosh more forward here. Lands, gets the feet underneath him. 12.2 meters. 12.2 meters. The distance doesn't really matter. What matters more that he was able to survive and ski it out. And 40 feet, which is 12.2 meters, is actually the lead distance. So, wow. So he has secured a score. He's on the podium already because there are only 5 jumpers in this section in men's 8. So now we're on to Dennis Weiser. All right, so Dennis Weiser. Coming to us from Osceola in Iowa. This is Dennis Weiser. Or should that be Denis Weiser? I don't know. Up and over, and will land and ride that jump out, and he's got 2 more attempts to come to see if he can't take it out a little bit further, and he's asked for an increase in boat speed as within the constraints of the rules, of course. So, yeah, Dennis Weiser. Up and over, and his feet took more of the brunt of the landing than anything else on that jump there, and it is 13.3 meters or 44 feet, or 15.3 meters. So now he's got 2 more attempts up his sleeve. All right there, so Dennis Weiser looking good, but unfortunately unable to land that jump. So scoring at 0. Re-rack Ridge. All right there, so standing next to me right now is Ridge Kruger as we look at Dennis Weiser going through his jumps. So your day's been pretty good so far, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, I would agree.
Okay, so the best part of your day so far?
Yeah, definitely, with the jumping and getting so close to breaking more records, but, I mean, can't wait for more opportunities to come.
Well, you mentioned records. That jump of 36.8 meters, which is 121 feet.
Yep.
And we're looking for your jump right now because we have the ability to re-rack and play it up on the screen. So this is going to be your first jump. it was exactly the first jump. And tell us a little bit more about this.
So I was a little bit just wanting to kind of win so I was just trying to get over the ramp. But when I came across the second wake, I was, okay, here we go. I'm excited. So I decided to try and kick it and go for it, and worked out pretty well.
Excellent stuff, and it worked out to 36.8 meters or 121 feet, and that actually sets a brand new national record. I want to ask you if you'd have broken it before in any tournaments, because if you hadn't, you've broken it right here.
So I actually have been 122 at Jack Travers' place in a tournament in May. And
so they're basically, what you're saying is they haven't updated the document yet. You've got so many records pending that they want to make sure that the season's over before they publish another one.
Yes, I think so, because I'm pretty sure my 119 of my last time or the one I did last year, is still technically the one that's still published, but I have gone farther, and the 122 is what I'm talking about.
Well, I've got to say, I've been thoroughly impressed by your competitive drive and your competitive action out there. And 36.8 meters for a guy that's like 11 years old, is absolutely fantastic. So you're looking forward to Boys 3?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to speeding up. Can't wait to see if I can go pretty far and hopefully can break some more records. But that's yet to come.
So when do you start training to speed up?
I actually start training probably as soon as I get home, because I have California Pro-Am coming up, and hopefully I can get some points to hopefully get a chance to qualify for Masters, even though I have very little odds to make it.
Okay, well, you're in it, so you got a chance, and we'll see how it pales out. But congratulations once again, Ridge, and we hope to hear some more. Oh yes, and congratulations, by the way, on the U21 bronze medal win at the Rocky Mountain Pro a week or so ago. You must be pretty chuffed about that as well.
Yeah, I'm pretty excited about that. It was very difficult for the conditions, but overall, I'm very happy with how I skated.
Yes, and you've had some media training, I can tell. You've had some training there from your father and your mother, I reckon.
Yeah, from photo shoots and interviews from stuff from when I was younger, so I've had practice from all the way back from 22.
Well, like they say, practice makes perfect, and so glad to have you here, Ridge Kruger. Congratulations on both that and the pending national record, at least on this site, and we look forward to seeing you a little bit more during these 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships.
Thank you so much, Tony.
All right, then. That was Ridge Kruger as we reassert ourselves with the jumping. John Abel is on the water right now. That last jump was 14.8 meters, which is the equivalent of 49 feet. So with 49 feet, Dennis Weiser is in the lead with two competitors left to go. All right there. So Dennis Weiser is in the lead with 49 feet or 14.8 meters. John Abel, let's see what he is able to do. Oh, look at this. He's going to go for the three-quarter cut. He's going to take in a fairly soft approach here. Just needed to keep his direction just a little bit longer so that he could get the pull from the boat and get up on his toes. But unfortunately, that didn't happen for John Abel this time around.
Good place to be toward the end of the day here.
So John Abel going in with a bit of a splash and a whimper on jump number one, and we'll see what he can do on jump number two. But, I mean, his intentions were good with this one. So there you go, John Abel on jump number 1 and getting ready for the remaining 2 jumps. John Abel, who recently skied in the O35 World Championships, hence the reason for the jumpsuit. So John Abel, who is aged 72. Competed in the Pan American Senior Water Ski Championships recently within the last 12 months and jumped his best at that competition to the tune of 79 feet. His next best distance was also in those same championships, but 1 round before, he jumped 70 feet in the South Central Regionals this time around. In this tournament water ski cycle, he jumped 62 feet, so he's got plenty of potential here. Let's see if he can realize it with the remaining 2 jumps, starting off with jump number 2. Oh, and getting pitched out a little bit on the landing. I don't think he's injured at all. I just think that he's more frustrated than anything else. He has a 0 score on the first 2 attempts there for John Abel. And it looks like we're going to take a little bit of time to put his jump ski on. He'll be on the back of the boat for a short while as we have a look at John Abel coming in on jump number 2. Had a fairly hard edge off the turn and then softened it up into the jump there, which kind of forced his weight onto the back of the skis. Once you get loose like that, once you get loose of the boat, then you've got nothing to support you going through the jump. And you end up in a heap like he did on the first 2 attempts. Turns towards the jump, or actually away from the jump, then softens his approach, and then that forces him back in the air. And whenever you are in that situation, the consequences are pretty self-evident. So he's on the back of the boat, he's putting his skis on, and we're going to give him a break. And in the meantime, why don't you take one on us? All right there, welcome back to live and continuing action here at the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships. We've arrived back just in time to see John Abel attempt the ramp for his third and final attempt in men's 8 jumping. Here we go. This is John Abel. Now he's defaulted back to a single cut here. Realizes he needs to score for overall, and does he get the jump? Yes, he does. So he started off aggressively. He had to back it off all the way down for his third and final jump. Had to go into emergency land the jump to score mode. And there you go. That is John Abel, which brings us on to our last competitor, who will be Pat Combs. So 54 feet or 16.6 meters. So 54 feet is good enough for the lead, and at least puts John Abel in second place at worst.
Go, Pat Powell. Do what you know.
So Pat Combs is our last men's 8 jumper to go. And I don't know who else there's going to be beyond that. There's Don Bucher in men's 9. There's Dennis Longo in men's 10, and there's Bruce Cundy in men's 11. Although as exuberant as Bruce Cundy typically is, I have not seen him on site so far during the course of these championships. So from Owensboro in Kentucky, age 72, this is Pat Combs. And he's in the men's 8, which is the age division which starts at 70 and ends with 74. So it's halfway through his eligibility there. All right, here we go. Coming in. Oh, getting a little bit. Oh, whoa, and he, wow. He almost skied away from that as well, even though he was on one ski for much of that landing. That's Pat Combs. Got himself into a little bit of difficulty there. We'll take a look at this instant replay and see where things went sideways on him, Pat Combs. So there we go, and getting into all kinds of shape except the right one. Pat Combs. We'll have a look at this one more time from this angle. He got the turn. He got the push off the turn, and he just let everything go out towards the back. Almost skied away from it. That is Pat Combs. And let's we'll continue on in a moment as we continue on coverage with the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships, coming to you live from the Trophy Lakes Estates 3 facility, right here in the birthplace of water skiing, Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes. 1,000 lakes sounds positively populated, but 10,000 lakes? Oh my word! So it looks like we're going to get ready for some award presentations coming up very, very soon. But we've got Pat Combs back out on the water fairly soon for his second of 3 attempts.
Giant knot of men's 8 skiers, or 7 skiers, running off 2 at 38 off. But we'll see what happens. Team Houston going to make some kind of difference here. And Mark Brandt, your final 2 skiers in this men's 7 division, will take their run at Brian Porter's 2 at 39.
All right there, Pat Combs is back out in the water, and he's got 2 more jumps left. Let's see if he can make the necessary adjustments in order for him to land and score. Not only to land and score, but also to exceed the current best jump distance that we've seen so far, and that is courtesy of John Abel, whose jump of 16.6 meters or 54 feet is the distance that he needs to overhaul to win the national jump title in men's 8. Men's 8, reminder, is for skiers aged 70 to 74 inclusive. He's going to take a 3/4 cut here. Turns in, drives it on home off the second wake. A little flat coming in, but staying over the skis. Oh, no! And he was just seconds away from being able to ride out that jump. He gets vaulted out of his jump ski.
That was Team Houston. He started at 32 off, and showed up to 35. He's chasing that lead score of 2 at 39 with he and Mark Brandt as final 2 skiers in the men's 7 division.
So it looks like Pat Combs is going to be picked up once again, and he's got 2 jumps under his belt, but nothing to show for it in terms of a score. Let's take a look at the instant replay if we could. Okay, so the turn looked okay. But there you go, Pat Combs. That jump didn't look all that bad. at least technically, coming into the jump. Now, this is where things start to unravel. Turns for the jump, then realizes that his edge is going to be way too hard to actually hit the jump on its current aim. Turns back towards the boat, twists in the air, and then he puts himself in a compromised position as he lands and rides it out. So now he's on the back of the boat. He's putting his jump skis on. We've got Pat Combs, who has the potential on his third and last jump to snag the national title if he can land, first of all, and if that landing yields a distance of more than 16.6 meters. So Pat Combs once again behind that Nautic towboat, one of our towboat partners here at the 84th Goode Waterski National Championships. They've helped with material support, with the use of their towboats, the Nautics, alongside the Mastercraft and Malibu towboats as well. Thank each of them for their help and generous support over many, many years and many, many seasons of competitive tournament action.
Tim Houston, Lake Wales, Florida, six-time national champion. He has run at our league 2 at 39.
Okay, so Pat Combs back against the wall now. He's taken 2 jumps. He hasn't landed either of them. Not the first time we've seen this situation play out. Freddie Snell had 2-0 scores on his opening 2 jumps and came through with a landing. So too has John Abel. And now Pat Combs is in a similar situation right now, needing to land to score. And that score is going to have a huge bearing on the overall battle as it continues on. It might resolve the overall competition right here and now. So a lot at stake here for Pat Combs. Here we go, folks. Pat Combs, our last jumper in men's 8. Here he comes, Pat Combs taking a 3/4 cut again. Up and over, does he land? Yes, he rides it out. So we've had 3 competitors with their backs against the wall here. And all of them have come through with a vital score right in the third and last jump. So we've got Pat Combs. We're waiting on the jump distance to be revealed. All right, the distance is 16.9 meters. And of irony of all ironies, folks, he jumps enough to take the national jump title with the very last attempt. With his back against the wall and needing a score, Pat Combs has jumped 16.9 meters on the final jump to usurp John Abel, who jumped 16.6 meters, who in turn jumped better than Dennis Wise with 14.8 meters, who himself beat out Freddie Snell for his position with 12.2 meters or 40 feet. And our very first jumper was Bradley Boyd with 10.6 meters or 35 feet. All of them are on the podium because there are only 5 competitors, and the podium is enough to fit 5 people. So now we go on to our next competitor. It should be Don Bucher. All right there, Don Bucher getting ready, coming to us out of the Midwest region. And here's the rub. He's coming into this national championship competition in men's 9. Men's 9 is the division that starts at 75 and works and goes to 17. That starts at 75 and goes to 79. Just to clarify that. But the other rub is that he does not have a landed jump so far this season, not, at least not enough to qualify with a bona fide score. So he's getting ready to jump in men's 9. We'll try and get you the results of any scores that he's produced this season.
Working for this one. This is 38 off. Big turn at 5 ball. Round 6.
All right there. So we're just waiting on the boat to make its way over. Not too sure what the wait is about. Maybe it's a case of changing boats and what have you. But you are watching the concluding coverage of this 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships for Day 2 with the tricks and the jumping action. We witnessed some great tricking earlier on in this competition. John Penner walking away with the National Men's 7 trick title. Also as well, Lisa Harrison doing a fine job with her 20-second passes and in scoring high enough in women's 8. Janet Piercy, the only competitor in women's 10, doing a grand job there and winning the national title in women's 10. Kate Nelson doing likewise with girls 3. Tricking the amount of points that she needed in order to take the win in girls 3. When it came down to the jumping event, you had the likes of Randy Sturber and Jay Edom and Tommy Newman doing battle in men's 6, and all of them coming through with some great jumps. And then we had the remainder of our jumpers, and the highlight jumping of the day is the pending national jump record for Ridge Kruger in boys 2. Jumping 36.8 meters or 121 feet to set a pending mark. Now that doesn't take into account any other records that he might have set in the season up to this point, but to do that under the pressure of expectation at the national championships is something else on another scale and on another level. So now let's have a look at Don Bucher, a third from last competitor of the day. We are on jumper number 50, and the list has 52 names on it. I don't know what's taking them so long to bring on Don Bucher.
Rich Story, half a 39. We got more to go. I think we got time 2.5 38. Yep. Remember, 4, 3. We are not 5 and 6. I think he's having an offer for the extra. Kelly Bowman, 2.5 38. Scott Shirosky, 2.5 38. Out.
All right there, Don Bucher, coming to us out of Syracuse, Indiana. All right then, so as we get ready to see Don Bucher go out there on the water in men's 9, I welcome Kevin Michael. So how you doing, sir?
Yeah, Tone, good to see you, man. Don Bucher, you mentioned. What a legend, man. Whole family's out here. Don's on our board of directors. Great guy.
And you hit the nail on the head right there. It is totally a family affair. I mean, his family is here, his support is here, and he's getting ready to hit the jump on his old-fashioned Joby jump skis.
Look at that form coming in, knees over the toes.
4 foot high ramp. There you go. Oh, and a little bit of a bog down on the landing there, But Kevin Michael, Executive Director of USA Water Ski and Wake Sports. So how's life treating you right now?
Well, it's August, so man, it's flat out. But, yeah, lots of activity. Just arrived today. We're at Show Nationals. Big crowds out there, lots of fun. So it's great rolling up and seeing TWBC in the house. Thanks, Vince and the whole crew, Tony. We really missed y'all last year, and it's great to have you back. The quality of this webcast, as everyone knows watching at home, is the best in our sport. So thank you, TWBC.
Well, we certainly appreciate that, and we appreciate all the plaudits from the good folks out there who support our endeavors and support the sport from that point of view.
What are your initial observations this week?
Wow. All I can say is wow. I mean, because when we rolled up into the site a few days ago, I mean, we were taken aback by the lakes and the vibe and the good folks here, the friendliness of the good folks here in the Janzik family and the greater Minnesotan water ski community. I mean, it's got to be experienced firsthand to be believed.
Yeah, this event is definitely one of a kind. So proud of it as Don Bucher makes his way around the back pass. See if he can get over the balls of his feet a little more for the landing this time.
Okay, let's see if we can coach him over on this one. Okay?
I think he knows what he's doing, but I will tell you, just a couple weeks ago, he was uncertain if he was going to ski or not, so it's just great to see him out here. Let's go, Don.
There you go. Let's see if he can get the skis a little wider apart. That will widen the base on which that he can land and ride the jump out. Okay, let's see if he can go full on a quarterback squat there, coming into the jump, up and over. Does he land it?
Come on, Don. There it is. Come on.
Yes,
sir.
In his first scoring jump of the season.
There we go, Don Bucher.
And is he going to tap his head and go to the dock? Yes, he is. He's done.
Good to see.
Well, we're going to get the distance anyhow. I don't think he really cares what the distance is all that much, or only that it's got a number higher than 0.
Hey, he skied into the shoreline, right? That's the victory right there.
Yeah, he wants to spend a little bit of time by himself, to revel in what he's just done there off the 4 foot high jump and. Fantastic effort. You're not going to see much of the landing from this perspective, but trust us, whenever we go on to the instant replay for the front side of the jump, it's a 9 meters or 30 feet.
Yeah, up and over, little handle movement, but lands in the back seat and hangs on strong. That baseball grip.
Oh, my word.
Standing up.
He hung on to that
fist
jump
in the air.
like his life depended upon it.
He probably acted like it did.
Okay,
man.
so as we continue right along, we've got 2 more competitors to go. I saw Dennis Longo on the dockside. I didn't see Bruce Cundy, though, so we might be on to our last skier.
Oh, no? Bruce isn't here yet? No Winnebago?
No Winnebago, no orange hair, nothing of that sign. But, I mean, if Bruce, you are watching, we wish you were here, and we hope to see you back in the future. Under the assumption that he isn't here, I mean, we didn't see him yesterday. He's normally quite one of those exuberant folks that you know that he's here. You can just feel the vibe that he is,
right,
that he exudes.
He had a lot of hardware around his neck at Ski West as well last year.
Yes, absolutely. And all right then. So as we continue on, we've got Dennis Longo getting ready to go now. What new things are we anticipate seeing from USA Waterski and AWSA within about the next few months?
Well, we just made a big transition from our Get on the Water events are now called Pass the Handle, Tony. So that's a year-round initiative, but it really peaks in July. It's everyone listening out there, I see it as our duty to teach at least one person per year to water ski. One person a year, that's not that hard, right? But if everyone does it, then we're making a difference. And we're happy to report already this year, 1,100 first-timers through Pass the Handle, over 300 events. So these are free events to sanction for the participants and the organizers. Pass the Handle.
Okay, so how many people did you say? 1,100?
1,100 participants already this year.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it was formerly called Get on the Water, so y'all would be familiar with that.
Yeah, we're certainly familiar with that initiative and the newly rebranded moniker for this one. So how many years have you been involved with USA Waterski now? I think this is your 3rd year, isn't that right?
I think we're about 2.5 at this point. Yeah,
2.5.
It doesn't feel a day over 15 years though, Tony. I'll tell you.
It's that stressful, huh?
Oh man, it's a little bit of everything. Good parts are really good. I tell you what, rolling up to this site today was one of the good moments, man. Seeing that glass, seeing everyone set up out here. This is the true culture of what we're all about at USA Waterski and Wake Sports.
All right then. So as we continue on, we'll talk with you a little bit some more during the next few days and find out a little bit more about what USA Waterski and the greater association of the American Waterski Association, what's going to be happening over the coming year or years, that type of deal. But it's great to have you here.
Yeah, I got one more quick anecdote for you, but we're seeing growth in our under 25 category. So that's every month. 10 out of the last 11 months, we've seen growth here.
What about the collegiate crowd? Because
that grows every year. Grows every year, 1,100 strong. And AWSA is currently 6,500 strong. So about 7,600 total 3-event athletes that are members of USA.
Okay, and now you're talking numbers, throwing out numbers and stuff like that. Ideally, what is the end game? What is the numbers goal with members joining that you'd want to see? How much would you like to see it grow?
Yeah, good question. I had some lofty goals when I first started here 2.5 years ago, and but what I'm learning and what we're seeing is any slight sustainable growth is something that makes our board of directors happy. And so we're moving in the right direction. As long as we keep going that way, it'll be sustainable. And we got to keep having fun, man. We got to attract people to this great sport because it's the greatest sport on earth. We're in the water. We're having fun with family and friends, and it's contagious. We just got to spread the word and, like I said, pass that handle.
All right, then. We'll talk a little bit more during the week about industry support and what have you. But for the moment, Kevin Michael, Executive Director of USA Waterski and Wake Sports, we thank you very much for being here and look forward to hearing more from him during the course of this 84th Goode Waterski Nationals. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you.
All right, there. So that was Kevin Michael.
Here he comes again.
Nice job to -38 in the second runoff. Shelly's going to have to be where the score Scott puts up there. We'll get off, and there's a 1.
All right, then. So now we're down to what I believe is our final skier of the day on this West Lake of coverage. This is men's 10 jumping, and this is Dennis Longo. On those D3 jump skis, heading out, the only competitor in his division. And provided that he lands a score, he will naturally win his division. This is Dennis Longo. All right there, so Dennis Longo is our skier out on the water at this time, and he will be our final competitor of these championships for today. Thank you very much for joining us wherever you happen to be around the world, across the nation, around the world. We do realize that we have an international audience, and to that effect, we have been using the metric system with the jump distances and what have you to better communicate the distances and what have you, and we'll also added the feet and inches as well to the mix as Dennis Longo. We'll get the distance for him very, very soon. He comes to us from Coral Gables in Florida. And Coral Gables, known the world over as the home of the University of Miami. Or Miami, yeah, it is the University of Miami. The other one, whenever you switch the University in Miami round, is the one that's in Ohio, the Red Hawks. But the University of Miami is based there in Coral Gables. And that is where Dennis Longo is from. And he's got 2 more jumps, and he's electing to take them. Best score within the last few months is a 44-footer. He's jumped 38 feet here. So 11.5 meters or 38 feet there for Dennis Longo. Handle up a little bit high, and his stance is a little bit back on his jump skis, but as long as he takes the pull over the skis, he should be okay. Unfortunately, he was a little bit too far back, hitting the jump there, and lands a 0 score on his second jump. So Dennis Longo failing to land his second jump, and we'll have a look at this once again from the reverse angle. Coming into the jump, attempted to try and get a little bit more weight over the tips of his skis, but too little, too late, unfortunately, there for Dennis Longo. And we're now coming down to the third and last attempt there for our venerable athlete coming to us out of Coral Gables in Florida. He jumped 44 feet last season. In men's 9 is last year in that division. In men's 10, the division in which he's skiing in right now, he's jumped 33 and 32 feet. But still keeping the ramp height at at 0.235, which is the equivalent of 1.50 meter high or 5 foot high. Not electing to go any lower than that to the next ramp height ratio of 0.215, which is 4 foot. All right then, so let's have a look and see. Dennis Longo. Up and over, and will land and ride it out. So our final athlete action on the water belongs to Dennis Longo. Rounding off the performances for today, we've had 51 skiers. Started off at 7 a.m. and bringing it in to the dock. So Dennis Longo, who averaged 41.8 feet coming into these Goode Water Ski National Championships, the 84th edition of, here at the Trophy Lakes Estate 3 facility in the beautiful state of Minnesota, the land of 10,000 lakes, and it is the birthplace of water skiing. So 14.2 meters, 14.2 meters. So 14.2 meters there. All right then. So we are done for tomorrow. We are done for today. Tomorrow we're going to start the events off with our slate for day 3 of these championships. But day 2 is done. Thank you very much indeed for tuning in. Thanks to all the sponsors. Thanks to the crew at TWBC for producing this webcast. You are watching or have watched the 84th Goode Water Ski National Championships for Day 2. Day number 3 starts tomorrow at 7 a.m. But until that time, and on behalf of everyone here, it is ciao for now.
Masterline, made in the USA.